Alright, let's pop it up there. Let's set up the tweet and any Discord notifications that need to be sent out. Okay. Well, that looks good. That looks good. Lamaris is already in here with some hype, which is wonderful to see. How's it going, friend? Okay, what is my phone doing? There it goes. Okay. I think we're all set up. I'm like trying to think. It's been a bit. It's been like a week and a half since I streamed.
I have no idea.
Let's see. Okay, it was the Together Tuesday before we went streaming. So we went on vacation like a week and a day ago. So yeah, a week and a half basically. Yeah, so a week and a half. I'm like, it's been a week and a half since I streamed, and my brain's like, there's got to be something you're screwed up, right? I think I'm good. I'm looking at all the things like multiple times. I think we're good. Yeah. So yeah, like previous Saturday evening streams, we're gonna start off with some eating, and then I don't know, like 10-20 minutes, somewhere in that time frame, we'll probably start looking at pictures and stuff. Let's give people time to show up and stuff. And we can eat our food in the meantime. And I'm trying to remember how to position food while streaming. I feel so disoriented right now. It's weird, dude. Okay, I think I want it like this. All right. Oh. Anyways, how are things with you, Lamaris? Have you been good in the past week and a half while I've been gone?
It's mandatory that you watched no one else while we were gone.
You're allowed to watch other people. You can watch Rezdog. You can watch Toke Shige. In fact, I literally had a tweet. Like, I think like the day, either the day I was going to leave or the day, I don't know, like before I went on vacation, I put out a tweet where I linked like, I don't know, like 6 people or something that I'm like, these are really cool streamers. You should watch them while I'm away on vacation. So.
No, it doesn't sound like you.
Let's see, who did I shout out in that? Scrolling till I find it.
Oh my god, how much Twitter did you use on this trip?
I used Twitter.
It's fair, you missed it.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, I shouted out Rezdog, Grey Cat Cafe, Corpse Grinder, also known as Corpus64, Toke Shige, Little Lady Red, Shinikos, and Violin Gamer. So, all sorts of people that I think are super cool and awesome, and perfectly worth your time if you want to watch them. Anyways, yeah, I'm out. So, but yeah, taking it day by day, that's a totally fine way to approach life. You good?
Yeah, I'm just...
Okay, because I just heard a lot of adjusting next to me. I'm just like chair falling apart.
It's been a minute. Just chill. A minute.
Okay, we're both adjusting to having to exist here. Okay.
No, it's more that I bought a food that requires it to be on a table in front of me, and I realize that now.
Mm-hmm.
I need to cut it with a knife and fork. I'm like, wait, I'm in a chair that's close to the floor now. I don't have a table. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
You'll be fine? Cool. Alright, I'm gonna take my first bite of this.
ASMR.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that was a crunch. And really good too.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't typically have like whitewashed food while we were up there, but
No, we had pretty good food.
yeah.
I'm actually surprised at how good we were able to how much good food we were able to find while traveling.
Yeah.
But we didn't really have any good quality Mexican food because we were no longer.
If you guys wanted to, I would have been offended because I would have been very judgy.
Yeah. No, I don't think we had Mexican food at all on the trip. unless you count Taco Bell, but
I'm gonna fucking punch you.
Exactly. We're not counting that. Yeah, thank you for the bus. But yeah, because we did have some interesting food. Like I had this. What was it?
Wendy's was the first thing we had.
Well, yeah, we had Kanab. Yeah, we had Wendy's.
We had
Kanab. We had Wendy's, but in Kanab, Utah, which is near the border of Utah and Arizona. It's basically it's a town that kind of knows it's a tourist pit stop.
Yeah.
We went to a restaurant that apparently my mom and stepdad had been to on a couple trips before.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was why we went there.
Okay, I had thought she had just found a place of parking and was
No,
here, we'll eat here.
It was like she knew the place, which makes it a little bit surprising that she still chose it given that. So it had good food there, and what I had there was like a yellow curry, coconut curry, with some tofu, and vegetables and quinoa. That was the other thing it had.
When I heard them offer you tofu, I was surprised.
Well, and it was a lot. It was basically wow. They basically, here is healthy food, the menu item, and I'm like, you know what? A lot of the places that I anticipate stopping at are going to be fast foods places or whatever. So I might as well try to get the healthiest thing I can right now because I wasn't really anticipating having much else.
Yeah, but because it's touristy and one of the few places to eat along that main road, it's pretty pricey, but it was pricier than it needed to be.
Yeah, so it was a good curry. I liked it actually. I liked it a lot. It's I'm thinking maybe I should learn how to make a coconut curry because that was pretty good. But it was $18. And it was good, but it wasn't $18 good.
Yeah.
I
had a burger. It was pretty good, being what it was, considering we had Wendy's.
Yeah.
But it was okay. The bacon was good, and I'd never had a burger with avocado before, so that was different. It was just automatically put on there, and I was scared, but I was too embarrassed to take it off out of fear.
Yeah, I'm gonna take another bite as she continues.
I was it's not gonna taste that dramatic because avocado is not a dramatic food.
Mm-hmm.
So I was whatever. $15 burger was pretty average. You could have knocked down $3, and I would have been fair.
Mm-hmm.
But it was not a $15 burger.
Yeah.
We did have food in where was it? Evanston, where we immediately compared. Well, I immediately.
The Crime Boss restaurant, Legal Tender. Yeah, that was in Evanston, Wyoming. Yeah.
Where I immediately compared it to that burger because that was a good burger. That was a $15 burger. It was very well seasoned. The meat was very good.
Mm-hmm.
The bacon was a little less good than the other bacon, but they gave you a little bit more, and so it was worth it. Also, the fries were really good. Your fries were okay, you said.
Yes. So I got sweet potato fries at the restaurant she's talking about. And I like to do that whenever I see sweet potato fries as an option because it's interesting. I like sweet potatoes and I like sweet potato fries. And I so rarely see sweet potato fries as an option that whenever I see it, I jump on it. And I got the impression that the cooks, whoever was working on the sweet potato fries, was probably less experienced with sweet potato fries. Because they didn't feel as cooked as they should have been. It wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. But it's I'm fine, thank you. but it's like I think what it is that because sweet potato fries are comparatively rare for people to order, it's also going to be comparatively rare for people to like specifically train how to cook them. And then also, like the Maillard browning effect that you get on food um, is a little bit harder to figure out when it comes to sweet potato fries, or just sweet potato in general. If you're just because brown is a shade of orange, right? And the sweet potato is already orange, and then so it's like how brown do you need? Because you don't want to burn it, but you do need some of that browning. But like figuring out where that is and how much you push, So I can kind of understand, but it wasn't. It was still good. I still enjoyed those fries, and especially since like when it comes to like raw sweet potato versus raw potatoes, I'm much less bothered by a raw flavor in the sweet potato than I am by the normal potato. Um, when my mom makes sweet potato chips, they're often black on the rim. Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
that's the thing
on the flip
too.
end, yeah, you got to be because it's really easy to, as for the same reason I just described why it's easy to be overly cautious. It's also really easy to burn them, which is the reason for the overcaution.
But that's kind of also, you can blame it on the fact that it keeps cooking after you take it out.
That too, yeah, actually, yeah. If you're making like homemade fries or chips or whatever of any kind,
they get darker.
Yeah, so you need to hit. That's why they always emphasize like a light golden brown when you're cooking, because your food doesn't stop cooking as soon as you take it out of the pan, pot, fryer, oven, whatever you're cooking it in. It's the heat still remains. What did you drop?
My fork.
Your fork. Okay. Oh. At least I didn't drop like a whole thing of rice like the first time we did this. You okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're good. All right. But yeah, I think sweet potato, is just something that people are less experienced cooking with. And so I think that's kind of what happened there. But I still enjoyed it. It was still good. And the restaurant itself was still like clearly like they had competent people. Yeah. So it's just like this one area I think because I ordered a comparatively niche thing, it was a little bit subpar.
Whatever.
Because everyone else, like everything else that everyone had at the table was like really good.
Mm-hmm.
So
we went to what was it, Jackson?
On the way to Yellowstone, yeah.
We went to a pizza place.
Mm-hmm.
That was really good. We were like all agreed like that was worth it, and it was decently priced.
Well, yeah. So that one. So I'll specifically shout out the restaurant right now. It's Yeah Buddy Pizza in Jackson, Wyoming. And if you're ever going to Yellowstone from the south, you will pass through Jackson, Wyoming. And
it's very touristy, too.
It's actually, it's very self-aware of how touristy a town it can be.
But it's like not the kind of touristy where it has like gimmicky stuff. It just has like good art and things to look at and do.
Yeah.
Like there was, on the street alone while we were driving through, I think I saw like 3 or 4 art galleries.
Yeah. So it's honestly, if you have the time, it's worth just visiting Jackson, Wyoming. We had enough time to stop for food, but we still wanted to like get to Yellowstone because that was the big thing.
Yeah, if we weren't planning on Yellowstone, I would have been like, let's hang out.
Yeah, if we were just like driving around like Wyoming, but not specifically, going to Yellowstone, then yeah, that would have been a good place to hang out.
They had like these big arches around their like central park area that were just like made of antlers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's actually a few places around that had that. Jackson, I think, was probably the biggest area that had that because it's just the most populated area. But not that it's like super well populated. I mean, we're talking about Wyoming here.
Parking was a little annoying, but because it's a touristy area.
Yeah.
And it's all like parallel parking.
Mm-hmm.
Hotels. Or motels?
I don't know.
Inns.
But yeah, it's Jackson, Wyoming was pretty cool.
Yeah. It was the first place I saw on that trip that had Caesar salad as an option.
Yeah, and, sorry, I like swallowed my food wrong. Fuck.
Everywhere else just had like normal.
It's because I was starting to speak, but I was still swallowing. that was my bad.
You okay?
I'm okay, but so what I'm eating has some hot sauce on it. Because I started speaking as I was also swallowing. There was hot sauce that hit a spot that it normally doesn't hit in my throat, and so my body's like, "What the fuck just happened?" So, I'm okay.
But anyway,
yeah. What was I trying to say? Because I completely got.
We're talking about Caesar salad.
Oh yeah, so we went to this place called Yeah Buddy Pizza in Jackson, Wyoming. And it's like this kind of like hole in the wall place, but it's like you have to so you go up the stairs because they're on the second floor of the building.
Like you walk in the door and it's immediately stairs up to the second floor, which I think is smart because they could have just had a hole in the wall place that had like 5 tables and it would have been very annoying.
Yeah, one of the benefits of them being on the second floor is that they could utilize the balcony. Where if you're on the first floor, you can't do that because that's the sidewalk that people are walking on. But the balcony, yeah, there's no foot traffic problem there.
Yeah.
So that was smart of them.
That was the first place I saw Caesar salad. Everything else is just like a house salad with just some leaves and tomatoes.
Yeah, so the reason...
Or like weird fancy like pecan and cranberries and blue cheese, and I'm like, no, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the reason why we went there is because I wanted pasta. Because we were gonna go to a local Italian restaurant in Evanston.
But they were short-staffed.
But they were short-staffed, so they were closed. And I was like, oh, that's a little disappointing. I was looking forward to it.
We went to Pizza Hut instead.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, and I had a mental breakdown there.
As you do on a vacation.
Yeah.
Really, though.
Yeah, I don't know. We're probably not going to talk about that much, but suffice to say it happened.
You all know. You've all been there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. How does Chris Ray gun?
This is just the help picture.
Dude, I swear to God, this specific picture that I have in my screensaver rotation has the best comedic timing. Oh my God.
So on brand.
It's really on brand, yeah. For both me and Chris Reagan.
Anyway,
yeah.
We had Pizza Hut because we couldn't get pasta, and you really wanted pasta.
Yeah,
so we went there.
Yeah, so the next day, when we were on our way to Yellowstone, I was thinking ahead, hey, I want pasta because I didn't get any last night. So I'm gonna look up Italian places in Jackson because we knew we were gonna stop in Jackson for lunch because just timing would work out that way. And so I was like, okay, let's see what's around. And let's see what kind of pasta places appear. So Yeah Buddy Pizza was one of the places that appeared because because what I ended up getting there was a penne pasta thing that with parsley and.
Yeah, pretty basic, but it was really fresh.
Yeah, so what we got there wasn't terribly complicated, but it was all made with very fresh ingredients.
Yeah, they had a pizza oven and everything was fresh, hand tossed.
Yeah.
Your mom got a margarita
style. Yeah, they got a margarita. Dude, when that pizza came out, you could smell the basil.
The basil,
The basil smelled so good.
It wasn't dry basil. It was ripped, fresh basil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, it was...
And your pasta was fresh. My Caesar salad, you could tell it was just, not any kind of, house-made Caesar dressing, but it was, fresh, crisp crunch.
Yeah, the actual, produce
the
itself
were really good.
Yeah.
We got bread! It was really good bread.
Yeah, we got garlic bread there as well, and oh my God, it was really good garlic bread.
It was, really airy, so there was a lot of holes for the sauce to get into.
Mm-hmm.
They put basil on that, too. And minced garlic, there wasn't just they mixed it in the butter.
Yeah, and it wasn't they just used garlic powder, which, is fine if you're just making it for yourself, but
Yeah, but it was I looked in, I was ripping it apart because I'm weird and I mess with my food, and I was like, there's minced garlic, and I was so excited.
Yeah, it was really good. And then also, for those of you who have been watching my channel, and following the journey of like the past 10 months actually, of me playing a Zelda character by the name of Buddy. I you okay? Bless you thrice.
Sorry.
So I've been from Link to the Past to Link's Awakening and the Oracle games.
Thank you.
I played a character that I named Buddy, and so when we were at this place called Yeah Buddy Pizza, I was like, and also I had just done like the last like thing with that character, like the week before we went on vacation. So when I saw this place called Yeah Buddy Pizza, it's like, oh, Buddy retired and started his own pizza place, and oh my god, it's really good.
The lore.
So yeah, this is my official endorsement of Yeah Buddy Pizza in Jackson, Wyoming. It's really good.
Yeah. And then we didn't really do anything else. Oh, Vegas, we did California Pizza Kitchen, which I never had.
Yeah, we used to have one in the city that.
Speaking of choking on spices.
Yeah. So in California Pizza Kitchen, we got a few things that were very interesting. Because we got this soup that was, I guess this is like the most like Mexican thing we got while we were on vacation. But like, we got this soup that was like a southwestern U.S. specifically style of thing where so it had tomatoes, tomatillos, corn, and green chiles.
Yeah, usually when things say Southwest style, it's like they put like taco seasoning type stuff on it.
Yeah,
and it's like,
No, but this place was like, no, they actually knew what they were doing.
Like it tasted like enchiladas in a soup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they had like little tortilla chip strips in the soup
like
too.
The topping things.
Yeah, just as a topping to kind of provide a little bit of texture.
Spilling sauce on myself.
You okay?
I'm fine. Keep going.
Okay, all right. So that was really delicious, and it was nice to taste something that felt like very authentic, like from the place that we live.
From California, from the place we live.
Well, yeah, I mean. But it tasted like something that if we went to a Mexican restaurant, we would probably taste something like around here. We'd probably taste something similar.
I'm not gonna fight you on that.
I mean, it would depend on what you ordered, but like, point is, I think it fit the goal pretty well. And then
I again had a Caesar salad because I'm not original.
That's okay.
It was also good.
You like Caesar salad? It's totally fine.
The chicken on this salad was the most tender chicken I've had on a salad. It was seasoned so well. Like usually they just throw some grilled chicken on a salad and it's like whatever. They hand raised this chicken and it was from his own in his home and then murdered it and put it on my salad with love. It was so good. It was like I was cutting it in my fork for like bite-sized pieces because it was like strips, and it was just like I barely needed my knife. It was just falling apart. I'm like, ah. Anyway, sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, so that's what and then because it's like a pizza place that's like sort of fancy and like trying to be a lot of things at once actually, but
we didn't want anything like too filling because like it's a pizza kitchen. They could have just like fucked us with bread and we wouldn't have wanted to walk around anywhere.
Well, yeah, what they did is they gave us like these like small slices of like sourdough bread with like some oil and herbs, and which is like that was really cool, and that tasted very good. And then I ordered something that was kind of weird, but I ended up liking it. They have this thing called Kung Pao spaghetti, which is weird, but because who would think to use spaghetti for that? But they had competent chefs and stuff, and I really liked it. I thought it tasted good and had one of the things I could tell about the way they cook it is they have these these peppers, these spicy peppers that they cook it with, like the sauce in and stuff, and they just throw the peppers in their whole. They don't like cut them up or crush them up or anything like that. They're just thrown in there and the purpose of that is to make sure that the pepper flavor gets fully integrated into the sauce and stuff like that, which is really smart and really delicious. And it doesn't grab too much of the spice for people who don't like spicy food as much. But it's still there, and I'm someone who likes spicy food. You alright? You drop something?
Something fell, but I don't know what.
Okay. I guess we'll find it later. But I like spicy food, so I was like, you know what? There's this pepper here. I'm gonna eat it. So I just like fully like bit into this like and ate this whole ass pepper. And my throat was on fire for like 5-10 minutes.
Which I figured it was like a normal thing for you because you do have a very high spice tolerance.
Yeah, well,
it's higher than mine.
So that's part of what impressed me with the California Pizza Kitchen, because I was like, oh, they are using real stuff. Like they chose peppers that are actually spicy. Because I'm someone who does have a higher spice tolerance than a lot of people. Not insanely high, but you know.
So like you ate that, and I was just like, whatever. Like I barely even saw you do it. I just saw there was one less pepper, and I just moved on with life. And then you started choking.
Well, I wasn't like choking, but it was more of that like I was like, I then moved and grabbed like some of the sourdough bread. I'm like, I'm gonna eat this whole ass bread to try to counter. I started drinking more of my drink to like try to counteract this. And then I just spent a lot of time just talking to move air through my mouth, which did help actually. Like it's weird though because it's like a double-edged sword effect where it's like because I'm moving air from my mouth, I could feel the stark contrast between the air outside and my mouth and inside my mouth and how on fire my mouth is. But by doing so, I'm actually venting a lot of that heat out and distracting myself from it too.
Science.
Yeah. Ow.
But yeah, it's very underestimated how hot a whole pepper is.
Yeah, so I didn't eat any of the other peppers, but I did enjoy the rest of the dish.
You wanted to though.
I did.
But you knew you shouldn't.
I almost did, I almost ate them anyways. But like, yeah, I kind of looked at you and then you gave me a look and I was like, okay, I won't. But yeah, good food and stuff. We actually ended up having some surprisingly good food on the trip, which is something I really wasn't honestly expecting because a lot of the places we were going were pretty empty and rural areas. Like our signal was so spotty for so long. But in fact, like initially, like I was gonna share some because early on we went to the Grand Canyon, like first night actually we got there. And I took some pictures, and I wanted to like post in our Discord. So I had enough signal to view Discord, but not enough to actually post pictures in there. And so what I ended up deciding later is the idea of this stream that you're currently watching, which is we're gonna just basically just go through like a lot of the pictures from.
Take you on our journey.
Yeah.
Everything's in order. We spent a lot of time getting everything in order.
Yeah, so should we go ahead and shift towards that?
Yeah.
Alright, so let's pull all this over here. So this is a selfie that my wife took at a
face reveal.
Well, it's not really a face I mean, like, I'm not like showing my face every stream because I don't have a webcam, but like if they've paid enough attention to like Twitter,
literally posted our wedding.
Yeah, I posted a wedding picture on Twitter, and like the profile picture for my account is technically a picture of my face. So
I felt weird about showing my face, and I'm like, literally, my profile picture is clearly my face.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah. But here's a more up-to-date version of us, I guess. I don't know.
Sin didn't know I was taking a picture, and I was like, smile like you like this. And he was just walking like, no.
A little bit, yeah. So yeah, this is how we started. And
wow.
Yeah. And let's go on to the vacation strem pictures. mine were mine first or yours first?
We're gonna stay on yours, and I will tell you.
That's
if we
that's
need to
right.
look at
Okay,
something else.
yeah. We spent a lot of time today, like trying to decide which pictures we're gonna show off. So let's go
This
ahead.
should go smoothly.
It should go smoothly, which means it won't.
Something will go wrong.
Something will go wrong. Something will be fucky.
We have videos too. Not that many, but
Yeah, there are some videos, but yeah, there's like maybe 8 videos, and there's hundreds of pictures.
yeah, we like yours alone. I think you counted in this album like 200 something.
I think it's 223 pictures in this album that I currently have open on screen right now.
Yeah.
And that's not counting your pictures.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So we'll just go through yours, and I'll tell you.
So yeah, so these initial pictures, these is just like I'm just like taking some like desert mountain appreciation pictures, like we were driving by. This was like north of Phoenix on our way to Flagstaff, and I was like, this mountain looks nice. I like kind of this desert look here. There's a saguaro in the bottom corner over there.
Oh, and I want to disclose real quick before, because it'll be very obvious as we go through these pictures. You're the desert person. I'm the forest person.
Yeah.
So you'll very clearly hear us gush about very different things.
Mm-hmm.
But we both still like everything.
Yeah, no, when we were looking through each other's pictures today, like every time we were like, oh, this picture looks nice, we were like, yeah, that does look nice.
Yeah. If you have any questions about rocks, ask Sin. If you have any questions about trees or animals or water, which is not about rocks, you can ask me.
Yeah, well, and bear in mind, we're not actually scientific experts.
We're scientists.
No.
We did scientific research on this trip.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
That was the point.
Be a lot cooler if it was. Like, we're nerdy enough to enjoy this type of stuff, but we're not, like, actual researchers or anything.
Yeah, cool.
But yeah. So yeah, just here's a picture of some desert mountains in Arizona. And then this one was later. I think this is actually when we were getting onto the Navajo reservation.
You can pull some of mine out.
You want to pull one
if
of
you're
yours?
already at the Navajo, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So just go down the line.
Yeah, so this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's show this one.
This is also on the way. Once we kind of left more desert.
Hold up, please. There you go. Yeah, so this was... Yeah, where did you take this, roughly?
This is about the same place as your first one.
Okay.
Maybe a little further.
Actually, no, it's got to be further because
it's a little further north, yeah.
Yeah, because mine had... So if we go back
your mountains are still purple.
Well, because you have saguaros and stuff here.
Yeah.
Which you can only experience at lower elevations. There's no saguaros here, but I'm seeing like some like pines in here. So, and that's a higher elevation, which is too high for saguaros.
Yeah.
Too. So this definitely was. You know what? What it probably was. This was before we went up to that plateau, that like the plateau that kind of covers like northern Arizona, Colorado, southern Utah. Just the general like North American plateau.
Yeah.
Like a saguaro. Yeah. So it would be spelled like saguaro if you wanted to like pronounce it like here. I'll just type.
I don't know how to spell.
Saguaro. That's how it's spelled. But it's
saguaro.
Yeah. But it's a Spanish word, so yeah. Saguaro. I don't know.
You want to see a cute picture of Sin? Because I'm creepy and I take pictures of when they don't know.
That is true. She does do that. Is it this one? You want to show this one?
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is a picture of me. This is me squishing the squishmallow. You know, the thing you're supposed to do with squishmallows. Squish them.
You look terrified.
I do. I don't know why. Was this in
some...
Phoenix?
I don't know. If I was taking pictures of you,
well, because in Phoenix we had some close calls on the road.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, I remember being very alert. I don't think I was squishing the squishmallow though.
No, there's mountains back there.
Oh yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can see beyond the mountains.
Anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, in Phoenix, yeah, we there was just some drivers, man, that were just. Oh, who's driving? Oh, so we went on this trip with my mom and my stepdad. So my mom was one driving. So we were in the back, me and my wife. So that's why we were able to take a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
because we didn't have to worry about driving the vehicle. So I was perfectly ready and able to take over driving if ever needed, though it never actually came up, which is a bit surprising to me, but whatever.
I don't think she trusted you to drive in the mountains.
Which I think is a little bit insulting, to be honest, but whatever. I'm not gonna, like... I was fine with that, to be honest. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, let's pull up a few more pictures. So,
got some more trees.
Yeah, so this would have been near Flagstaff. So these trees right here, just some trees. Looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point we were around 5,500 feet above sea level. I don't know what that is in meters off the top of my head, but it's a lot. It's about a mile, actually, above sea level around this point. And then
Majestic.
And then here's a picture of me staring out. We were at a gas station. We actually almost ran out of gas before we hit that.
We had to frantically look one up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we looked this gas station up ahead of time because we were hoping that we could make it to Flagstaff before needing to fill up on gas, but we had to do it here. So we stopped here, and this place looked nice, and I was just walking around because I was a bit tired of sitting in a car.
I can see chat when it's covered up there.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, we were just staring out. She got this picture of me, and apparently I clearly didn't know about this one because I was literally looking the other way, and she got this.
We were just like, wow, trees, green. What's the color green? Never seen that before.
A little bit, yeah. Sounds crazy. I'm considering I'm someone who lives at sea level. Yeah, I think it is a little bit weird to think about. But I don't know. It's just land goes up. I don't know.
Yeah. And then
here, let me close these out.
A little bit more green before we got to the red rocks and everything.
So
it's a field.
A field? Alright.
A field with flowers.
That looks very pretty, actually. Good job. It's a very nice picture. Here, while people appreciate this picture, I'm gonna pour some hot sauce on this and take another bite. So appreciate... Oh my god, it fell apart as I started doing that. Okay, I guess I'm taking a bite here? Dude, when tacos fall apart, it's weird.
ASMR. Is that the sound of you biting a taco or a branch falling in the forest? Atmosphere.
I have become a creature of the forest. I eat the dead trees. Obviously.
I am the Lorax. I eat the trees.
I eat the trees. That's why he was so mad. All his food was gone.
Okay.
Alright, and then...
we got to the red rocks.
Well, so no, we saw this.
That's whatever.
You don't want to show that?
If you want to.
I think this looks nice. You got a mountain with some clouds and shit.
Okay.
Looks great. I love it.
I got a decent amount of red rock pictures. I didn't realize it. I'm re-seeing my own pictures. Wow, I have a lot of pictures.
Yeah. Anyway, so Quirked Up White Girl says...
What?
That's the name. That's a great name. Say, so I'm doing some world building for a tabletop campaign, and I want to run some things through people or for feedback or questions. It helps me flesh things out. Do you mind helping me?
What?
Okay, sure. I guess.
Do we have time for that?
I guess that depends on
or is this a bot?
If that's a bot,
it's worded kind of scripty.
If that's a bot, that is one of the most. Well, here's the thing that makes me think it's not a bot. I don't have the first time message prompt there. I don't actually know who this is, by the way, but it's clearly someone who's been here before, because I don't have the first time chatter message.
That's weird.
Yeah, people change their names. That happens. You change your name if you want. Exactly. See.
Okay.
Yeah. So don't know who it is. It's someone. It's someone. But yeah, so what is this thing with the tabletop setting? Because I do have an interest in tabletop games. I haven't done anything in a tabletop game in eons, but you know. So there's computers like 90 PCs. Okay. So computers from the 90s. That's the level of technology we're at.
Back in the 90s.
With their mushrooms and connect to a mycelium network instead of the internet. Interesting. Computer mushrooms or mushroom computers. I guess yeah, because it's like a bio. The concept there is like a biocomputer, I guess. And the idea would be that since mushrooms are connected underground, that could be like the internet. Okay, that's interesting. So what's the issue we're running into?
I'm so lost. I know nothing about anything.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Like...
Yeah, we'll try to keep this brief. But I do enjoy talking about this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much, and the Mycidians, which are the mushroom people, are paid upkeep to help with this. Okay. This all sounds really interesting, very cool. I'm sure if Rezdog heard this type of stuff, he would be nutting. He would love it. He would love this concept.
Specifically nutting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because Rez, in our stuff, he really likes the idea of like integrating magic and technology, and especially he's been a little bit more interested in like biotech type stuff. And so like biomagitech is something that he thinks is really cool as a fantasy concept, or fantasy sci-fi concept, I guess. It's really so he would probably love this idea of like mushroom computers. But yeah, anyway, so what's the issue with the mushroom computers? There are also early 2000s cell phones, and you're not sure how to implement them yet. Okay. So if we have mushroom computers, what would you do with like spore phones? But then that would be too hard to work with. What like, because spores aren't very. You can't just grab a spore and like, I don't know. I mean, technically you can, but
like
you're thinking something with insects. Okay, so like maybe like a.
Okay, I have an idea.
You have an idea?
Not something with insects though.
Okay.
Mostly because I don't know a lot about insects.
That's fine.
My immediate thought was like, you know those seedlings that fall off trees that fall in like a helicopter thing, and also like the way dandelions kind of float. Yeah. Something like that, where they would like save, record some type of message, and they like go off into the wind and go toward the person they're sending to, or something like that.
Yeah. Lumiere says that this idea reminds him of the snail phones in One Piece. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking. I like that dandelion idea. Kind of reminds me of like the idea of like a carrier pigeon. But if you wanted something more immediately responsive, like a phone, I would wonder what you would do. I mean, you could do banana phone.
Or like
if you want to have like plant-based things,
or like something like the way vines work, like flowers at the end of vines. That the vines, it's implied that they connect with like ways to talk, like the 2B phones on playgrounds when you're a kid, and you talk on one end and it goes to the other. Yeah. Like cup on a string type stuff, but flower on a vine.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you could have like, yeah. I mean, if we're just thinking like plant-based stuff, like honestly, something as simple as banana phone could work. As uncreative as it feels, it works. Because you could just say it's some kind of magical banana that can just transmit stuff. I guess it depends on how grounded you want your stuff to be. Because like the initial idea of the computers there's a very clear chain of logic of like, oh, they're literally physically connected. That's how they're able to like do internet communication. So with a phone, I'm a little bit unsure. Actually, banana phones aren't too far out of the question, considering dragon fruits are used by the gods to send messages. Well, then maybe banana phones. I don't know.
You could separate the idea if it's like a cell phone thing you're trying to get, where it's talking and like message texting.
Yeah, so if you want to do something like
you could
do
a
smartphone,
the dandelion things for quick messages that don't need immediate response, and like what I was saying with the vine
it'd be kind of cool. Again, this would depend on what type of magic type stuff you would want to include. But what if you did something kind of like the dandelion floating thing, but like went through like a portal, and so that's how it went somewhere so quickly. So it's like it kind of drifts through a portal, and that's on the other side of that portal is where it
like a wind portal is created.
Yeah, and so it's like a tiny enough portal that you can't really like use it for anything else.
Like it just like whoosh.
Yeah. But if you don't want to include like portal magic for whatever reason, then like that would be a problem. It just depends on what you're doing.
Hope that helps.
But yeah, hopefully we jogged your memory or your idea brainstorming abilities on stuff. So yeah. Anyways, so back to the trip. Did we have another picture lined up, or were we gonna go back to mine?
Into the rocks. So if you wanted to do either one,
I guess we could. Yeah, we could go on to the so a lot of this that we were just looking at is on like the more mountainy, foresty area of northern Arizona, and when you head towards the Navajo Reservation, which is kind of where we went to next, you go down into the other side of those mountains, so it's not as like forested and stuff.
And then you get red.
And so yeah, you get these kind of like red dirt type of stuff, and these mesas and like you get rock formations that look like this, and it's cool. And that over there, that looks cool too.
So also something about these pictures, I have a Samsung, so it gets really crisp, clean pictures, and I can take zoomed out photos to get like a whole grander scale of the land. But since phone gets really good colors.
Yeah, that's something we'll see more when we get to like the Grand Canyon, because that's where we notice how good my phone was at pulling out colors. Because Grand Canyon has a lot of like interesting color stuff that my phone was a lot better at capturing than her phone.
Yeah, you have like a Motorola or whatever. So it was really good at colors, like getting the distinction of the purple rocks and the red. Mine kind of just dulled everything out if there was too many colors.
Yeah.
In favor of getting a crisper picture.
Yeah. So hers generally looked better in terms of like the fidelity of the picture, but mine tended to look better if there was actually interesting color going on. So speaking of my types of pictures, let me go back over here too. So I think this is also where we started getting into the Navajo Res. You could see some of the mesa type formations. You have this larger one in the back.
Mine, the glare. We were in a car.
Yeah, so we were in a car. Yeah, there's a little bit of glare on here from the window. Because I didn't have the window down for this because we were going like, I don't know, 70, 80 miles per hour. And, there's a lot of air to rush it through the car.
Yeah.
But yeah. And there's like some I don't even know what this is. I don't remember, but it was
just a lot of small buildings.
But yeah, it's one of the things that's actually really interesting about driving through the Navajo Reservation is that there's just like random little buildings and shops just along the highway.
Yeah, like stands where you can tell people go to like sell.
And they're not like all in the same spot. They'll be like a little place, and then like 10 miles away, you'll find another one, but there will be nothing in between. And it's kind of weird because like, most other places where you have stuff like this, it's like businesses and stuff like kind of choose a location collectively to like place themselves in. So you'll have like a gas station and a convenience store and like maybe a hotel or a motel and a restaurant, and like you'll just have like this like small little cluster of things that are like intended to be like a pit stop for travelers.
But here it was like really nothing but housing.
Yeah.
And then stands.
Mm-hmm.
Farmland.
It was interesting.
Well, not farmland, but like they have horses and things. But yeah.
Yeah, they
farm implies like vegetation.
Yeah, they're
like
doing
that.
more ranching. That's
yeah,
what they're doing.
that's the word.
Yeah. In fact, Rezdog, for those of you that actually, follow him, I don't know. Words sometimes fail me. He's Navajo, and he spent a fair amount of time living on the reservation, and I'm sure he's told stories many times on his streams about like working with horses and stuff like that, and also blowing up cars.
Because you can here.
Because I mean,
there's space to do so.
Yeah.
I actually did see, but it went by so fast. I saw an area that you could tell they specifically are like either shooting and or blowing up stuff in that area for fun. But it was like on someone's like property land area. Yeah. But I was like, they have fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's
that's red.
Yeah, so this one you get kind of like more of the red tint in the dirt here.
Everything was red and pink and...
Yeah, but Navajo Res area, just that kind of area of northern Arizona looks really good.
Yeah.
Like I sent, while we were just like in the car traveling, I sent Rezdog a picture saying like, your home looks nice. And he was
what a lovely home. Like the entirety is just his house.
Yeah. Yeah, and here's a gorgeous formation here. Just
they're so flat and tall.
Yeah, I really like how this all looks, and just this great expanse here and leading up to this cliff face, and you can see the different levels of it too, just as you go along. It's really cool.
Mine you can see more layering.
Yeah, do you have one around here that you want to show off?
When you start showing more layering, maybe we can show.
Okay. Yeah, I think this. I think if the next few pictures are of the same like mesa formation, but like just different spots and angles.
Different flavors of rock.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure for the Gorons in the chat, they'll appreciate the subtlety and the flavors of rock here. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Wow.
Yeah, and even that's the same one that we were looking at earlier. This is just from a much further area where we pulled out of the, like, there's a little pull out area to
we
stop
could do
out.
some of mine, because mine are before that.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. So this one here?
Yeah. The next, like, handful are, like, all before that.
Yeah, so...
See how red and just the layers.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you got a good, like, picture here. With. Yeah. I love how this formation looks over here. The tree looks nice, too.
It's a good contrast.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one tree in all the reservation. No, I'm just kidding. No.
I mean, there weren't very many trees, to be fair, but... Yeah.
But where there was, it was thriving.
Actually, yeah.
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 That's why there's so little, because there will be one at a time taking everything.
That's kind of true. It's not entirely true, but it's kind of true. Yeah. Alright, and then we got this one over here. Yeah, the layers do come out really well on this.
The next one's really good.
Does it?
The next one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm looking. So I'll leave this one up here for a few seconds so that we can appreciate like all the little different ridges and stuff that we have along here.
Yeah. But this one, sometimes my phone gets colored really good.
There are some pictures that your phone got remarkably good coloration, but
like this one.
Yeah, but mine seemed more consistent. But look, here's another one. This is where the layers pop out really well. Each stripe is a different era of Earth's history. Exactly. Yeah. That's so. Anytime you see these types of layers, we're like each like line or layer that you see is like a billion years of. Well, it depends. But like we're talking about millions or billions of years of um, erosion or plate tectonic movement or something of the sort, depending on what you're looking at and where you're looking at it and stuff like that. One of the things that's really significant about the Grand Canyon is how shortly it was formed, because it was formed, I think, in the millions of years, not even billions.
It was
which
Jesus.
is which.
It's not that funny.
Well, it's because I was in the middle of my thought, and it took a second to process what you just said. But like, the Grand Canyon is, well, big, but it was formed really, really quickly, which has kind of left scientists a bit baffled as to how that happened.
Because it was Jesus.
Because it was Jesus, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, but regardless, it's fucking gorgeous. Like, all this stuff looks beautiful. Alright, so here's another one. I like how you kind of get the more sandy look at the top here, and then you have this very, like, red, earthy tone down at the bottom.
Sandstone.
And look, it's we got two trees, it looks like. Two trees that are thriving together. You know what that is? That's like me and Rezdog. Just the two of us out here in the desert.
Two bros chilling in a landscape. 5 feet apart. Thriving. Not gay.
Very gay, actually. What are you talking about? How romantic.
It's gay to have a best friend.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Alright, let's go.
How romantic.
Yeah. So here's another one. This one looks really good because I like the way the cloud shading actually adds to the different types of coloration we have here.
Yeah, it really shows the depth because, like, some places will just get really dark just because of the way it is. You can tell by the way it is. Yeah, the next two are like the plateau you were showing.
Oh yeah, it's the same one that I was showing. So here's this one.
The big flat.
Yeah.
I think these were actually called what are they called? Something cliffs.
I don't remember seeing a name for these, but
your mom said it.
Okay, yeah, I don't really remember that.
Let me go see.
Okay, you're gonna look it up.
You talk about that first.
I'm about to take a bite of my food.
ASMR. Less so.
Yeah, it wasn't a very crunchy bite. Very good though.
Vermilion Cliffs. There you go.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, these are the Vermilion Cliffs.
The next one specifically, I think, was because I think that's where she really.
Oh my god! I just have a funny edit that you could do with these.
What?
And very few people here would get it. It's maybe me and Lou Maris that would get this. I could put a picture of Donnie Vermilion from StarCraft 2 on these cliffs. The Donnie Vermilion cliffs. For you and Ed, this is Donnie Vermilion.
Okay.
God, I still need to do StarCraft 2 at some point. Well, I just need to do StarCraft in general at some point. We'll see what happens. Especially with some of my recent life changes, we'll see what ends up happening with that. But for now, we're still focused on the trip. So this next one, I think, is this the same one? Or
there's all of this next handful is Vermilion Cliffs.
Yeah.
You could probably go through them quicker than you are. But...
Yeah, well, part of it's like I'm like trying to take a bite between some of these pictures, so it's like, okay, let's give them time to stare at it while I eat my food.
It's fine.
Yeah, I love how you can see the blur.
I like these next three because it has my function where it's like zoom out and you really get the like gravity of how open it is.
Close out some of these tabs here so we don't have a million of them.
Yeah.
So, Wow, that does look good.
Can you move your EG cup?
Yeah.
Because I can't see chat.
Yeah, just move that somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. And then this one right here.
Really, that's.
Wow, that looks great. I love the colors.
I'm so good at taking pictures.
Yes, you are, love. Looks great. And then this one?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I like that one because it shows the depth of how far away they are from each other.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're talking about pretty big distances here.
Yeah. The next one too.
And I love how you got all these like rocks and stuff here.
Yeah.
Looks very good.
The next one.
And then this
same thing but bigger cliffs.
It's the same thing but different. Oh, that does look good though. Wow.
This next picture is beautiful, guys. This next one.
Oh. I'm like, why is she talking about this? Like, what? This is a weird. And I looked at what the next one is. So,
the art of the landscape, just you're breathtaking.
This next picture is pretty good.
Humans have made their marks in amazing ways, guys.
Yeah. So we found. So you know how like ancient humanity kind of like had like cave paintings and like petroglyphs and stuff like that. So here's the 21st century equivalent of that.
Thousands of years from now, what did it mean? Who was this god they worshipped? It's Sanic.
It's the god of speed.
Imagine Sanic, the meme drawing on a cave. Oh, the legacy we leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then I actually took a serious picture of what's behind Sonic, and it's better.
Yeah, this one's actually good.
This is the serious picture.
Yeah. Yeah. When we saw that Sonic picture, that just cracked us up. People in the future are gonna be so jealous. Yeah.
Oh, another thing that I didn't take a picture of was in the corner of that, which is just out of frame of Sonic. It says, "If you're reading this, you're gay."
Wow, I mean,
So-
why didn't we take pictures of that?
I don't know.
We could have showed that to everyone on stream, and then everyone watching this would be gay. Oh man,
My mom's watching this stream today.
the gay agenda is ruined.
The process of indoctrinating the straight is ruined.
Oh man, we really dropped the ball.
My family's watching this stream today because of these pictures, and I don't want them.
Yeah, they're gonna have a very different perception of me after this, aren't they?
I think they're just gonna be like, "Wow, you really talk more than you lead on."
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Well, yeah, it's because, I mean, it's just, I've accepted the fact that, like, me and most of the people in your family just have completely different interests.
That's fine.
And yeah, that is fine. It's not like...
They don't laugh at Sonic like we do.
Yeah. Like, they're not, like, it's not like they're bad people or anything. It's just, we just have different interests. And so,
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, we're just not passionate about the same thing, so we're not going to talk about the same thing. Anyway.
We can go back to yours now for a while. Your photos.
But yeah, so the Vermilion Cliffs, very beautiful. And so here's, yes, this is at the same pullout with the Sonic image. So I took this picture to kind of get the sense of a landscape, and you can see a little bit of the canyon right in front of us.
The different layerings.
Mm-hmm. And then this one, yeah, this is also in the same pullout, the other side of the Vermilion Cliffs.
Oh yeah, you walked away to go take that.
Yeah,
That's
just
right.
on the very left side of this picture was like a road sign. And so I walked out until it was out of frame, and I'm like, okay, cool, now I have this picture of the Vermilion Cliffs here from this side. But yeah, if I, like, literally, like, right here would be another would be a road sign.
I want to point out, by the way, and this isn't like a flex, but none of my photos are edited, by the way. I don't want
mine aren't either.
I know, but mine, like, sometimes the contrast
Well,
looks like
actually, hold on. That's not entirely true. There's a few where I cropped them.
Yeah, but I don't
like,
count.
yeah.
But I mean, like, some of mine look like I, like, adjusted the contrast and stuff, and I really didn't.
No, these are the pictures as is. So what you're seeing is roughly what we saw.
Yeah.
Honestly, if I'm being honest, what you're seing is not as good as what we saw.
Yeah.
Because this is more true, especially I think in some place like in Yellowstone. There's going to be some pictures where like you don't get the intensity of how beautiful we were seeing stuff.
Yeah.
Like particularly that night. Like the evening and the nighttime, like
everybody complains you can't take pictures of the moon. Yeah, you can't. We happened to have a full moon the night we went to Yellowstone. I'm never gonna forget that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately something I can't really effectively share with stream when we get to it.
There will be moon pictures.
We do have some pictures of the moon.
Insane.
It's just it's something you really do have to sincerely experience.
You take the moon and you take the sun.
Yeah. All right, next picture. Again, more of the Vermilion Cliffs that pull out. And it's some very good stuff. And I just noticed this decided to stop, so I'm gonna set it back up. All right.
I always forget you're playing music.
Yeah, I forget too sometimes because I'm just like talking, and then I'm like, wow, it's weirdly quiet. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I probably just stopped, didn't it? So yeah, Vermilion Cliffs. Okay, so this is where this is near the north rim of the Grand Canyon. So
I have one just before this.
Oh, you have one?
Show that real quick.
All right, do you want to show?
Yeah, just before this, I took some of the greenery once we got into Yellowstone.
Oh yeah,
nice.
That's right. Yeah, you got some. This
nice.
Is such a good picture. Like the way the sun kind of just pokes through here, and you can see that looks.
I took a video of this too.
Oh, you want to show the video?
Yeah, our first video. Yay!
All right,
it's just.
Oh, the videos are over here on. Yeah, that's right. I actually managed to. I did keep them in the same thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So all these videos, real quick, I just want to point out, they're all like just a few seconds, except Old Faithful.
Yeah. So we have 2 videos of us at Old Faithful. One of them is when it was scheduled to go off, and we were just kind of waiting to see when it happened. The other one is when it actually went off. So you'll hear a little bit of commentary in the first one, and the second one actually has the eruption. So
I'll actually post this video on Twitter later because we were listening to Muse in the car, and so the vibe of this video in particular is really nice.
Yeah, so
but we can't play it on Twitch.
Yeah, because it's copyrighted music that from a record label that definitely cracks down on that stuff. So
yeah. So silence.
So we'll watch this video in silence, but and by silence I mean I'll just leave the music I do have up.
You can probably just play it while we're talking.
Yeah.
Again, they're only like 20 seconds.
But yeah, it's a really nice video. Just as we're driving by the forest on the north side of the Grand Canyon.
They're just so like open and dense at the same time.
Like, do you remember roughly where we were when you took this? Because a lot of that area just looks very samey in terms of like the forest.
The little bit of drive before you technically enter the national park. I think it was just that drive. Because there's a point where they have the signage of like, now you are in the bounds of Grand Canyon National Park, but like up to that, there's still a nice drive.
Okay.
So it's just before we entered the park.
So yeah, that may have been. Yeah, so that could have been like even like 50 miles before the North Rim, actually.
I don't know.
Or something. I don't know.
Anyway. But it was just a nice, pretty, scenic drive.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
You could do the next video too, actually, and then look at the pictures.
Okay. And so, do we want the sound with this one, or do we?
No, it's just wind.
It's just wind. Okay. So yeah, so this is when we came across a bunch of bison in one of the fields before the North Rim of the Grand Canyon.
Well, we were in the park bounds.
So yeah, we were now.
So they're protected by the park.
Yes, so these are federally protected creatures, but this is before you're actually at the North Rim like location.
Yeah.
Like so this is like 15 miles away or something like
Yeah.
that. So it's
And they're like right up to the road there. You can kind of see where the gravel of the
Yeah.
side of the road is. Like they were right there.
yeah, no, like these bison really, yeah, they did not care about the cars going by. So my pictures or your pictures first?
Either one.
Okay.
Do yours. And then
Okay.
Go to mine. I just have one picture of bison.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, we took some pictures as we were going by as well. Hey, Lexi, waifu, what a great time for you to show up as we're talking
Look
about.
at these bison babies.
Yeah, we got some bison.
Show the video again in case you missed it.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Over here, yeah. So here's the video of us going by the bison. We're doing great, by the way. Thanks for asking.
My people.
My people, yeah, yeah, exactly.
She sensed it.
She sensed
She
it. yeah, yeah.
I want to actually Google something real quick.
Okay.
Because I remember my mom told me to Google this when we were on the trip, and I didn't. And
Okay.
I feel bad knowing she's probably watching.
All right.
Difference between bison and buffalo.
Okay, yeah. In the meantime, we'll show more of the bison or buffalo. We're about to find out the difference when my wife understands the difference. I think it had to do with the fact that buffalo means something in like Asia or something like that.
Oh, there's actually a body difference. Bison have large humps at their shoulders and bigger heads than buffalo. They also have beards and thick coats that they shed in the spring.
How
and
well
they
did
have
you guys
different
hear
horns.
my wife there, by the way? Because if not, she can repeat it. Because I don't know
I
how
think
well
I
you
was
were.
heard.
Did you guys hear her?
Why do you think I wasn't heard?
Because I was looking at the mic and it was looking kind of
Oh.
low.
Okay.
Okay, we're good?
Yay.
Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that you were heard.
Yay.
Okay. So it has to do with their humps on the back.
Yeah. I just closed it as you were double checking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, which one is it? Bison have humps. Your hand is so warm.
Sorry.
Bison have humps on their back, and they have bigger heads, and they shed and have beards.
Okay.
So these are bison.
These are bison that we're looking at. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, and there's the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Go back.
Yeah, so we're gonna go back. We'll show off the Grand Canyon, but we still want to show off the buffalo or bison. Bison?
Get it right. We just
Bison.
read it.
The bison. Okay, yeah, and you got a good
I
picture.
got babies on it.
Yeah, look at the babies over here. The babies over there.
H kills.
It's great. We got H kills in chat now. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah. But there was babies. They had stuffed animals too at the shops of buffalo or of bison.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also had the babies, and the babies had little like stumps where their horns are gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
That was really cute. I kind of wish we would have gotten that.
Yeah, I thought about it, but I
It
decided
looked very good quality, and I'm like, I don't want to spend $30 on a plushie in a national park, which I know is gonna be more expensive.
Yeah. Low key, the national parks, like at the stores and stuff, they kind of rip you off.
I'll get into that later in a little bit.
We'll get into a specific story that's a little bit weird in their defense, but like, yeah. Anyways, so here's the Grand Canyon. This is the one of the earlier pictures we got. So this would have been, we arrived there like a little bit before sunset. So
Oh yeah.
So it was like late afternoon
Yeah.
when we got here.
So these will vary from this time of day, like where the sun's starting
Yeah.
to kind of get low.
And we'll have some pictures of some of the same scenery, but with like actual sunset
Yeah.
colors.
Yeah.
And
Again, Sin's phone really got the colors.
Mhm.
It really came out like the purples and the reds.
Yeah.
I got one really good sunset picture though, so that one's good.
Yeah, so we'll pull that one up when we get there.
Yeah. Let's look at yours first.
But yeah, this is a really good one to just show off a lot of just the landscape and how it looks. This next one was a little bit more focused on like just this area. don't even entirely remember why I was focused on this area, but I'm like, that looks good.
You were excited about the rocks.
I really liked the rocks and geology, seeing all the different layers and just the way the landscape, like you could see it's kind of the canyon path. Yeah, you can tell by the way it is. Here's another one.
That's good.
Yeah. God, it's also gorgeous, and you could even see the mountains way in the background too.
So the main part of this like area we were at has like this lodging area on it with like big windows and a restaurant with lookouts and stuff. But there's also like little baby trails right along the sides of it. So we were pretty close to the edge. Not like the supposedly people say the south rim is like it just drops when you get to the edge, but this side it was like it had hills and it wasn't a straight drop off the edge of the cliff.
Yeah,
it was like you could see like there's trees there, obviously.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was.
So these first pictures don't really show how deep stuff are.
Yeah, there's I think one or two that I took that like did kind of get you the sense of the scale in terms of its depth, but most of these are going to give you the sense of scale in terms of breadth. So here's another one. Man, yeah, this is an example of where my phone actually pulled out colors pretty well.
Yeah. Like
because
there was still greenery and then just flat rock.
Yeah, and you could see if you really like focus in here, you can see a lot of different stuff right here where my mouse is, and across over here, and also you can even see like a little layer of haze right around here too.
Yeah. It's just so far away from each other. I couldn't. Everybody always told me, like, you're gonna go to the Grand Canyon. It's gonna be like, whoa, wow. Like in Parks and Rec, I think there's like a joke. Ron Swanson's like, the only place a man can cry is the Grand Canyon. But it's like, so it's very dramatic. But me not being a desert person, my brain was just processing it as like a picture, and so I wasn't like, whoa. It like took me a while to be like, wow, that's deep. That's far away.
No, this place is gorgeous. I'm actually because I haven't been to the Grand Canyon either, actually.
I had never been.
Yeah, never one of us had been here before. In fact, pretty much every park we visited for the first time. Like it was both our first times to the parks. And
I had never gone past. Well, actually, never mind. I was gonna say I'd never gone past like mid Arizona, but I've been to Nevada, so that's technically higher. But I went sideways out of Arizona, not
you've never really been through northern Arizona. Yeah. And I've been through northern Arizona before, but I've never been to the Grand Canyon. So this was new for me. Very, very gorgeous.
Yeah, so you got a lot of.
Yeah, this rock formation here is very prominent at the lodge that you visit when you're on the North Rim.
I think the trail that these were taken on was called like Angel Point or something.
I don't know. I
believe it was.
I don't really remember. But yeah, this place, this shot right here looks very good. This rock right here formation is just.
I like that boulder.
It's like right on the other. So it's like the lodge is like on one side. This is like right directly facing across from you.
Yeah.
This whole rock formation in front of us. So there's plenty of it in terms of like when you're visiting there, you'll see it plenty, and it looks great. Here's a more wide picture of it. You can see a lot more of the background canyons and stuff, and more trees and stuff right in here in the foreground. So you can see it's not a very intense drop off where we are, but you can definitely see you can see the tops of the trees just right here.
Slope more.
So there is a steep slope, but it wasn't like a cliff drop.
It wasn't a drop.
At least not where this picture was taken. There's a few places where it is like a cliff drop. But
and I scared Sin.
yeah, you did. But yeah, here it's more comfy and relaxed by comparison.
Yeah.
Here's another shot of this area over here.
Like this one you just took a lot of really good of the same area.
Well, yeah, so basically as we were walking around, it was like I was like stopping like every 10-20 feet to take some pictures. And I was like thinking like, am I being a bit absurd with the amount of pictures I was taking? I was like,
you were excited.
Well, and I was like, well, you know what? It's the Grand Canyon. If there's any place I'm allowed to stop every 10, 20 feet to take pictures of. It's the freaking Grand Canyon.
And Sin's never had a smartphone with a nice camera before, so it was kind of like, whoa, these are actually good.
Mm-hmm.
So you had fun.
Yeah. Oh, so this is one of the ones that I took to try to get the sense of the depth.
Drop.
Yeah. Because you don't necessarily see it super strong on our side, but you can kind of see on, like, along here. You can see, like, you can see how there's been, like, erosion and landslide
plants.
a little bit here, and it's just like, that's deep.
Like, it's so vertical, plants can't grow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, the trees here are stubborn.
Yeah.
They'll grow, like, if they can grow somewhere, they will grow somewhere.
I didn't take pictures of this, but later in Yellowstone, we were going by, like, rivers, and every so often there'd be, like, a singular boulder with just a tree just growing through the boulder. Because, like, there would be, like, a crack.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, I grow here.
Yeah, I think I have a picture of one of those. When we get to Yellowstone, there'll be a picture I have of just this singular tree growing out of spite because I admired that type of determination that it had, you know. So here's another one. We got this one.
This one's the same, but with glare.
So this one, yeah. So the sun was like, you know, in the process of setting here.
Artsy glare.
So you get like this kind of like sideways sun glare, and we thought that was really cool. And you get to see a lot of the depth of this side of the canyon, and then you get to see some of the scenery on our side of the canyon as well. Yeah. So it's really cool. I liked it a lot. And so this was a little bit further as we walked more on this trail, and so I got a good view. So this is, again, that same rock formation I was talking about earlier, but now we can see a little bit more of this side of it, and so that's...
By the way, all of the other places we went won't be as repetitive with what the pictures we took.
Yeah.
So, like, the first time seeing this, it was like, oh, this color's cool. Oh, but this way it looks cool. So there's a lot of repeated pictures.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit...
There'll be more variety later.
Yeah. Yeah, but this stuff I think is gorgeous enough in its own right to justify the repetitiveness of it. Because, my God. I mean, look at it, dude. Look at it. I love this, dude. I love it. I love it so much. Here's another one. In fact, I think, yeah, the thing is a more zoomed in area, like of this one, but from a different angle, because I think that rock formation's on the right here.
I just really liked all the different colors.
I did, dude. Like, because you could see some of the greenery on the top, and then you had the red cliffs. But
and
like,
with the sun going down pretty quick, it was like something would turn dark and something else would light up.
Yeah, it was really cool. And yeah, later, because we went in to have like dinner at some point, and then
we got like pizza,
and then we came back out and we took some more pictures, and that was like more in the deep sunset, and some of those are good.
Yeah,
like really, 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 really pretty. Because dude, desert sunsets I already love a lot. It's one of my favorite things about living in the desert is the sunsets we have here are gorgeous, very beautiful. And at the Grand Canyon, that was still very true. So yeah. Oh yeah, and here's one of the first sunset ones. Did you have any pre-sunset ones you wanted to share first? Okay.
I do.
Here, we'll come back to this one when we pull up some of my wife's pre-sunset Grand Canyon pictures, and then we'll get to the sunset.
Yeah.
So here's this one. Wow, yeah, you got a really good sense of scale on this one.
Yeah.
Because again, you can see the mountains in the back. You can see
how flat it is.
Oh, hello there, Violin. How's it going?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, a very long-time friend of both me and my wife, actually.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Man.
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah. Wow. Hello.
Shout him out real quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? I should do that. Let's do a shout out for Violin. If I could spell, why am I struggling to spell violin? Okay, but yeah, they do Kingdom Hearts speedruns and stuff. They're really cool.
And on YouTube, they do violin covers of games.
Yeah, so we know Violin because he was one of the violinists in a string quintet I formed after high school.
Yeah.
And he was probably the most consistent member we had, actually.
Yeah. You're talented.
And yeah, he's very good at what he does. I loved working with him. He's great. He's a very chill attitude about a lot of things. A good sense of humor. Chill vibes, chill dude. Yeah. So very very.
Gushing about our friends. Sorry.
Yeah. You gotta simp for your friends a little bit, you know.
Yeah. And our vacation was good. We're right now showing our pictures from Grand Canyon.
Yeah. So what was the next picture?
This was our first day of our trip, by the way.
Yeah,
It was all in one day.
Yeah, we went all the way to the Grand Canyon in one day.
Yeah.
So
that's why it's sunset.
Yeah, that's why
it's getting to be.
Yeah, that's why we got there. Basically as the sun was starting to set. Next picture is this one. Mm-hmm. That I pulled in the wrong tab. There we go.
Way to go.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, and you can see some of the haze effect that I was talking about before over here. That looks really good.
My phone doesn't like to focus sometimes, but it still gets pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
Yeah. You do the next one. I like this next one. It's Artsy Glare.
Artsy Glare?
Artsy Glare.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I got that.
It's like that J.J. Abrams lens flare.
Dang.
But yeah, I
put it in a frame.
Yeah. You want good sun flare? Here it is.
Yeah. The next picture is real art, though.
Oh. Yeah, I could see. You know what? I should firmly agree, shouldn't I? That should be what I'm doing. Yes, this next picture looks great, and you should all admire it. There it is. It's me standing on the edge of the railing, on the edge of the cliff of the Grand Canyon, in front of the lodge.
If your hair was just going the other way, it would be like a novel cover. Like Fabio-esque.
Yeah, but the wind was going the other way, so I can't control the wind. I'm not some kind of wind shaman.
We didn't pay the wind to do anything.
We didn't lobby for that. We didn't legally bribe them or anything like that. So
Anyway, another photo.
Yeah, here's some more of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, and then we get into the sunset ones.
Okay.
I only have two sunset ones, so if you want to do mine first.
Okay, yeah, we can start with your sunset stuff first.
This one was just before sunset.
Yeah, so
before we went to go eat.
Yeah, this was probably the last picture that was taken before we actually went to go eat, and then we ate, and then we came back out, and it was like it was sunset. It was like peak sunset. Yeah.
There was no clouds though. If there were clouds, we probably would have been like, whoa, because the way clouds pick up sunsets in the desert is like crazy.
Dude, yeah, like they were actually today.
Yeah.
Like while we were out doing some stuff before
gas.
stream. Yeah, like filling our car with gas, for example, among a few other things related to the job that I had recently quit. But just dropping some stuff off, and then
there was monsoon happening.
There was so we've been having some clouds because of some rainstorms that we've been having because it's monsoon season in Arizona. And
the sun just like bleeds into the clouds.
Dude, yeah,
it's so orange.
Yeah, so we got like oranges and pinks and purples. Yeah, I love that about the desert.
Yeah, I will say, I'm not a desert person, but monsoon and sunsets are just real good.
Very good stuff. Yeah.
Anyway, the next one, my phone picked up color.
Yeah.
Woo!
So here's that rock formation that is right in front of the lodge, and yeah, dude, look at these colors in the sunset here. I even like how it kind of we have this like almost like dip in the actual gradient here, and how it kind of blends out on the left here, and then you have the more intensity from like the sun over here on the right.
Yeah. Good job, me.
Yeah, good job, wife. You did a very good job.
So this was one side of the lodge. The next one was my sunset pick on the other side of the lodge.
Yeah, that looks good.
So that one has a little less sun just because we're on the other side of the building.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's more pink. And it's nice.
Yeah, this one looks great.
I forgot what you have.
I had more of the sunset pictures for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can go ahead and I'll go ahead and close these, and then we'll look at my sunset pictures. So let's do it.
Yeah, you got pinks right there.
Yeah. So yeah, here you could. This is where we actually noticed how good my phone was at the colors, because we
Yeah.
were noticing how much the reds and the pinks were coming out
Yeah, we're
so
like
much more
comparing
intensely.
them.
Yeah, it was really really good. And then there's this one.
This was the other side.
Yeah,
It even pulled the blue out that from the dark. Where
Yeah.
the sun was already gone.
Yeah, no, because you have the blue over here, and even some of the blue kind of like on
The purple.
the actual like canyon itself, and then the reds, of course, and the pinks kind of on top of this blue layer, and the orange. It's so good. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I feel like I'm gonna get very repetitive, but you know, it's fitting that we're listening to the Kingdom
Ooh,
soundtrack
this has
while I'm
the
talking.
Valley.
Yeah, it's fitting that we're listening to the Kingdom soundtrack while I'm talking about how pretty everything is, because that's what I do when I'm playing that game.
This shows a really nice valley.
Yeah, I liked this one because you could really see like this like canyon valley.
You
over
thought
here.
it was deep? It goes deeper.
It really, yeah, you can't see the Colorado River.
I was gonna say,
You know?
when I started like processing how big the Grand Canyon really was, I was like, there's these things like in the ocean, and it's like,
Oh
if
yeah,
you
yeah,
picture that and how it just gets dark, it's like you can actually see it here. Like,
Yeah.
this is the kind of stuff that's in the deeper parts of the ocean.
exactly.
And
Actually,
it's like, that's crazy.
yeah. So then they're formed in similar ways. So it depends on which trench you're looking at, but yeah, it partially you can if you can imagine this type of erosion happening at the seafloor, that does happen. Though it's a little bit different in the seafloor, particularly for the one in the Atlantic, because that trench is formed. I think it's the Marianas Trench. Is that what that one is?
I don't know.
I think it's the Marianas Trench. You can fact check me on that, but it's like the trench that people talk about. But that one is specifically formed not just simply by like water-based erosion, because you know it is in the middle of the ocean, so there's kind of that happening everywhere. It's more specifically happening by the tectonic plates moving away from each other.
Mhm.
Again, this is specifically in the Atlantic Ocean. And it's actually why Iceland technically is only going to get bigger over time. Because Iceland exists because of that fault line diverging. So yeah. But if you could imagine all of this at the bottom of the seafloor, that's how crazy deep those things go. So slightly different reasons why they're there, but similar level depth.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that's kind of crazy about the world, like in terms of its geography and geology and stuff like that. It's the scale of things is huge, and it's really hard to wrap your minds around, really. Like, because it's like, oh yeah, you know, that's really deep, but it's like, yeah, but can you? In fact, you know what? I remember the joke I made while we were at the Grand Canyon, because I think I said something along the lines of, can you imagine Breath of the Wild Link just jumping off the top, and how long it would take for him to ragdoll to the bottom?
What was the tweet that I made from what you said? I forgot.
Let's see. Let me pull up your Twitter. Let's see. I'm scrolling a bit.
I don't think it was that far.
It wasn't that far?
I did not use Twitter while we were up
Oh,
there.
you didn't use it like at all? Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. Oh, no, that's
right there.
Yeah, here it is. So takes Sindef to Grand Canyon. Cool. How far down is it?
No, but it was. I kind of adjusted that tweet, but what you actually said is you took a picture. I think it might have been like one of these pictures that showed like the valley,
Mm-hmm.
and you were like looking at it, and you were like, "Cool." So how far down do you think it is? And I was like, dude, like implying you're gonna jump or something. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. Well, and then I made the comments about, you know, Breath of Wild, Zelda, or
Yeah.
Link, and then...
But I had to tweet that, and like, because it's like, it's so on brand of you to want to kill yourself at the Grand Canyon.
This is the most beautiful place on earth. I want to die here.
What a wonder. Well, I did say to you before, like, if you could pick ways to die, I've already picked my way I'd like to die. And I warned Sin about this beforehand. I'm like, if I do get attacked by a bear, I need you to vouch for me after I'm dead, not to have that bear killed, because it's not the bear's fault. Like, because people do that. They're like, oh, this bear now knows what people taste like and it's gonna murder. I'm like, no, it's not. Just have it relocated and it's fine. So if I die from a bear, thank you. I'm fine with it. Just don't kill the bear.
All right.
I did not die, by the way.
Really? Wow. I'm glad for you. Good job.
Good for you.
Good job not dying, especially considering we haven't even gotten to the picture that actually scared the crap out of me. So.
This is the next
I
day.
guess that was the last of my sunset
Speaking
pictures.
of pictures
Okay.
that scared the crap out of Sin, if you want to go to mine first.
You want to go to yours first? Okay.
Yeah, it's the second one of this day.
So,
So
all right.
This one.
Okay, so we can start with, what was this called again? It was like
Angel's Window or
Angel's
something.
Window?
Something
Okay.
window.
Something like that. Yeah.
Because it has a window.
Yeah, right there. Oh, a window where you could see the other side of the canyon. It's really cool. And you actually end up walking along that. You could even see some of the tourists there already.
We'll go up there. We have pictures of them.
Yeah, but
the picture that scared Sin. I was taking this for my mom to scare my mom, and in turn I scared Sin.
Yeah. So here it is.
I was on the edge.
Yeah, she so where this was taken this was like not where it's not at the area I just pointed out.
Trail.
Yeah, it's like on a trail, but it doesn't have like railing there.
This is the next day.
So she basically walked right up to the edge of the cliff to take this picture, specifically because she wanted to freak her mom out. But I was also there, and I care about you, and you scared the crap out of me.
It was fine. They would have it blocked off if you couldn't stand there.
Like, even Lumaris is in chat looking at this sweating.
Yeah, I am not afraid to die. I've made my peace with death, and I'm like, if this is how I go, it's a cool story. So I was like, let's do it. And I'm like,
yeah, and I was just standing there like, I basically, dude, I was so, like, my heart rate just like jumped.
it's fine.
Well, clear. I mean, we're fine now, but like at the time, I was
fine then.
I was really freaked out though, because I didn't want to lose you, you know. Which we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. But you did have me pretty worried for a bit there. Not gonna lie, you had me in the first half. Anyways, let's move on to these pictures. So this is in that same area. So this is the next day. Like we went here like 11 in the morning?
I think we did the hike. We were gonna go to Vernal from here, right?
Yeah, that was the same day.
Yeah. So we went on the hike maybe like 10:30.
So it was like 10:30 in the morning.
11.
Okay, yeah.
11:30. Sorry.
Sometime around there, yeah. So like later in the morning, but you know, still morning though.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had this is
just a little view hike, not like a intensive.
Yeah. So, but this is the little pathway that leads to the top of the window rock. I think this might be window rock actually. It's either Angel's Window or Window Rock, or it's some other third thing because we're both wrong.
Something with a window. To the window, to the wall, to the sweat drips down.
As the sweat causes you to fall.
Yeah. Sing got a lot of pictures here because there was a lot, very good depth, and because it was like very high in the day, you could really see how deep stuff goes.
Yeah.
Like how that just drops.
Yeah, dude, this is actually really good. Because bear in mind, so you can see this in the foreground here. This is way out there.
Yeah.
like pretty far out there, and we could see the top of it, and we could still see how intensely it drops down, and how there's more, and it goes off camera, like both on the high end and the low end. It's off camera, and this is huge what we're looking at. Like this place, it's grand. This canyon is grand. Yeah, no, but seriously, they call it the Grand Canyon for a reason. It's really, really, really big.
I have wipes here. My hand smell and salsa.
Okay. But yeah, and so here's my picture of the window rock, or Angel's Window, whatever it's called.
To the window, to the wall.
Yeah. And actually, oh yeah, and here you can see, so this is on the left here, in the bottom left. That's what the previous picture was. So you can get a sense of, like, okay, so we're here, and that's there, and my goodness, it still drops off. This is very, very deep.
Yeah, look how small the people are.
yeah, like people for scale over there, you know?
People for scale.
People for scale.
Scale for scale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so another picture on the side here of just, I really liked the red cliffs here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just something I liked in general about northern Arizona, like in the areas around Grand Canyon and the Navajo Reservation.
You really like warm colors.
Yeah, and there's at least one picture I have in southern Utah that really pops out on that. So like that, just that geological region I find very beautiful. It's really good. Also, you can see my finger in the side of this picture. It's just poking out there. It's fine.
Finger reveal?
Finger reveal?
Only hands?
No, that was Rezdog's reading streams from like a year ago.
He did a gun stream.
Well, that's true. I forgot. Yeah, he had a gun maintenance stream a couple months ago, didn't he? So yeah, I guess you would have seen his hands there as well.
I wasn't looking at the hands. Only guns.
Only gun.
Only gun. Top gun.
I mean, if your name is Rezdog or Yang in our Discord, that's apparently all you care about is gun. No, it's
Anyway.
fine. They're passionate about guns. It's fine. You know, we have our differences of opinions, but they have their interests, and that's valid.
Ooh, this is a tiny valley.
Yeah, so this is a pretty.
Was that a river? When we were there, we couldn't even tell if that was a river or if it was just like dirt.
Oh wait. No, that's. I want this. I can't zoom in more. Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We couldn't even tell when we were there.
Yeah, but I zoomed in pretty deeply here, and like. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to tell if there's any water flowing or sitting there or anything. Like, maybe that right there is a tiny little, like, pond or something, but...
Anyway.
I don't know. But this was a zoomed-in picture just to kind of, again, try to get a sense of, like, how deep it is, because, like, this is it's kind of hazy because it's far away. Like, because you can see in the foreground on the right here, some stuff is closer. This is very far away, what we're focused on here. Oh yeah, and then here's
this is the same as that, but just closer.
Yeah, so do you want to show yours first then?
Either way.
Or I mean, I guess we've already shown this one, but I'll go ahead and hop to yours then.
Mine got color in this one. Ooh, mine really got color in this
Yeah,
one.
it came out pretty well. Yours came out very well here, actually. Oh, and actually, yeah, you can see right here. That's what I was zoomed in on, right there.
Oh.
It's right there. So this was the foreground of what this picture. Think about that. That's what the foreground was, and that's what we're looking at there. That is freaking far. Because this is where we actually were in the foreground of this picture. That's insane. Right? This picture does look great.
When my phone gets color, it gets color.
When your phone does it right, oh my goodness, it's so good. Here's another one from her phone.
That's the similar one, but again, farther out.
Yeah, again, there's that area over there. But yeah, we have you're facing more to the left of this area, so you can get some of the stuff over on this side.
Yeah.
And, oh my goodness, dude, it's so good.
And we're focusing on the foreground here because of the colors, but look how far away that back is.
Look at that. In fact, I remember trying to get a picture of this mountain, And it was just like every time I really zoomed on, it was so blurry and hazy
so far away.
because you can't get a good pic, at least not with the phone camera. Maybe with like an actual high quality, dedicated camera, you probably could.
But it still wouldn't even make out much. It would just make out a color.
Yeah, probably. So yeah, I'm like pointing out how far this is because like this is far. This over here on the left is far. This is even further. All this back, this is even further, and that mountain over there is beyond that. This is wide and deep to an insane degree. Like, my goodness, this is huge. And I love it. So here's another picture. So
this is like one section of red. But
yeah, I think these are some of the same red cliffs that I was showing off earlier in some of my pictures. But like, it's so good. It doesn't come across easily in the picture, but I'd love to see how far the horizon. Yeah, I mean, it's something that you kind of just have. I mean, even in person, it's a little bit hard to fully wrap your mind around, like, just how tremendously far things are. That's why I'm like trying to point out to you, like, this thing in the foreground is far. This thing in the beyond that is comparatively far, and the thing beyond that is comparatively far as that is, and so on and so forth. And that's how far that thing way in the background is.
Yeah.
So like right here, so we could kind of see stuff way out in the back there, right? Like, so those mountains, this mountain right here that I'm pointing at, it's probably about, it's like pretty far from this mountain right here, which is pretty far from like this edge right here, which is far from this edge right here, which is, there's got to be a huge valley between this and like this peak right here, and there's a whole other valley between this and this peak over here, and that is still as far as this, and we still have another ridge, another ridge, another ridge, another ridge, and then you're finally where we are. Right? That's freaking far.
Yeah. Like, I was telling your mom about I don't know if it's a documentary or what it was. It was just they did this really big hiking trail in the inside of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
And they had to like very extensively plan it because it takes over a year to do.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just following. I think it was following the river in the Grand Canyon, not
but
even
all
doing
on foot,
like,
right?
Yeah. Not even doing like any other kind of like bigger areas, just like the main area following the main river, and going up and down as necessary. But yeah, like they started in I think like spring, made it through summer, went through winter, all the way back.
Dude, the
around.
summer would be brutal.
Yeah.
Because something to understand is that we were at the very top on the north rim, which was, it's like, I don't know, how would you describe the temperature there?
When we got there, or when we were here this day?
Just in general, like, if you were to describe how between just how it is to exist at the north rim, at the very top, because we're at the top of the canyon. So
here,
right?
On this day when we were there, it felt like it was in the high 80s, maybe.
Yeah, Fahrenheit, by the way, for
Fahrenheit,
for people who aren't American.
So like it's uncomfy for being in the sun, but it's like it's doable. You know? Elevation sucked. I couldn't breathe, but
yeah.
But beside the point.
But something to understand about elevation is that the higher you are in elevation, the colder it gets. Usually. There's a lot of factors that create temperature, but the general rule is if you're in a higher elevation, you're going to be colder than in a lower elevation.
Yeah.
So it was like decently warm at the very top of this canyon. So the very bottom of the canyon, where the river actually is, where the Colorado River flows through, that is really warm and also humid because the river is right there.
Yeah.
Because we're far enough away at the very top of the canyon to not really feel the humidity of the river because it's so far away. So it's actually pretty dry, which means the effects of humidity don't really take effect on you.
Yeah.
But when you're at the river, you experience humidity, and so when it's really warm and it's humid, it's really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, humidity amplifies temperature. So when it's really cold and wet, you're really, really cold. And when it's warm and also wet, it's really, really warm.
Oh, and also with this film that I was talking about, is they had to plan on having somebody plant water and food rations at
Yes.
certain parts of it because they just wouldn't have survived otherwise.
Yeah.
Because like there's only so much fresh drinkable water you can get. And like so
Let
it's like
alone
they
the
couldn't
food.
just like stop by the river and just fill up their things. Like you just can't. I don't know. But
Well, yeah, because at some point, even like whatever filter you have will like kind of wear out.
yeah.
Um,
And so they had to like they could only ration things so much where they needed somebody to have a planned drop for them there, pretty much.
yeah. So, and again, so part of why I'm emphasizing the difference in temperature is to emphasize how much hotter it would be at the bottom. So, like, if you ever hear about how hot Phoenix, Arizona is in the summer, and it is like crazy hot. We're talking in Fahrenheit degrees. It goes into the triple digits.
Yeah.
So
I think
like
traveling when we
it's
got
like
to Phoenix
100.
was like 115.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So when we were traveling through Phoenix, like what 2 days ago, or no, yesterday. That was yesterday.
Yeah.
My sense of time's a bit warped too. Like I was talking, we got home like in the early evening.
Like 4 something.
No, it was more like 6 actually.
No.
Yeah, it was maybe 5:30, but anyways, we got home in the early evening, and then like later in the night, we were talking to me and my wife were talking with my brother, and it occurred to me while I was talking to him that like some of the things I was talking about were the same day as me talking to him then, and I was like, wow, it feels like a whole day has passed. It just feels weird, and my brain still hasn't quite adjusted that, so I still feel like it feels like what happened yesterday happened 2 days ago.
Yeah. Got sidetracked.
Yeah, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
So after the picture there's a one that's still relevant. So you might want to skip and go back. Skip that and go back.
Oh, okay, yes, okay. So, but yeah, but suffice to wrap up the point I was getting a tangent on. It's in Phoenix, Arizona, when we were driving through that. It was like 113 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pretty freaking warm. And the bottom of the Grand Canyon, where the Colorado River is, I don't think it gets that warm, but it gets close. So it'll still break triple digits in Fahrenheit degrees. So it gets very warm, and like I said, because the river's there, you're also humid, so it's going to be uncomfortable.
Desert is very dramatic when it comes to temperature, both ways, because it can get really cold.
Yeah, because the humidity is what kind of regulates temperature. So when you're in a dry place, the temperature can actually fluctuate. The temperature is whatever the sun is doing, you know, which is why nighttime gets cold. So like if you play Breath of the Wild, for example, in the Gerudo Desert, during the day in certain areas of that desert, you have to wear clothing that reduces the effects of heat on you.
You can die of the heat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is very real actually.
If you're at night,
if you're ever visiting the desert, like any desert really, make sure you bring plenty of water and make sure you're doing what you can to regulate and reduce heat, because I mean this is something we hear about basically every year. There's like people who visit this place in the summer for some reason, and then they go on a hike and they bring like a water bottle, and what happens with these people is that they die. And I'm not joking actually. They go on a hike, they overexert themselves, they suffer from heat stroke and dehydration, and they die. No joke, like they straight up die because your body gets overheated. So in the desert you have to really make sure you're taking care of that and try to utilize shade wherever you can, because the shade will be significantly cooler.
Even traveling back yesterday, I'm pretty sure this is probably dramatic, but I feel like my internal organs were cooking because I was directly in the sun, not in front of the air conditioning in the car, and I was getting like nauseous. I felt very unwell just being in the direct sunlight in the car, not having any kind of cool air hitting me. It wasn't until we hit a monsoon storm where I started to kind of feel better. And even still, for like 3 or 4 hours after that, I still felt very sick.
Yeah, no, I remember suggesting to you, um, even just, like after we came home, just taking like a cold shower,
Yeah.
which I don't think you did right away, but I did.
I just needed to lay in front of the fan when we got here
Yeah,
and drink juice and be fine.
yeah.
But
So
it's not kidding here.
yeah, but on the flip side, especially in winter, nighttime can get very cold as well.
Yeah.
Like we in our winters here, we actually, so while our summers are blisteringly hot, our winters we regularly will hit below freezing. Like that's not at all weird here. Um, it is. We don't get like crazy low temperatures. Like we don't get like for example, if we get snow, it's pretty rare. The part of that's actually
I
because
don't think-
we're too dry to get snow most of the time.
Yeah. I think we never really go below 20 unless you're like in the middle of the desert, probably. But I don't
So
think we've ever
yeah,
really
below
gone
20 degrees Fahrenheit is it has happened a few times while I've been alive here, but it's pretty rare. Um, but going into like 25 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit range is not that unheard of in an average winter here. Um, Now with global warming, that could change over time, but or could actually become more dramatic. There's a lot of things we're not 100% certain on with that.
Anyway,
But yeah.
that's desert science.
But yeah, so and I was going to say with Breath of the Wild in the Gerudo region, that's why at those same places that have you wear warm clothes to reduce the effects of heat on you in the day, will also make it so that you need to wear clothing that reduces the effects of cold on you at night because it does get cold.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So, next picture. We saw a lizard.
Yeah, so yeah, we were talking. We didn't even really talk about this picture that's currently on screen, but it's gorgeous.
We talked enough about this area.
It's gorgeous. Here, let me go ahead and close out these pictures. But yeah, this picture is gorgeous. And
same thing.
Yeah, let's go till I hit the lizard as well, because we both took pictures of lizards. The same lizard, actually. So yeah, here's more of the landscape. God, it's so great.
Yeah, you really have a lot.
I got a lot of pictures here. And here's me kind of zooming in towards the backside of the canyon. So just kind of, again, I'm trying to gauge just how freaking far everything is. And so I'm zoomed in.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how often you zoomed in and I zoomed out.
Yeah.
Like, because I have a 0.5 zoom feature.
Yeah, I don't.
And you loved to get as close as you could. And
I like to focus in on things, yeah.
And I was just like, this is crazy. Look at all of it at once.
And I think both matter, especially with something like the Grand Canyon, because you do want the big sweeping pictures to get the sense of how broadly huge the area is, but also zooming in also tells you how huge the area is, because you can't even get to everything.
Can't even function.
So that's why this picture exists. And then here's a more wide picture of what's going on here. And yeah, you can see the different layers of the cliff here, and on this side as well. That little swirly valley over there. Oh yeah, and here's me zooming on this area, because like I wanted to like kind of focus on this area because like it's all part of this like rock structure on the right, but it's still significantly further away and lower. And that helps me get a sense of the scale. You can see and you can see some of the trees here. Look how small those trees are. They look so small. And they're all over here. Like here's a tree, here's a tree, here's a tree, here's a tree. They're so small on here. And then you think about how far those things are way out there, and oh my god, it's beautiful. Yeah, just some more cliffs here. Trees dotting this whole cliffside. And some sheer drops too. My goodness. Oh yeah, and this is a more wide picture of it, or pulled out picture. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's not wider, but it's less zoomed in. That's what it is. You can see the hand railing right here, actually.
Yeah.
Another one.
You really liked that particular spot.
I really
it really
did.
shows.
I really did.
Yeah.
Because there were just so many. There was so much to observe here, and I wanted to really appreciate it. Okay, and then here's the lizard that we were talking about. So
we basically trapped a lizard accidentally.
yeah, so like while we were on top of that window rock area thing, and we both noticed this lizard that was like standing between us.
I like turned a corner and saw the lizard and was like, "Man, the lizard!"
Mm-hmm.
And then you turned around and trapped the lizard, and he was just like,
Yeah.
So you got front, I got the back.
Yep. Dude, look at the little ridging on it. That looks good. That's a good lizard.
That's a good lizard. Look at those toes.
Dude, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this lizard was fun. And I got another one here. Look at the way he's turning his head, like it's just like looking at me. It's like what's the Sindef doing?
Anyway.
All right, and then you have another pick. Or we showed that one actually. Yeah, that one. So
what's your next one?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So my next one. So
more rocks.
more. I loved these cliff faces, dude. I loved it. I really, because you can see a lot of the red cliff faces here, and just the depth of it, the scale of it. You can see how far it goes out this way, and you can see the area over here. This like canyon valley over here, on the left.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed this area. Here's another one. Yeah, I had a lot. I think. Yeah, I had more pictures here than any other place for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
You really like that kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and here's my comparison or my version of this picture. It's not. It doesn't It doesn't have as much. Scale, but it has its detail.
Yeah.
And again, another canyon valley area between the different peaks.
Mm-hmm.
It's gorgeous, man. It's very good stuff. Oh yeah, so this one I wanted to zoom in on this like kind of greenish gray area because I felt like I was like thinking about the things I was taking pictures of, and I'm like, what hasn't been appreciated enough? And I was like, this area right here, this needs more appreciation. I want to appreciate this, and so I took this picture.
What's the opposite of fuck this spot in particular?
Appreciate this spot in particular. I don't know. All right, and then we left.
This was leaving the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, so these are the same bison that we saw on the way in. So this is on our way out.
Yeah, they were actually crossing the road this time.
Yeah, actually, yes, we straight up had to like stop because like a few cars in front of us, they were crossing.
Yeah,
like it was like 3 or 4 cars in a line, and we were at like and we were towards the back of that line.
So like there was half on one side, half on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a baby chasing a bird.
Yeah, we didn't capture that.
I did not get it on video. No, I had stopped my video just before, but I also deleted that video because it was too much going on in the car. It wasn't appreciating the bison enough.
Yeah.
What do you have?
And then I think I have another bison picture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because the flowers come out really well on this one. That's why we wanted to include it, because you could see the bison very well. And the yellow of the flowers just it pops out.
Yeah.
And it's like a little family eating together. It's cute. Dude, this trip made me fall in love with bison.
Yeah, there was so many bison.
Like, I didn't have much of an opinion of bison before. I'm like, yeah, they're cool, they're whatever. That was kind of my opinion before
Big
this trip.
cow.
But like after this trip, I'm like, I love bison.
They truly do not give a fuck about
Dude,
you.
bison don't give a fuck, and that's the best thing about them. They know you can't really do anything about them, but they're also really chill about it.
Yeah, they're like, you're not worth my time. You're not gonna mess with me. I'm protected by this park.
Well, forget about whether or not they're protected legally. They're thick. You cannot win a fight against them. Even if you had weapons, you'd probably still lose.
Yeah.
That's how much.
You'd
That's
have
how
to take
powerful
a
they are.
second person because they would kill the first person in the process of them killing the bison.
Yeah, it's like I was like thinking about this with like druids in like D&D or World of Warcraft or whatever, where it's like there should be a bison form that like people use more, because like in World of Warcraft there's like a tanky bear that you can like morph into. That's the one you turn into to soak a lot of damage and stuff, and be like raw and angry in the front of the group.
But bison truly are tanks.
Yeah,
bears have soft points.
Yeah, bears are squishy compared to bison. I think if you want the truly durable animal build, you probably go for like some kind of big turtle. But if you want but if you want something that's also not a turtle, you can do a bison.
What's that?
Yeah.
More bison.
More bison. Oh yeah, and you got the baby bison right here. It's great. It's really remarkable how different their fur looks when they're adults.
Fur.
Yeah, the baby fur versus adult fur is notably different. So it makes the babies really actually pop out quite a bit. Okay, and then this is landscape again. Yeah. So this is
So we were going to Vernal after this.
Yeah, so we were on our way. So our ultimate destination was Vernal, Utah, and if you know anything about this region that we're describing and have a sense of like distances, and if you made note about the fact that we were still at the Grand Canyon around like 11 or 11:30 in the morning, and you're thinking, hey, we went up to Vernal, Utah. That's in the northwest part of or northeast part of Utah. That would take a long time to get there.
It did.
It did. You want to know when we got to Vernal, Utah? 1 a.m.
Your bets now.
Well, yeah, we arrived there at 1 a.m. So this day of driving went on very long. We don't have a lot of pictures of this day because
there's one point when we finally died inside, and we just wanted to get to a hotel.
A little bit, yeah. You know. But yeah, so anyways, we're on our way. We're making our way towards southern Utah from northern Arizona now. So we've left the Grand Canyon. We're heading north, more northwest. So we're coming down off the mountains here. So these mountains in the distance are on like the other side of a valley on the north side of this. And I just wanted to take some pictures to appreciate it.
Yeah.
So
that's really blurry. Why did we save that one?
I think we saved this one because you could see like the
difference,
the landscape right here, so you could see some of the hills going down the mountain, and then the big valley, and how far across they are, and then you can still see the layers even.
Okay.
So you still have the layers of the mesas and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, this was as we were getting closer to southern Utah, a bit blurry. We were in a car, so it was a little bit hard to take clear pictures because, you know, the bumps in the road or just the fact that things are flying by. Like these plants look very blurry because we're driving by at like 70 miles per hour. I don't know. But you can see a little bit of civilization. Yeah. This is a better picture, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's a lot crisper.
Crispy pictures.
Crispy pictures.
Yeah.
And then you had one that was pretty good here.
Yeah, it's just like a random...
It's just...
Oh, this is the F in the chat rock!
Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, you want to put your F in the chat? Because...
I forgot that's why I took that picture.
Yeah.
Not only was it just like a cool structure structure like it's made there.
It's a
Like,
geological
it's a cool
structure.
Geological structure.
Yeah.
But it also had an F.
Yeah.
F in the chat for this lonely mountain.
Yeah. I mean, it's got people. There's people here. And over there.
It's got some beans.
It's got some beans, yeah. But why F? What was the name? It was like Flounder or something like that? No? I could pull up a map.
Or something, probably.
I could pull up a map. Hold on, let me pull it up on the side first.
Google gonna give away our location.
That's why I wanted to pull it up on the other monitor first. Yeah, because we were heading towards... Oh, okay, so yeah. So we were...
Fredonia.
Yeah, here, I'll pull this over here for you guys. So we were making our way to Kanab. This is where we had lunch. That's where I had that curry that I was talking about earlier. So this picture right here was taken in Fredonia. So we're right here. We're coming up this highway right here. And we're going to go up this way towards Kanab. And so as we were driving by, she took this picture.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yay.
Yay.
All right. Let's see. What did you have another picture lined up, or?
That's for after we ate.
Yeah. Did I have another thing before Kanab? Yeah. Okay. So then there's this. So a cloud was over us. I liked this picture because it had where we were was like dark, but you could see that mesa in the back, and how well lit it was, and so I thought it had good color contrast. That's and I like the landscape. It's good. It's pretty. I like it. You want me to show this one first?
What do you have next?
I don't remember.
Just go next and we'll
Okay.
See.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still some more.
Yeah, some more.
Just different mountains.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Very pretty. You can see very different type of plant vegetation from before because we're in a different area. Oh yeah, and so this is after Kanab. But I think this is like this is the only picture I have of Southern Utah, isn't it?
I don't know.
Because I remember having a hard time getting a lot of pictures.
I have a couple after.
I remember having a hard time getting a lot of pictures in Southern Utah, because I don't know. I think it's just like the bumps in the road and the blurriness of it. I just
glare.
And the glare. I had a hard time getting good pictures in Southern Utah.
We were also a little stir crazy at the car. Just couldn't move.
Yeah. But I got this picture as we were driving through Southern Utah, and I love it. This is one of the better pictures I have. I love just like the pointiness.
Random geological weirdness.
Yeah, this wasn't like in any park or anything. This is just along the highway, just as we're driving by. Yeah, I love the reds and the oranges. I love how Southern Utah has more of this like kind of like pointiness and verticalness to like their canyons. Yeah. It makes it feel a bit distinct from northern Arizona, even though they're still very, very similar. You see a lot of, honestly, a lot of the geology you see from Arizona, you will see all the way up in Yellowstone even. So you see some similar stuff. And Yellowstone's in northern Wyoming, which is a few states up. But yeah, so my wife also took this very cute picture of a flower.
It's not a flower.
Or it looks like a flower, but it's a succulent.
It was just a very small succulent.
Yeah. This was right outside the restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so literally at the restaurant, you walk by, it's just there. It's just
there.
It's just vibing, living its best life.
We got a picture of us.
Is this also at Canoe?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is after we ate our food. You're cute. I like you. I like your smile and your face.
Shut up. I got those two are from the same day.
Okay.
And then I got the next day. We can finish yours.
Okay. So yeah. So she got some stuff from Southern Utah. That looks pretty nice. And yeah, it looks good. It's nice.
And the next one too is when we got more into
Yeah, this area right here, this next picture. So this one right here, this is more. It's like still southern Utah, but we're
It's
getting close.
closer to Wyoming, yeah.
Well, we're not close to Wyoming yet because this is still the same day.
Oh, yeah.
But this is like more like central Utah,
I guess.
or closer to central Utah, which is why we have less of those reds and stuff. But you can still.
I liked
see.
the farm fields and everything's watered.
Yeah.
And as it got sunset, it was very, like, it got colder outside of the car, so we didn't want to waste air conditioning. So we had the windows down, and you could just like smell the water and the grass.
I thought
and the fields.
Wasn't this also the same day we saw the smoke from that wildfire? Didn't you have pictures of that, or
did I? And I didn't put them in.
You didn't put them in here, but I seem to recall that was the same day. It was on the other side of like some mountains that we're driving by, so we didn't actually see the fire itself, but we could see the smoke plume, and it was pretty big. And that was like closer to the sunset when we were seeing that. It wasn't quite sunset yet, but it was
I wonder if I deleted them because I sent them to my family. Let me see. Because I know I sent them in the middle of the day. I was like, look, there was a fire, and like information on the fire. Let me see. I might have deleted it after I sent it to them. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't know why I would do that though. It's so weird of me.
It is a little bit weird of you. That's okay.
I can send them to you.
Yeah. There's so much pretty stuff here in like kind of this like northern Arizona, southern Utah.
Oh yeah. I must have deleted them. Huh. Why did I do that?
I don't know. I don't know what you did.
Let me resave them and then send them to you.
Okay. Probably just send them in the DM just to make it easier.
Yeah.
That way I can tap back over here and then.
Yeah.
See, I knew something would go wrong.
It's not going wrong, it's just I'm stupid. Seriously.
It's alright. Alright.
Anyway, so we were on the other side of the mountain where there was 2 wildfires happening.
Yeah.
In this very small town.
So yeah,
county.
This smoke plume over that's smoke. That's not a cloud. And yeah, so I guess this is more late afternoon, not sunset, because the sun's still like it's lower in the sky, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not setting yet. Yeah. I love how you could see how this like little section of it just like kind of split off a little bit.
Yeah.
It almost looks like a cauliflower.
But yeah, there was wildfire happening, and we could see the smoke. And then the next picture is actually like how much smoke there was, just like after it.
So this one's hazy because of the smoke. Actually, yeah, there was just smoke in this next valley that we drove through.
Because in the flatlands area, everything was very clear, very clean air.
Yeah, so like this picture, for example, this is very clean.
Very clean.
And then like we go a few valleys later and we're seeing it looks like this.
Yeah.
Because
of the smoke clearing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from what I understand, it's not that smoke, that wildfire isn't exactly like tremendous. It just had a lot of smoke.
It did have to evacuate some people. I did look it up.
Yeah, no, but it's not like it wasn't like hitting like a huge population center.
Yeah.
It was just like a small town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which still sucks, by the way. Not to downplay that. Still sucks.
I think they evacuated for safety, like precaution, not because like their houses were going up in flames. Because it was like in a flat area. It was. But yeah, it wasn't like.
Yeah, I'm just trying to convey that like there wasn't really any serious threat to us as we were driving by. Like we were fine. And like we weren't really concerned about it.
Yeah.
Again, because it was on the other side of the mountain, and even then, it wasn't like. Yeah. It wasn't overwhelming, in that sense. Even though it's still pretty big and pretty huge.
Yeah.
Anyways. Oh yeah, let's start this as DMs. Let's see. Oh yeah. And so, did I have any more pictures from this? I don't think I did. I had this one. Oh, okay, this is sunset. Yeah, so
You tried to get some sunset pictures.
yeah, so this is we were on our way to Page at this point, right?
I don't know. Probably.
But yeah, so
we ate when it was already dark.
Yeah. So we had gone through like a mountain pass, and we were on a highway, and I was like, wow, sun's setting, and this looks really cool. I like it. Like it's it's a bit blurred, and you can't see
glare speed.
Yeah, you can't see things super well, but this looks nice. Oh. So this is the next day.
Hold on, show mine before we get there.
Okay. Hold on. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, I'm trying to go in order of what we did.
Yeah, and we don't quite remember which things were first. So we went to Dinosaur National Monument in Utah the next day. So this was, I don't remember exactly
this
where.
This was on the tram.
This was on the tram.
So you get to the visitor center, and then you get on like a little tram, and it takes you to the quarry.
Yeah.
And it has like information and bones and things like that. And they have a wall of bones, which is right there.
Yeah, so let me pull up the wall of bones. The bone wall. But yeah, they literally just like made a building around this excavation site.
Yeah.
And
we asked why they stopped.
Yeah, we actually asked, like, there was a park ranger there. We just directly asked, like, hey, so why'd they like stop excavating this area? And then basically amounted to they kind of got all they really needed out of it, and one of the main people in charge of that project decided this would be a really good opportunity to make to frame this area and make an
education.
Yeah, for like make a center for education around it.
Yeah.
And so that's what they did. So you could come here, you could walk by some signs and read them. They tell you about the different types of bones that you'll be looking at, and the paleontology, right? That's the word. The paleontology of it and stuff like that. It's really cool.
Yeah. I have some more.
Is there more?
Yours is next, and then it's that one.
Okay, so yeah, so you know how sometimes me and my wife have made a joke a few times about how, like, we share a gremlin between us. Can you guess who had the gremlin this day? Can you make a guess as to who had the gremlin?
Who was feral to stand next to a thigh bone with such a powerful stick?
Yeah, because I sure love me some thick thighs.
Yes.
Because if you read this, you can see that it's a massive bone.
I love that because it's just like special features. It's a bone. You can tell by the way it is. It's just like that's basically what it's doing.
It's a massive bone. I love massive bone. Do you love massive bone? Okay.
It's like you took gremlin energy from your own photo. What's wrong with you?
I kind of did, didn't I?
Oh my god. I got some bones over here.
Okay, so let's look at her bones.
We're gonna talk about my bone, and then Red is gonna enter the chat.
That would be so great. Like, we somehow conjured Lexi by talking about Bison. If we see Red in here, top 10 anime moments right there. But yeah, so this is
talking about thighs and bone. Red enters.
Yeah, unless Rezdog wakes up and shows up in here. Which, that might happen. It is 10:30 here. He wakes up fairly late because he works like a midnight shift. I don't think he works tonight though, so he just kind of wake up whenever.
Sometimes he just misses us, but we're like barely not even halfway through our trip here, so
yeah, we're
this might go on longer, and we still might not even play a game. So
we didn't make any. We decided, like, initially we were thinking like, oh, we'll probably take a couple hours to talk about the trip, and then we'll like finish up Magic Maker, like I was talking about before we left on vacation. We're probably not going to finish Magic Maker tonight. That's probably going to be next week. So.
We'll just talk about this.
But that's okay.
This is our... What day is this? Second day? Third day.
We got home yesterday.
I'm I'm saying
Oh.
in the trip.
Oh,
what day
sorry.
is this?
Yeah, so day 1, we went up to Grand Canyon. Day 2, we explored more of the Grand Canyon, then went and drove
driving.
through Utah.
This is 3rd day.
This is 3rd day at Dinosaur National Monument,
Okay.
which is in Utah, and I think bleeds a little bit into Wyoming, but it's in Utah.
Anyway. Bones.
Yeah, bones.
More bones.
More bones. And then, yeah, so here's some more bones.
My sister made a comment on this one.
Oh, yeah?
When I sent it to her.
What did she say?
And it was funny coming from her because she doesn't normally say stuff like this. But I sent this picture and then she goes, I thought that the dinosaur was humping the other dinosaur.
Bruh. I mean, I know it's got this massive bone, but like...
Stop!
Oh, that's so funny. Your sister surprises me with what she'll say sometimes. Because I feel like a lot of times, like, when, like, we're talking about stuff, she just doesn't get things, and it just is, like, very, like, confused about her sense of humor.
No, she's not confused. You make it sound like she doesn't know what's going on. She's fine. She just doesn't care.
Maybe that's a better way of putting it, yeah. But then sometimes she says stuff like that, and it's, like, the funniest thing in the world. But yeah, we got some bones here.
Get some beans.
Look at these. Look at this one right here. It's like.
Wait, show your mean one.
Oh no, yeah, I'll get there. But it's like this one's like oh no, I'm gonna get eaten.
The way people draw dinosaurs is like the LaCroix of paintings. Like they have the literal skeletons of what they look like, and they're just like, here's vaguely what it might have looked like.
Yeah.
Here's the flavor of a dinosaur.
The flavor of the suggestion of a dinosaur.
The suggestion of a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now, some of you may be upset about no head, but here we got.
You're stupid.
We got some head.
You're stupid. Oh my god.
What?
Look at that dinosaur leg in the background right there.
What?
Why is it so built?
This
No,
one
not that
or
one.
this one?
That one. Why does it look like that? Why is it so toned?
They didn't skip leg day.
Stop.
They specifically attended leg day.
It looked like it has a whole kneecap. Ew. I'm uncomfortable.
I love how we were here to look at the skull and we're like, oh, look at that leg.
This is why the thigh bone was so huge.
Yeah, look at that massive thigh.
This is why that thigh bone you were next to was so big.
Thick thighs indeed do save lives.
No, it didn't. Look at
Oh. Well, never mind. Well, no, they do save lives, but not their own.
Show your photos real quick before we get.
Oh yeah. I know. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so yeah. So I saw this picture, and I looked at this, and I'm like, I need a picture of this because it looks like a meme. Like
when you tell your friend a joke.
It's like I don't even know what type of meme this would work with, but I feel like if you maybe cropped out the new to science here and then put some new caption on it, you could do so many memes with this. I just don't know what. And if there's anything that can come out of this stream, if you guys could make a bunch of memes of this, those of you in the Discord, take a screenshot of this. Take bottom text. Yeah. When bottom text. Love it. So, but those of you in our Discord, take a screenshot of this. Bless you, times 4, times 5, times 5.
Wait.
Is there gonna be 6? Oh my goodness, times 6.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I've been taking my allergy pills so religiously because of that trip. I knew we were going to be around so many environments. And then I came home and I'm like, I'll be fine. And now I'm like dying.
Anyways, those of you in the Discord, screenshot this and make new memes out of this and put it in the memes and stuff chat in our Discord, okay? Because if you can do something with that, God bless, you know?
It's this, we're the ones on the left, us gushing about our vacation nobody went to. Chat, just happy to be here.
I guess. They got some leaves.
Got some leaves. Oh my gosh, that's what they're doing! I thought that tree branch was like in the background. They're eating.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, they're so stupid looking. I didn't know.
Yeah, no, that one's eating. It's eating the leaves.
They're so silly looking. I didn't even realize that's what they were doing.
You know what this actually is, though? Oh my god, here's a really good idea for a meme to put into the chat in our Discord. Put laser eyes on this one. And put Rezdog's hat on this one.
See, Lemaris didn't know either.
Because this is like me awkwardly eating while Rezdog is going off on some like crazy ass story about how he blew up a car in the res or something. And I'm just like, okay, dude.
So laser eyes and a hat, got it.
Yeah, laser eyes and a hat, alright? I want to see that in our memes and stuff chat in Discord. Alright.
I got some here.
You got some more? Okay.
Bones.
More bones with some glass this time.
So this is the idea. This is the suggestion of a dinosaur.
Yeah. Like this is literally glass.
They're like filled in the blanks.
Look at this glass face. You know what? I really appreciate the transparency of dinosaurs.
I'm gonna stab you in your sleep.
It's the opposite of the U.S. government.
Stop.
You know, because there's just not transparency about things with the government. But the dinosaurs, they're transparent about themselves. Dude, what if we found out that dinosaurs were actually like transparent? Because you know how there's like some like fish in like the trenches.
But there's like reasons that the fish are.
I know, you're right. The dinosaurs probably weren't translucent. They were probably opaque.
So there probably are dinosaurs that were deep in the ocean, but not.
Yeah, a Stegosaurus was probably opaque, you know?
Oh, and then on the tram, I noticed that there was a picture of a dinosaur.
Oh.
Can you guys guess where this looks familiar from?
Yeah. Yee.
Why are the dinosaurs making us stupid?
I don't know. I think it's
evolution has come so far.
I don't know, man. It's just
Yeah. And then there's a funny sign.
Oh yeah. This is also about buffalo.
Bison.
Or bison.
Zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, zoom in. So keep your social distance. My god, this is intense zooming. Alright. Alright, so keep your social distance. Don't be this close, be this far apart, because COVID. Don't be this close to a bear. Be this far, because COVID. And with a moose, if you were to encounter... We never saw a moose.
I was sad.
Yeah, actually, we wanted to see a moose. We never saw a moose on
I was
this trip.
manifesting a moose and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I could not confirm for Rezdog whether or not moose are terrifyingly huge because we never saw one.
And I was annoyed, unrelated. After we left Yellowstone, I had already started missing it, so I was on Snapchat map looking at other people's Snapchats. Some people saw bears, and I didn't.
Yeah, we didn't see bears.
It was literally, they posted them seeing bears the next day as we left.
Oh,
I was so mad.
Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, so this is the distance you got to keep with bears and moose, 300 feet. Okay, right? Here's bison.
I like how they make them the most dangerous things, but it's like they're really not in comparison.
No, they're really chill.
I mean, they are the most dangerous.
Well,
thing,
so
probably, but
they're probably the most dangerous thing when provoked. But the thing is, they're so chill that you kind of have to try to provoke them.
You just don't wave at it.
Don't wave at them. Just don't wave at them.
Shouldn't have been waving.
Shouldn't have been waving. Yeah, good luck.
I just thought that was silly.
Yeah.
What pictures do you have before these ones?
I don't know. Let me clear out.
You can probably close the maps too, just in case.
I mean, I'll keep the maps open in case I decide.
Okay.
I'll just move the pictures over this here. But in case I decide I want to show more about like some of the routing or whatever. But I don't want to show too much, especially like when we were thinking about it, because I probably don't want to do that because I don't want to dox him. But yeah. Oh yeah. So we got
This is our friend.
we got a. So here, let me pull up this picture that you got. We bought a Stegosaurus plushie. It's so cute. That same Stegosaurus plushie is currently sitting on top of our microphone right now. It's so cute. And we decided we wanted to take a picture with this like Stegosaurus statue that they had.
This is the smallest amount of viewers we had, and now when we want them to name.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so
we were thinking of having you guys name the Stegosaurus.
Yeah, we didn't think of a name for this child.
For the baby.
For the baby. But I was thinking like, hey, you know, it'd be cool because we're gonna show off stuff on the stream. What if we ask chat to name the baby for us?
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago, we had like double the viewers we have now.
That's
that would
true.
have been a great time to ask.
Yeah, but we've just been going in order. But hey, if Lumars comes up with a good name, if he's still here, or if H-Skills comes up with a good name, if they're still here, or if Phylin comes up with a good name, if they're still here, I don't know who's here right now, but yeah.
Who knows? Yang could pop in here and say something really cursed, and that'll be the name.
It would be so on brand for him too if he came in here and it's like, call it gun.
Let's not stop.
Call it the
Stop.
call it the I don't know, the Remington 4000.
We're gonna summon Yang now with cursed gremlin energy.
Yeah.
But look at this baby.
And here's a picture of it staring at the statue. You got like really good angle on this. Like you like crouched down.
Obviously a professional.
Yeah. But it's so cute. I guess I'll put it this way though. If Chad doesn't have any ideas, that's fine. You don't have to worry about it. You can come up with a name later. We just wanted to give you.
You can put this picture on Twitter and then.
You know what? That's actually maybe good. I can also post it in Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe Discord's a better place because, quite frankly, nobody looks at my fucking Twitter.
If nobody gives you a name, we can name it Buddy in honor of Buddy.
Maybe. Yeah. Well, I'll consider that.
You left the old Buddy, got a new Buddy.
New Buddy. Maybe.
If somebody comes up with something better,
yeah,
we'll drop that completely.
Yeah, so if no one in chat has any ideas, what I'll probably do is I'll post this in Discord later, and then we'll see if anyone in the Discord has good ideas, because then they can reply at any time there as well, so that'll make it a little bit easier for people to come up with names.
Anyway, so after we did the touristy center, bought our friend, we did
that's maps.
Trail
We
by
did
car.
So it's like basically like tour route place thingy.
Yeah.
There's a road you drive along and it has like little areas where they want you to stop and like you can read a little thing and that tells you about some of the geology or the history of the area.
Like numbered along the road and you have a pamphlet with information for each number.
Yeah. You want to start with your pictures or my pictures?
We didn't really do them in an order, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So I guess I can pull up some of yours. So here's one of hers. Here, let me close out these.
A river.
So yeah, this is the Green River specifically. That's the name of it. So here's some of the mountain landscape along here. I like this thing right here. It's just poking out. It's like a little nub. I like it. It's like a little rock tower. That's what it is.
You know what it looks like?
What?
It looks like those little Sheikah offering statues.
Oh yeah.
Quick, get an apple. Put an apple in it. We'll get a Korok. That's something we kept saying too on the trip.
Yeah.
Sin would just like see a random like bush that's a different color, be like, that bush, that's a Korok. That rock, there's probably a Korok under it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, because a lot of this trip, I was thinking a lot about how video game developers, who make like open world video games like Breath of the Wild or Skyrim or whatever, and that anytime they include a more like deserty or mountainy area, I feel like they don't get it well enough. Like,
they just assume to make it barren.
Yeah, so like deserts, I think are especially egregious on this. And if you're going for like a more like Sahara or Arabian desert type thing, like all the sand dunes and stuff, that works. That's fine. But if you're going for more like of the like
complex,
like the North American intermountain west deserts, I feel like those are completely and fundamentally misunderstood in terms of how that really is. Because there's a lot of variety. It's not really that barren, and I mean it's it's not lush, but it's not barren.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of different types of like colors. There's a lot of rustic colors, for example.
Speaking of Breath of the Wild landscape,
yeah, so
you would not stop mentioning the comparison to Dueling Peaks with this.
So this right here, and let me see if I can pull up. God, I keep on this thing's. I moved them and then I keep on clicking the wrong one. I think so. Yes, here's my picture of the Green River, so we can kind of compare. She got a more wide picture. I got a more focused picture.
Because I didn't want to get the camp.
Fair enough, yeah. But this mountain right here was called Split Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Split Mountain's really cool, actually. So the story behind Split Mountain is that there is a river that goes through this area, and it kind of baffled geologists for a long time as to why the river was here and why it was able to cut through this mountain. Because on the north side of these mountains, it doesn't really make sense as to why it would go through these mountains, because it would have to go up in elevation, and water doesn't do that. So there was for a long time, there was a lot of speculation and argumentation about like, well, why did this happen? How did this happen?
Jesus.
You know? Maybe Jesus. Maybe some dragons. Or maybe, at one point in time, like, and we're talking like, before humans exist. Like, because we're talking about geological a long time ago. That in the area in Wyoming that was north of these mountains was at one point higher in elevation. And that because of that, the water was actually going down through this area. That when it came through this area, when this mountain range was like kind of younger and like basically like a baby mountain range, the water that was flowing through here was able to actually cut through it much more easily because it was actually going down and it was going through less stuff. And then as the plates shifted around and the earth shifted around and kind of like pushed out, the water kind of remained, which is pretty wild. And so that's why they call this Split Mountain. And I'll go to your picture of it right here, because as this rock formation just pushed out of the ground, this water was continuously here to cut back against it. And so this whole face of it right here was basically cut by the river. And this isn't like a particularly intense river, it's just there. And the reason why this reminded us of Breath of the Wild is because this is basically exactly like Dueling Peaks in Breath of the Wild.
Can we get an F in the chat for my nail that I just broke?
Oh no, you broke a nail?
Yeah, I
Oh,
felt
no.
it crack. No, I didn't want. I needed to control the brake.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
My natural nails were so long. Sin thought they were fake this whole time.
Yeah, actually, I didn't realize that for a while. Yeah.
Well, Captain in chat for my nails, please.
Okay. All right. I'll continue the story of Dueling Peaks, I guess. So in Breath of the Wild, Dueling Peaks. So what you have here is a very similar setup, except you'll have like there's another mountain on this side because the idea in that game, the story or the legend is that like there was like maybe some kind of a dragon that had split the mountain in some kind of like moment of rage or something like that, and that's what made the two peaks here in the game. And now that I've visited this location, I'm like, wow, this is actually very similar to that game, that mountain in that game. And I'm like, you know what? It would be really cool to kind of mix like the fantasy and the magic of the Legend of Zelda series with real life science. If they said, for example, I don't know, a water dragon named Farron, who might have been a bit of a petty bitch in ancient times, maybe she got mad at some mountain at some point and decided to like cut through it with a river because she's a water dragon. And hey, you'd be using something that already exists in the lore of that universe, using some magic and stuff, but also making real life science the story behind the Dueling Peaks while mixing the fantasy of it. I think that'd be cool. I think Nintendo should do that, but I don't know. We'll see.
It's just a theory.
It's just
a game theory.
Thanks for watching. Actually, please continue watching. We're not done yet.
We are not.
We're not. This is day 3.
If you're still here, glares at you, Lumeris. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, Lumeris, you're a real one. You know that? You stick around for these things.
Love you, bitch.
Yeah.
Can't believe you didn't finish the thing.
Oh, sorry, my brain like short circuited. Sorry. All right, let's continue.
I ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch.
I love you. My wife is. We've already done that bit to death. We don't need to do that.
You've done it to death. I didn't even do the OnlyFans stuff to death.
Is it good that JoJo isn't here today? Because now that you've said that, I'm like, I don't know. Actually, JoJo would probably appreciate this. Maybe
we're gonna have a shout out to JoJo later.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So I'll probably tell him like when I archive this or whatever. Like, hey, you can check this out. We talked about that. You can see all our adventures and stuff, and hear us ramble on about things that are different and unrelated sometimes, because that's who we are. And by we, I mean me. Because I do that. I'm the one that gets off topic.
I'm the video game boy. I'm the one who wins.
No, so yeah, this is another shot of the river and some of the mountains and stuff. It's gorgeous. I like it. Here you can see that it's a hill.
You can tell by the way it is.
You can tell by the... I actually forgot the sign was even in this picture, but it so clearly says hill. It's like, yeah, this is a hill, obviously. No, but I wanted to show off these mountains. That's the purpose of this.
Anyway.
That's so funny. I forgot about the sign. Hill. Oh, and this is later. So do you want to go to your pictures?
I have, yeah.
Turtle. Oh yeah, Turtle Rock, where Zelda was imprisoned by Ganon in Link to the Past. We found the real life Turtle Rock, guys.
It's really funny because we saw that and you read the information. Or no, you were about to read the information and then you started talking about the Zelda dungeon. And I looked at you like, bitch, really? And your mom was just confused.
Yeah, so what was happening? So these like stops that we're talking about, I had like a pamphlet that like had some information about each one of these. So that's why I know about Split Rock or Split Mountain so well. And so when we got to this one, it was like, oh, read about like Turtle Mountain and stuff. And it's really just the actual text was about like the sandstone and stuff like that. But as I went, I just very organically started talking about.
You're like, number 9, Turtle Rock, the Zelda dungeon. Just started talking.
It's the dungeon in which Princess Zelda was imprisoned in the Dark World on Death Mountain in The Link to the Past.
When you made yourself laugh and no one else did.
My mom kind of laughed, actually.
After she realized that's not
it took a second to register. Because I so... Again, it's like I so organically just read it that way. I took them a moment to realize I made a joke.
Comedy genius.
Mm-hmm. I'm so funny, guys. You should laugh. Ha 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 ha. Anyways, this Turtle Rock, it looks like a turtle. That's all it is. Ho ho ho. Is that how Australians laugh?
Laughs in Australia.
Oh my god. Turns out Santa was Australian the whole time.
You're stupid.
Could you imagine an Aussie Santa Claus?
Go with the pictures, you're stupid.
Sorry.
Our cultures.
Oh my god. Anyways, that's Turtle Rock. It looks great.
In Australia, they don't have Santa. They have a kangaroo that someone put a hat on, and he front kicks the naughty children.
I love you. All right, so
what's your next one? I think we're out of order. Oh wait, no, we're not. No, we're not. Okay. Sorry.
So you have the cabin first. That's weird. Did we do the cabin? I thought the cabin was last.
I think I was out of order.
Okay, so should I just pull this up then?
No, just do the cabin. It doesn't matter what order.
Fair enough.
Not on the trail.
Okay, fair enough. So this is the cabin of a bad bitch named Josie. So Josie was someone who had been married 5 times.
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. The original bitch.
Yeah. So she was someone that had been married 5 times and decided she didn't like that shit. And so she came here to live on this like empty land, built herself a cabin, and like took care of like a whole bunch of like cows and horses and all sorts of shit. She kind of exploited like water laws and shit to like
they started like claiming the water as their own, and she's like, I found a loophole, bitch, and like hacked the system.
Yeah, because I think one of the ones was like she made it like she placed her cattle between like 2 cliff faces and then like put like gates between or fencing between the 2 peaks to kind of lock them in, and that like counted as like a legal structure or something like that.
Yeah, and then there was like one thing where like water was like leaving the mountains or the hills, and like but it was being claimed as someone else's when it pooled, and so she was like, oh well, if I'm using the rocks to like absorb it or to stop it, it counts as my water because it hasn't reached the pool.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I think it was like in some places well, I don't think she was allowed to block the water, but she was able to like divert it in ways that it just like kind of stayed on her land.
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Yeah, so she was a bad bitch. And like and so this was like most of this stuff took place in like the 1920s or some shit like that. Like so basically about 100 years ago, she and she lived to like her 80s or something, and so in like 1967 or something like that, she had some kind of accident where she fell off her horse and broke her hip. She dragged herself back to I think this cabin, and then later some friends or family or something came to her to visit or something like that, and they saw that she was hurt, and they basically dragged her ass to a hospital because there's no way she was going to a hospital, like because she doesn't trust them or whatever, and I don't think she ever returned to this land after that because she was so fucked from that. they had to take care of her in the hospital basically till she died or something like that.
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
But yeah, Josie was a bad bitch. So, yeah. Anyway, so here's what the indigenous people here did. Some really cool stuff. So this is called petroglyphs. They just like carve art into the into
like,
the rocks.
So the darker layer was made by like the rust and oxidation, and they would like chip that first layer away to make pictures.
Yeah, and just so you know, ancient peoples are just like us. I mean, look at this guy. This is totally normal drawing that definitely is in line with how people today will draw things.
Oh my god.
So their culture is really not so different from ours.
Stupid. I can't believe that's what you focused on. You're like a middle schooler on a field trip. Like, I took this picture and I was like, whoa, that's so cool. They like had so many different symbols that meant different things. And you're like, this one has a dick.
I didn't say anything about the dick. What are you talking about? I'm just talking about how their culture is really not so different from ours.
What does it say?
Oh, he's got a proportionally huge dong. It goes down to the knees. Yeah. And then we got like this shit over here. This is pretty cool. I mean, honestly, this stuff is pretty cool. And one of the things that was kind of interesting in like reading about this is that like we really have like next to no information about these people that like did this. And the main thing that we could really infer about them is like, well, they had enough time to carve pictures into the side of a rock just for the hell of it. Whether or not it had some kind of religious purpose or if it was just like something they did casually for fun.
Dicks out for ancient Harambe.
Yeah. It's unclear why they did these, but they clearly had the time to do so, which means that they had a society in which, resources were plentiful enough to not need to worry about it. So artistic pursuit was something that they could do. And to me, that's pretty good, actually. That's like one of the goals of society, if you ask me, is to enable it so that everybody can engage in whatever artistic process they want to engage in. When you have a society that can do that, you have a good society. I don't personally think our society is that right now, because I think too many people are locked into jobs that they hate because they have to pay rent, they have to put food on the table, stuff like that.
We live in a society. What do you got there?
And I got my picture of it. So this is the same stuff, same wall, just different angle. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good stuff.
What you got?
You got a goat on the wall.
Goat on a wall. Goat on a wall. What's he walking on?
Mm-hmm. All right, so what's next for me? Oh, this river. So,
dude, I was taking a nap in the car, and Sin was like,
"Well, so
look!"
To preface this, my wife was like after we did the Dinosaur National Monument, we were gonna drive our way towards Wyoming through the what was it, Fire Rock Gorge? Is that what it's called? Flaming Gorge. Which I think it's like an dormant volcano or something like that. I don't quite remember. But it's a very pretty mountain pass. But at some point my wife had like she wanted to take a nap, and she told me to wake her up if there was anything cool. So when we came over this ridge and we saw this view right here, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And so I tapped my wife's shoulder kind of excitedly, and it startled her, and I'm sorry about that.
You didn't like tap me. Tap me implies like you finger tapped me on my shoulder and was like, oh my gosh. But you like were too excited, so like your whole hand made full contact with my shoulder, scared the shit out of me, traumatized me.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't even and then we pulled over very quickly because everybody wanted pictures.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of like, what? like gets out of the car half drunk. So tired.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
But yeah, no, and here's her picture of
Mine
it.
has color.
Yeah, and you can see more of the this mountainside over here, hill, mountain, whatever. It's very good. I like the water. I like the red cliffs and layering. We have like all the colors here, and it's really good. You got greens, you got blue, you got white, you got a lot of clouds actually.
We even had purple.
Yes, we did. I think my next one had that. Oh no, I zoomed in first because I wanted to take a look at this cliff right here.
Well, we had purple.
Yeah, so we also had these flowers that were very pretty.
They're thistles.
They're thistles, and I took. There were a few of them that I took pictures of.
But I like close-ups on flowers.
Yeah, so my wife got some really close-up pictures of these, and you can see how pretty these are. Very gorgeous purple.
I really wanted to touch it, but I was afraid.
Yeah, this one in particular is like super pokey. Look at that. Look at how pokey that is.
Yeah.
And like even all along here, it like this thistle is ready to fight. You know, like it is very pretty but ready to fight if it needs to. You know, which honestly, mood. That's a mood. That's a mood, Gabriella.
That's a mood, Gabriella.
All right. And then this picture was later in the day towards sunset. This would have been in Wyoming at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't have anything else?
I have something from Wyoming. I think it's just the one thing. But yeah,
sunset.
You got some nice landscape here. Yeah, and like the sun poking through the clouds. It's like lower. It's later in the day, so it's lower in the sky. So it has like this more orange tint to
That's
it.
the rest of mine for the day. So
Yeah.
you can just go through yours.
Yeah, but this looks great actually. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and close all of these out. And then Wyoming, one of the things it is known for is its intense winds. So wisely, they built a bunch of windmills there. And yeah, I just liked that because like, hey, renewable energy, yay! I like it. I think it's good. That's about it. I don't really have too much to say about it. I just think it's neat. Anyways, so this is the next day.
Oh yeah.
Um.
So we were going to a relative.
So we were going to Wyoming for two reasons. One, we did want to go to Yellowstone, which is in Wyoming. That's in like the northwestern part of Wyoming. But we were staying in the southwestern part of Wyoming because my uncle lives there. And so we were staying at his house for a while. But also my aunt lives in northern Utah. And actually her family basically like recently bought a plot of land and built a home there in northern Utah. And while that was like getting all prepared for them, they were staying with the same brother that we stayed with. Like literally, like the week before, her family was still there in my uncle's house. And we were wondering as we were getting closer and closer to this trip if we would like overlap or not. And like, I think my uncle got about a week to be by himself, and then we came in. So. I think we were probably easier to manage because we were 4 people instead of, 6?
And
7?
children.
Yeah, because, like, they have 5 kids, I think. I think it's 5. Oh, I'm counting. Yeah, they have 5 kids.
Anyway, so we left one relative to go to another, and there was pretty landscape.
Yeah, so this lake right here is called Bear Lake. And it's cool. It's a
big lake.
It's a big lake.
Apparently, it was lower than it normally is.
Well, you can kind of tell. I mean, like even just by the water.
You can tell by the way it is.
You can tell by the way it is. But you could like see some of the water here, and just kind of because like this water is you know, it gets there by the lake kind of expanding and stuff. And that just depends on like the season and how much rainfall or snow melt it got. But yeah, we drove by here, and actually we did stop here.
But not yet.
Well, we stopped there both ways. So this is earlier in the morning. This is like what 10 a.m. in the like 10 in the morning or something like that.
Maybe more like closer to noon.
Maybe it's close. Is it closer to noon? Yeah. I don't know. So maybe it was 11.
Fed us, so.
Yeah, but it was also there was still like another like hour and a half before we got to or whatever. I don't know. This was late in the morning, maybe midday, somewhere around there.
Anyway.
So that's where these pictures are from. Just here's a nice lake with the mountains on the other side and stuff like that. And a blurry picture of someone in their boat, but I was just trying to get a sense of like the scale here, I guess. And that's what we'll get to next. So here's my wife's picture of the same lake. You got a really good perspective shot here. Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, because you could see a lot of the bank of the river here right in front of us. The mountains on the other side come out very well. And look at the intense blue of that lake. It's like teal. It's so saturated.
I know. I'm professional. Anyway, I loved this road highway to.
So yeah, after Bear Lake, we went through this mountain pass, and there was like this like creek basically running along like the entire time.
It was so good.
And yeah, you really like that.
I love rivers and streams.
Hey, we're in one of those. They can't see us intensely staring at each other. They might be able to hear us staring.
Who's gonna throw the first punch?
we just stared at each other because I was proud of my pun and she was just not proud of me. Yeah, and then you got a picture.
The dandelions.
The dandelions were
so
fucking huge. Look how big that is.
It's the size of my palm.
Yeah. They had the wild dandelions up there were really, really big. And here's another flower.
Yeah, we went to a university.
Oh, these were from the university?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they had just really pretty, like, lilies, I think these are. Different types of lilies.
Mm-hmm. They had a lot of flowers. Yeah, and it was really
pretty
really
colors.
Cute, really pretty. Yeah.
Very bright colors.
Like, as we were just walking around that campus, you would just, like, walk up to these flowers and just zoom in real close to get these pictures. It's really nice.
Because, like, you don't see bright, pretty things grow in the desert.
We get some pretty nice flowers here. We just don't get these flowers.
Yeah, these were, like, really big.
Because a lot of the cacti here actually have, like, really interesting flowers. The ocotillo get really interesting flowers.
But these last more than 24 hours.
So do ours here, but I get what you're saying. You're being a bit too cynical about the desert, though.
Nah.
Yeah. This is very pretty. And here's another one. I like the more maroon color we got.
Yeah,
here.
I think that's technically counted as a black. Because it's just so dark the way the pigment is. Because there's purples and there's reds. But this is such like an in-between. I think in flowers it does count as black.
I don't know. I'm not a flower.
I'm assuming I know more because I play Animal Crossing. And that's where my knowledge... I'm mixing my high school botany knowledge with Animal Crossing knowledge and making every type of flower in that game. And that's how I know.
Yeah. Here's this one, because it's yellow, it comes out so bright.
Yeah, that one was really bright. I took that because I'm like, my mom will like that one.
Yeah. Because this was like in the middle of the afternoon, so it was like the sunlight was just bouncing off this like
Her
very
personality is yellow.
Her personality is
She drives
yellow.
a school bus. She painted her bedroom yellow. Like, she likes yellow and coral. That's part of her personality.
I guess, okay.
And that's fine. Just as someone that painted their old room black, I can't relate.
Which is funny because you're literally related to her. Listen, so here's another flower. These look like popcorn.
I thought you were gonna say cauliflower.
Oh, yeah, they look more like cauliflower. You're right.
Or cotton ball.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, Birbs.
So yeah, my aunt and her family, she has some birds. I've already shared some pictures in our Discord, but we're gonna share more of them here. So
are we gonna summon Gray and their wife?
Dude, probably not, because it's like 1 a.m. where they live, but like, but it'd be pretty great if she decided to show up. But yeah, so we got some Birbs. The Birbs are very cute. I really like the orange on this one. The other one has more yellow. Here it is. It's got blue on its beak too. It's really cute.
Can you show your birds?
Yeah, let me show my Birbs. So yeah, so here's me taking some pictures of it. It's just there. It's vibing.
Yeah, that one was vibing. The lovebird was screaming.
So yeah, this one, this one was a lot more aggressive. Like, it was much more vocal and much more bitey than the other one.
The green one landed on my shoulder.
Well, they're both, but you mean this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this one landed on her shoulder at some point. Yeah, this one's comparatively chill, and it really loves being talked to.
Mm-hmm.
I think they both like the attention, but like clearly.
Was it at one point when that one was screaming, your aunt was like, "You're not abused. Stop screaming," or something like that. Like she like sassed the bird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they had them out for a while to just like fly around and hang out, and then they put them away because we were gonna go do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the bird is just like screaming constantly.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you abuse me? And she's like, shut up.
Yeah.
You're so dramatic.
That's barely. I'm not even sure if you're exaggerating at all. That's like pretty much exactly how she talked to the bird. It's kind of funny. So here's another one.
This one was cute.
Yeah, this one's really cute. Very polite too. This is a very polite bird. Look at it just vibing.
And then it goes burr.
It go burr. Burb go burr. Burb. And then there's this one. Look at it. Look at this cute little eye. It's just staring at us like, hi, how's it going? I got my disco ball. This one's having a good time.
Okay.
Oh, did I not have more of the other bird? I thought I did. I guess I didn't include them in this. Okay. I posted a decent amount in Discord already, so if you're in the Discord, you've already seen some.
Yeah. So after we went to see people, we went back the same way.
Yeah, so this is Bear Lake, more in like late afternoon, evening-ish. So,
like late afternoon.
Yeah, it wasn't quite.
And so since we had time, it wasn't far away from Wyoming going back. We were like, let's go.
I forgot you had this in here. Wow, you got me. Because I forgot. I was like, did I have another picture of Bear Lake in here?
Fucking got him. So I took Sin's phone when they were playing the Switch, and I was like, perfect opportunity. And I knew they wouldn't see it, and so Yes.
Man, I can't believe you got me on like 3 different occasions with this exact photo. Including right now, where I'm like, what's the next picture I have? I can't remember. It's this.
Oh my god.
Good
That's
job.
not even the same day. This is the next day, so we can look at mine.
Yeah, let's go back to your pictures. So yeah, this is
the lake.
Yeah, this is yeah.
We went to actually go to the shore and walk in the lake. And yeah. And so we went and took our shoes off and hung out. Y'all want to see some feet pics?
Yeah, so she she took a pic. We were standing in the water, and she wanted to take like a picture of our feet in the water.
It's like a cute Instagram-y thing.
Yeah,
just like cute
and then
aesthetic.
When we were talking about this later, it was like, should we like incentivize people to gift, like, you have to gift 5 subs in order to receive this picture or some shit, because apparently that's a thing you can monetize on the internet. But we could probably just show it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're gonna show it.
We're not being inappropriate.
Yeah,
it's just aesthetic standing in the water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're just in the water. You can see the ripples here. Like, look at that.
Yeah, zoom in on your feet, love.
Oh, you want me to zoom in on
No!
Okay. Anyways, that's all the feet pics you guys get. You've had your moment in the fun.
Now Sin is gonna drop the hottest mixtape of all time.
So yeah, so we went out there because we wanted to get some good pictures for my upcoming album, obviously. So here's this. Wouldn't this make for a great album cover?
Oh, I DM'd you because you were gonna maybe do the promo for the other one where you're like looking the other way.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so
we have this one too.
Yeah, so I almost used this image for the promo image because I was thinking like, oh yeah, I could put like the link to the Twitch page and the times and stuff like that. I could put that all right here, and it looks like I'd be staring at it. But I went with a different picture instead. But yeah, this one's also from that same place. It's
gotta go to the.
It's pretty cool. So, and then what's for? Oh, I went to the wrong place.
Go to the other one.
Oh yeah, okay, and then that was the next day.
We went to a Walmart.
So the next day, yeah,
No, this was the same day. We went to get. Oh wait, no, it was the next day.
This is the next day.
Yeah, the next day I fucking got him, and then.
Yeah, so we started with this. This is the first picture of the next day, and then, this was actually like our chill day. This was like a planned day where we're not really doing much. We're just hanging out in
Change the photo.
What?
I'm getting uncomfortable staring at my own hand.
Okay.
And legs.
Okay. So we were in a Walmart. And you want to explain the context of this?
Oh, JoJo, who shows up in our stream sometimes,
good friend of me and Rezdog,
sent me a picture and was like, had a good first day of new job. And I was like, yay, good for you. And then we took this photo and sent it to JoJo. Yeah,
so we were like, I was like, hey, I'm happy that JoJo's having such a good time at his new job. I'm really happy for them.
So shout out to JoJo for doing their best.
Yeah. Hey Josh, just when you're watching this later,
love you, bitch.
Yeah. Ain't never gonna stop loving you, bitch. Anyways, all right, and then
we went to go do some local stuff in Evanston.
Yeah, so there was like this there's just an area with like a creek and like some like
it's like a
how would you describe it?
It's not like a national park thing, but it's like a reserve. Maybe.
It's like a small local reserve.
Yeah, and it had good rivers.
Good rivers, yes. The bestest rivers. And yeah, so we just kind of walked around. It was like, I don't know, like 15-minute walk, like
Yeah,
a
just a little
a
path
leisurely
hike.
walk.
Just a little path. Oh, we went here because they have some bison that they keep.
Yeah, so there's some
Like elk.
Yeah, there's some bison and some elk. We didn't get very good pictures of the elk. Did we even include any?
They were. I think I did maybe.
Maybe. I guess.
I don't know. Show the river first.
But yeah.
I have river pictures. Yeah, I have one, but it's
Okay.
so far away.
Yeah, but like, yeah, so we just like, we walked over the bridge over this like little river creek.
I got attacked by the biggest mosquitoes I've ever seen in my life.
The mosquitoes were actually surprisingly large, yeah. Here's another picture. It's nice and pretty.
Yeah. It's just like small river, small stream. People were like just having a little swim with their families and stuff.
Or a picnic or whatever.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Here's another bridge that we crossed over. Yeah, it was just a very nice casual day, and where we just kind of walked around, did some stuff.
And they had some small areas where they just maintained some wildlife.
Yeah, so this is one of those. Here, let me close all
these ones are really far away.
So yeah, so these are elk. It's kind of like you can't make them out super well, but like
They were pretty far.
It's a pair of elk. I just could not get a good picture of them.
Yeah.
My camera had a hard time focusing.
This was the closest we could get to distinguishing what they were.
Yeah, and there's gonna be some more pictures of elk later on.
There's like one. We saw a lot of elk, but like
That's
they
true.
were either far away.
That's
or,
true.
Like,
we did have a hard time.
Crowding.
We did have a hard time getting pictures of elk, which is a shame because every time I saw elk, I was thinking of my longtime fan, caffeinated elk. So, yeah, remind me later to like compile all the pictures of elk we have. Let's see times 4. But remind me to compile like all the pictures of elk I have and just send them to Caffeinated Elk on Discord because I really was thinking about them. Because when you're someone, people who actually come to these streams and actually stick around and like show up stream after stream after stream.
Glares at Lumaris again.
Yeah, like you guys are the people who are the realist, and it's I really appreciate that. And Caffeinated Elk was someone like a year ago that like Lumaris is kind of in the position now of being the consistent person, but a year ago that person was Caffeinated Elk.
I'm sorry I'm making you have allergies, Lumaris.
Yeah. So yeah, when I was just like seeing all these elk and stuff, I just thought of her a lot. And if there was some kind of animal I associated with Lumaris, then maybe I would have had something with that. But I just what's a Lumaris? I don't know. They're a cool Australian dude. That's all I know.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah. All right, and then this one.
So this reserve has bison, but they are known for having 2 albino bisons.
Yeah, so you can see one over here on the left.
Albison.
Yeah, Albison. Yeah. And then there's one over here. Just vibing.
Yeah, they looked closer in person, but again, our phones are kind of shit sometimes.
Yeah.
At distances.
Yeah.
So.
And remember, bison are dangerous.
Yeah.
And here's another picture.
Like they're super chill, but those fences were like 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
And it was the fence, and then there's like a strong like iron gate, metal gate, and then in front of the gate and the fencing on the bison side, there's electric fencing. So it's like if they wanted to charge you, like if they really wanted to get to you, they probably still could get through that. If they could handle the electric shock and still have time to knock down the wooden pole fencing, they would. Especially that unit of a bison that suddenly stood up and we lost our shit.
Look how freaking huge this one is.
Like, before, the one previously?
Oh, yeah, this one?
It was sitting over there.
Yeah, I think it's this one, or is it behind?
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know. I can't tell if
like
that's one or two.
The white one, you can kind of see its head.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, that's like a size of a bison.
Yeah.
And then the other one stood up, and we were like, holy shit!
Yeah, so like, here's one that's like fully standing right here, right? Yeah? Look at this beast!
Is the other one standing, actually? Can you move sideways?
Oh,
no,
yeah.
it's not anymore. Well, the white one's standing.
Albino one's standing over there, but yeah. Just like...
It was
Look
huge.
at it! It's freaking huge! It's like a dire bison.
Yeah, and we saw bison like close up next to the car, and we were like, oh, those are pretty big. And then I was like, oh, it's because this one's in captivity, not struggling to get food every day. It's huge. That one could take out the fence.
Yeah, this is the one you don't want to piss off.
This is the one you don't want to wave at.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, so I'm just going on to my... So I took some pictures of the bison. This bison looks pretty good. You can see the albino one over here.
Normal size bison.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and here's the same unit over here.
Jeez.
My goodness. I mean, yeah, again, using this one for scale.
Yeah. Because those are like the same distance from us, those two, but they're just like far away from each other. So it's like almost double the size of the albino
one. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Okay, that's for the next day. But yeah.
Speaking of elk.
Yeah, speaking of elk. But like, yeah, bison are already big, and this one's insane.
Yeah.
You want to show this one?
Yes.
Okay, my wife.
I have a tendency to take photos of Sin sleeping.
This is true.
But this one's cute.
Yeah. So I was so the next day after this day that we saw all these bison, the next day is the day we drove up to Yellowstone.
At the relative's house, we were staying on air mattresses, which I've done before. Sin hasn't. It was a very tough night for Sin.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, and so also here it's like I didn't get the best sleep. I was pretty tired. Well, oh, you know what? Oh yeah, because this is the same night I had the mental breakdown at the Pizza Hut. Yeah, which
the vacation snap.
This vacation was lovely, but there were some things that like were getting to me, and there was a moment I kind of snapped, and then I was fine.
Yeah,
but
so you kind of died a little bit, and you took a nap in the car to try to recover.
Well, yeah. That night. Oh, because you know what? After Pizza Hut, we came back to the house, and my mom was talking to my uncle, and this was like 11. It was almost midnight.
Oh yeah, I think we finally stopped at like 12:30.
Yeah, so it was almost midnight when we got home.
So you snapped, still stayed up late, slept on an air mattress that was really bad, and then woke up. I think
it helped that when we came in, like they were just talking, and then like we kind of went upstairs to like put some of our stuff away, and then we just kind of sat there and like listened in on the conversation, said a few things here and there.
Yeah, and we had to like get up to leave by like 9 the next day. Yeah,
so it was like basically. We just didn't get a good amount of sleep, and we didn't get the best sleep either.
Mm-hmm.
So like we had subpar sleeping condition and amount of times sleep. So I was pretty tired on the road the next day. So I literally like took a nap in the car, and so this is the picture that she took.
This is the 6th day, so pretty kind of done. 5th or 6th day.
Yeah. So, but this is on our way to Yellowstone. This was in the morning. I was tired, so I took a nap while resting against the dinosaur baby we bought.
So wholesome. Wouldn't you take pictures if your spouse was that cute sleeping?
You know, I love the interesting mix here because it's kind of wholesome because you got the freaking dinosaur plushie, But I'm wearing an Offspring shirt.
So
Which is kind of,
cute.
I don't know, yeah, it was fine. It's not like Offspring is like unwholesome per se, but like, because Offspring is a band that just is a bunch of nerds that decided to make, basically form a punk rock band essentially.
Why'd you say that with an accent?
I don't know. I don't know.
Basically, like a punk rock band. Sounded like Bayada.
Ew. Anyway, so and then there's this picture. We went through some mountain passes on our way to Yellowstone. This is one of them. My wife got this picture of all the trees and the river.
So this will be the next.
You can see people rafting over there.
Oh yeah, I got that. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, so this will be the next like we took so many pictures section of this stream, because Grand Canyon was like, wow, you have too many pictures of rocks. Sin wife, you have too many pictures of trees and water.
Yeah. But it's nice. It's really nice. Yeah, good vibes.
Mm-hmm.
So then we come back to this picture. So this was in. Where was this? Was it just called Junction? You know what? I could pull it up on maps. This isn't like a problem to pull up on maps. So this would have been that's Idaho. So Jackson is where we stopped for lunch. I think this picture was taken down here. Yeah, in
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, in
the
Hoback.
Gas station was called Hoback.
Yeah, the Hoback Junction. So, and so at like the gas station / general store, they have this elk statue just outside, and I was like, wow, that's really cool, and stuff. And I took a picture of it. My wife took a picture of it.
Wow, mine is so much clearer than yours.
You got like a nice like sun ray right here too. Yeah. And then I asked her to take a picture of me with my longtime fan, the elk, that may or may not be caffeinated.
We realized after that we should have taken like a perspective picture, pouring like a coffee into the mouth.
I was like, we were like 50 miles away when I realized that. I was like, son of a bitch, we could have made that joke. Because I was like, hey, it's my biggest fan. Hey. I hope she'll like these pictures. Because I'm gonna send these to her later. I was very happy about that.
Yeah. While we're gushing about statues, bears are my favorite animal. But usually when you go to like country places or foresty places, they'll have like a wooden bear statue that's holding a fish or something else lame and stereotypical. I, for the first time ever, saw an accurate wooden bear statue, and I was so excited. It's a grizzly bear. It has the hump. Got the ears. It's accurate, and I was so excited. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have an actual, like, original, interesting bear statue. That's bears in a raft.
Yeah, so this is all in Jackson, Wyoming, where we had Yeah Buddy Pizza.
Zoom in on that.
Yeah,
look. You can see they're all
look
like
at this.
vibing.
Look at this.
And below them on the thing, there's like other ones that are like actually interesting.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's like I've never seen actually creative or accurate bear statues, and I was so excited because like I'm tired of seeing a bear with a fish or like a bear with its paws going rawr. Like
these bears are having fun.
Yeah, and there was other bear statues in this town that were actually really interesting.
This town, Jackson, Wyoming, would honestly be great to visit in its own merit.
Yeah. Like, we felt by the Bear Lake, there was another town that tried to be, like, bear-themed, but they were all, like, the bear statues that everybody's seen a million times, and it was boring. But this one was actually like, whoa!
I mean...
And
this is cool. Great, yeah.
They were fun.
Let's see, did I have anything from... I don't think I had anything from here. I think the next stuff... Oh, this would have been just north of Jackson. That's right. So, as you're leaving Jackson, you'll see some scenery like this. So like you got the mountain, and there's like this kind of river through like this, or it's kind of like, I mean, it's not a very distinct because it's like there's like reeds and stuff everywhere, so it's not like one clear stream of water. So it's just because you can see water over there, you can see water over here. Yeah, it's really cool. And then
we went through the Tetons.
So yeah, there's this mountain range called the Teton Mountains.
The Titans.
The Titans, the Tetons. The official name is Teton. At least that's what we were told. So yeah, and these are like some of the most like archetypal looking mountains you'll ever see. Like here's a picture that my wife got. Look at those. Look at how gorgeous these are, and
it's not just snow on those, which I thought was interesting. Apparently, a lot of those are just chunks of glacier.
Yeah, like a lot of those aren't even necessarily snow. It's like glaciers and shit.
Yeah, they're just like basically now built into the park that can maintain the cold.
Yeah, basically,
really cool.
Yeah. And then
another picture of us.
Yeah, so here's
in front of the Titans.
Yep. So, the Teton Mountains are a bit hazy in this picture, but like,
I think that's because anytime I took a picture of us, I put a Snapchat filter on it.
Oh, okay, that's
so
why.
So it kind of blurred it out.
Okay, that's why.
I was favoring our complexion over
over
the scenery.
All right. I wonder if there's before or after pictures of those glaciers accounting for global warming. I don't recall there being before and after pictures, but I do remember one of those signs kind of talked about global warming a bit because there had been shrinkage of these glaciers.
So yeah, I was actually looking those signs that they put on the pullout that we were at. They had like those signs are pretty old, and they had the pictures from when they took those signs.
Yeah.
They were still pretty intact. There was only like the very small ones that you could see from far away that were maybe kind of mostly gone. But they were still pretty okay.
Yeah, no, it's not like a disaster in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Besides, the glaciers to worry about are the ones in the Arctic and the Antarctic regions of the world. But the thing is, if you're seeing it in the middle of North America, you could expect that in other parts of the world. So, because that's what it's called, global warming. It's about how the whole planet is increasing in temperature. So, which will affect everywhere. Bless you times 4. You alright?
Yeah, I need to probably take something.
Okay, yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a Benadryl. Let's see how feral I get before we end this stream.
Alright, do we gotta speedrun this shit now?
No, we don't gotta speedrun this. I can fight the tired, but I can't fight the stupid.
Okay. Careful. Alright. Yeah, and so we got... I took this one because I kind of liked you could see the little canyon pass that goes through these like pairs of, or sets of mountains.
Pairs of Titans.
Pairs of... Shut up.
Oh my goodness.
And here's another angle of that same thing. Where the Tetons. I love how you can see like the grass and the greenery just go all the way up to this, and then like it becomes just white. Oh yeah, this picture's, look at how just like these look like just like the type of archetypal like pointy mountains that you see in pictures of stuff. Good job, me. I'm good at descriptions.
You can tell by the way it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at this wonderful information about elk.
Yeah. So yeah, again, I was thinking about caffeinated elk a lot on this trip, and I was like, here's the thing about the elk. Man, I really appreciate Captain Elk. I hope they're doing okay. Elk protected. Yeah. But I'll go ahead and tap back to this in case you actually want to read this. Yeah, it was this rest stop. What?
It just says like they have a reserve basically.
Oh
for
yeah,
them
yeah. So
to make sure there's elk in the world.
yeah, because we gotta protect nature and shit, you know.
Yeah. Even though, to be fair, I didn't really see any elk on this drive, particularly.
No,
I saw more elk in Yellowstone than I
yeah,
did
we
on
didn't
this
see
reserve.
elk out here like at all, actually.
Yeah.
But you know, we were also in. There were huge expanse of valleys that we were driving through. So like, for all we know, they could have been in the valley. We just were not near them, you know. But yeah. Oh yeah. So around here, I saw this. I saw this lone tree, and I'm like, wow, that tree is doing very well, all by its own, on itself. Good job. Some tree appreciation. Oh yeah, and this God, I love this picture. Look at
Appreciation.
appreciation. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, you got another look at the mountains here. You got the forest here and the grassland. You got a lot of things going on here. It's great. Okay, and then this is where we're starting to see one of the lakes as we're heading towards Yellowstone.
Yeah.
So like these mountains over here are like the northern end of those Teton Mountains, and this is like one of the lakes that you'll see as you're driving into Yellowstone from the south. And then, oh, and yeah, and speaking of elk, this is one of the pictures that we found. There's an elk behind this tree. It was kind of hard to see, kind of hard to make out, but you could kind of see the antlers along here. And yeah, it's cool. Here's some pictures that my wife has of that lake from before. Or I guess
I didn't even notice I got the Tetons in the back.
Yeah,
I was paying so much attention to the green in the water. I didn't notice.
No, this is actually a really good picture. You got the lake. You got this like tree-covered hill, and like this area over here with all these trees, and you got the Teton Mountains in the back.
I got those Titans.
Yeah, it's really good. There's just a lot of stuff in this one.
I got a different. I think that's a different lake that I got.
Maybe. I think there are a couple lakes.
In this next one.
Oh, in the next one. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. Or it could be maybe just a river. I can't remember.
Maybe. I got an elk too.
Oh yeah. So you have to look at your elk.
That's the clearest picture I got.
Yeah, this is actually the best picture of an elk you're gonna see here. Because every time there was an elk, we had a hard time. Because I think it was always we were driving by and we were like, oh shit, we got to get this as we're going. So yeah, this one's eating some grass. It's having a good time.
So, and then show the galaxy flower.
Okay. Yeah.
I saw this outside. We got to our lodging, cabin, whatever, hotel. And I saw this flower.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like space.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so we did see space. We were talking about how much... we were talking about on the trip how we've seen so many different things of like nature, and you were like, except space. We did see space. It was in the flower.
Well, you know what? I also forgot, and I didn't mention this earlier in the stream, but that first night at the Grand Canyon, me and my wife, we just kind of walked around like the premises and just stared up at the sky with all the stars and stuff. And we saw like 2 satellites, didn't we?
Yeah. So
we saw 2 satellites go by while we were just like hanging out. And so, which was like kind of interesting because like she's seen plenty of satellites, but I actually haven't, which is a bit weird because the place that you grew up was more in the city where you have more of a light pollution.
I just spent a lot of time staring into the void, and so
I guess
I see more satellites in the process.
But for me, that was actually my first time like seeing a satellite with my own eye.
Yeah.
It was really cool. But the thing is, like with satellites, like you got to be like in the right place at the right time, and you have to be looking at the sky when that happens. And it just didn't happen until this trip. So we did see some space, I guess. Like, but yeah, we didn't see like deep space or any nebulas or anything like that.
So before we do the next one.
Well, I think I have some of. I think some.
Before we get to this, there's a video that's not related to that. So.
Okay. Yeah, but I have so this is Lake Yellowstone as we were coming in, and I took a few pictures. This one is of the island that's just kind of out there. Actually, this might have been after we got to the hotel. I can't remember. This is Lake Yellowstone though, so I can't remember if we were driving or if we had gotten there. I can't remember. But yeah, got this island out here. You can see the mountains on the other side. This might have been on the way.
Because you had a very wide pictures when we got there.
Yeah. So this was probably on the way, I think. But yeah, you got the lake with the mountains on the other side. Yeah, and I think this is when we were standing out there. Yeah, because
so we went to a general store that was near our cabins, and they had this lookout area.
Yeah. It was really nice, really cool, very pretty. Yeah.
Sure, that's a good.
Yeah, and I think this island right there I think that's the same island that I took a picture of, and we got some of the discoloration in the water here, which we had a couple different ideas as to what it could be.
I think it's just algae.
Buildup. Yeah, it could just be algae buildup and stuff. I did speculate that it could maybe be a bit of sulfur, but I wasn't super confident in that. But yeah, they're just close to the shore here. It's just a little bit more yellow, greenish looking. Whereas further out,
Yellowstone particles.
It's the Yellowstone. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Well, and the reason why it's called Yellowstone is because of the sulfur. So the sulfur can create yellow stone. Yeah.
We just silently nodded our heads at each other.
Yeah. All right, and then did I have another one here? Oh yeah, just more
distance.
Yeah, more stuff. Just zoomed in to see just how crazy far things are, because this is a huge ass lake. Let me go to back to the maps. This is Lake Yellowstone over here. This is huge. So this over here, this thing to give you a sense of distance is 5 kilometers. This has got to be just eyeballing it 15 kilometers wide, maybe even 20. Yeah, it's very big. And so I think this island was probably the one I took a picture of, right?
I don't know.
Or do you think it was maybe this one? I don't know. It's hard.
It might have been the small one.
I want to say it was a small one because you're able to see, if we go back to it, you can see the trees pretty well. So that implies that we were pretty close. So I think this is the island right here that I took a picture of. And we were at Lake Village, which is roughly here, or is it more on this? I think we're on this side, right? No, we were here. There. No, we were here. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we were staying here. So yeah, we would have been staring out at this island right here. So yeah, that's a pretty small island considering there's this one, and then the huge expanse that it is. Damn, dude. This place is fucking huge. Okay, so then we saw this.
Wait, go to videos real quick.
Oh, of the videos.
There's a video of the water.
Okay.
And then you can probably do the video after that too.
Oh yeah, so this is some of the water of the lake that we're looking at. We'll get back to that bison that I just showed you.
If you want to put the sound on this one's not too crazy.
Okay. Here, I'll go ahead and pause the ominous music.
It's just the water sound.
Yeah. And then... Okay, so...
Go to the beginning. So, before we play this, let's tell the story. We were looking at gift shops specifically out of boredom. And we went to the general store, took video of the lake, and then we're like, okay, let's walk back to the hotel area and go to that gift shop. And we're walking, and so here's what happened at first. I was like, oh, should we take this dirt path behind this building or take the regular path? And we were kind of like, oh, I'll take the regular path, whatever. And then there was like a halfway path in front of the building next to the sidewalk, and we're like, oh, this is kind of nice. It's a cute one that goes through the 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 yard area in front of this building. And we're walking on that path, and then suddenly my peripheral vision caught like a shadow or a rock or something, and I was like, oh, that's a big shadow. And then I looked, and I'm like, that shadow's breathing. This is alive. I was like, oh my gosh, it's a bison. And then I had to stop Sin. I was like, dude, scared the shit out of Sin.
Yeah, it freaked me out a bit because like you like said like do like the way you said it kind of signaled danger to me, and I was like, what did we just like what just happened? And then I looked over and I saw the bison, and I was like, oh shit, that is danger. And I just kind of froze in place, analyzed the situation, and I was like, it's just laying down in the grass and just vibing. That's all it was doing.
So we did realize we were pretty close, because when we initially saw it, we were maybe like 30 feet away from it.
Yeah, we were pretty close.
And we were like, we should back away so we don't make it uncomfortable. And so we went into like the parking lot and got some pictures and this video.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So here it is.
That's a whole ass bison.
Yeah.
That's a whole ass bison.
Yeah.
It's a whole ass bison.
Yeah.
Like, look at that. It's literally just decided to just lay down there.
Yeah. This is why we were saying we were so amazed that bison don't give a fuck. Because he knows, he has to have known that this is a people central area.
Like, that's the sidewalk right there. This goes to the building.
Yeah. And like, so what I noticed is there was a lot of grass and weeds around the front of this building. The place he was laying at was like, it didn't have any weeds or anything. Like he goes there regularly to chill.
Yeah. I'm gonna put the music back on, but it just decided that this was a place that it could exist and it would be totally fine.
Yeah, because he knows. He's like, you're not gonna fuck with me.
Yeah, you can't like, because I literally like I started thinking about this because in the past 10 months I'd been working pest control, and I was like thinking, what do you do? Like, if I were working at Yellowstone and I was told there's a bison right outside the building, what would I do? And I was like, I don't think there's anything you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
we made the joke of like, because I was like, should we tell someone something? Like,
well, I think that's why I was thinking. I was like, but it's like, well, one, I realized like it was really just there, so I was like, doing something would actually be a bad idea because it's just there to relax.
Yeah, it might piss it off.
So you don't want to provoke it. If it's being chill, let it be chill. You know?
Yeah. I was like, so I thought about it, I'm like, should we say something? And I'm like, am I going to feel stupid though? Because like, it looks like he regularly goes there. So am I going to tell someone they're going to be like, oh, that's just Fred. So this is Fred. We named it.
Yeah, we decided this bison should be known as Fred.
Yeah.
Fred the bison. So
we were like, after we took pictures and stuff, like you can show my picture too while we keep talking.
Yeah, and I have this picture too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were talking. We're like, oh, there's probably like, you were saying like, oh, maybe they have someone that like tries to shoo it away, and someone that has like tranquilizer on hand. And I was like, no, because if you pissed it off and shot it with a tranquilizer, it would have time to kill someone because you pissed it off.
No, you're kind of right about that.
Before the tranquilizer happens.
Yeah.
So what my thinking was, like, maybe they have, like, a ranger that would just watch it from a distance and tell people to not fuck with it. Because people started noticing in the parking lot, and they were keeping their distance.
Yeah.
But there's going to be, like, a family with kids, that our kids are going to be like, oh my god! And like be dramatic because they're kids, and then it's gonna freak it out. So I'm like, the smartest thing to do would be to have a ranger or a worker to tell people, leave it the fuck alone.
Yeah.
there was also a point where we were standing there after we went to the gift shop, and we came back. Are you good?
Yeah, hold on. Let me quickly adjust my headset. Yeah, I think when you almost tripped over the wire, you could.
Oh,
Yeah, because
my
I just
bad.
realized, like, wait a minute, I'm hearing music through the left ear, but not the right ear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know if that goes through on stream or not. I don't know how that works, but
No.
I don't think. Yeah, I was experiencing some weirdness in that, but
Anyway,
and I just
sorry.
realized why.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. It's all right. I fixed it. We're good.
But yeah, we went to the gift shop, came back, and came and looked at him again, and just admired him. But while we were standing there, there was a kid that looked like he was sent on a task by like his parents or something. He was carrying like 5 water bottles.
Yeah.
And he was walking by, and I thought in my head, I'm like, oh, maybe we should warn him. But it was like maybe a 10-year-old kid, and I'm like, am I gonna freak this kid out? So by the time I had the thought, he was past us.
Mm-hmm.
He was walking into the building this bison was sitting next to, because that bison's maybe like 15 feet from the door.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, should we have told him something? He didn't even see it.
Nope.
He just walked next to it. The bison just kind of looked over at him, didn't care. And the kid just walked into the building.
Yeah.
Didn't even notice a bison next to him.
Yeah.
Oh, like, that kid was probably a little bit taller than the hump with him sitting down.
I'm not even sure if the kid was that tall. That's how big this bison is. Or that's just how big bison are. This isn't even like a particularly big bison.
I mean, this one was big compared to like the Grand Canyon ones.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yellowstone bison were bigger.
Yeah.
But like, bison are big.
They simply do not give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then like after this, we went and like ate some dinner, and like we're gonna go do other shit in
Mhm.
Yellowstone. And we're like, maybe he's still there, and he wasn't. But he had walked through the parking lot to go somewhere else by the time we left, and so we saw him somewhere else.
Yeah, it was...
But he just didn't care. He just wanted to rest there for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then when the sun started going down, he's like, all right, I'm a dip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, and then after that, we decided to explore Yellowstone some more. So here's some picture of some geese. and like grassy hills and forests and water. Here's some more geese. They were just vibing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you got this. This picture is excellent.
This lake was very still, and I took the opportunity to take this like perfect hill picture.
It is. This is amazing. Just the way it you got really good reflections here.
It's like perfectly half and half almost.
It really is. Like you could flip this picture and it would look pretty similar. That's how good that reflection is. Like, yeah, you could tell, that this is where the water is because it is a little bit blurry.
Yeah.
But like, damn, this is good.
You kept talking about Bob Ross.
Yeah, well, because this picture reminded me of Bob Ross, the way whenever he does like some kind of water feature, the way he kind of like tries to mirror what's happening on top and then kind of uses his brush to kind of make it blurry.
He like dry brushes it, yeah.
Yeah, I really like that type of stuff. And it's really cool. So what did I have on the way here?
No, that's just...
I didn't have anything on the way. So yeah, this is where we got to.
Yeah. This was my favorite part. Oh my god, I think about it and I still want to cry. So we went to, I don't even know what these falls were called.
They
were just upper and lower falls.
I can't remember. This is a part of the canyon that they call the Yellowstone Grand Canyon, essentially, or the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the sign.
But yeah, it's a really nice canyon in Yellowstone.
Show my picture.
And it has a waterfall.
My
Yeah,
picture.
so this is a
So there was like a little hike to see the lower end of the falls. So there's like essentially like two.
There's like two pull-out areas. One where you could basically walk up to the waterfall. One where you kind of are more along the river.
Yeah.
Or
so
well,
what that
you're
has-
along the canyon edge over the river.
So
I should
we
say.
went to the lower falls area first because that one has like a little bit of a hike, so you can see the waterfall from a distance.
Yes.
And then the river below it.
Uh-huh.
And so then after we did the upper falls, but this is the lower falls first that we did from a distance. And that's just the river from a distance. So if you zoom on that, you can see like just in the canyon there's just this like rapids of river.
Yeah. It's just going. It really is just going.
Yeah. Your picture was the first angle we had. Your picture.
This one?
That's like the first
Yeah.
angle we had where we couldn't really see it yet, but we could like hear it and see the mist.
Yeah, that was one of the intense things about this. Is there a video yet, or is that later?
Check.
Because I know we had some videos of this, but I think most of them were later when we were like at the waterfall.
We'll wait a couple pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then here's another picture I had of the river, and you can see a decent amount of the canyon and the slope here. It's really good stuff.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah. And yeah, there's a pretty intense lighting contrast here too, with like how bright where the sun is, and then it was significantly darker down here.
I love that we went here at sunset.
Yeah,
like
so
it would have been beautiful whenever, but oh my god.
Yeah, so kind of like how we arrived at the Grand Canyon, like late afternoon, early evening, we got to this canyon around like
as the sun was setting, like
as it was starting to do its like setting process. So this is like
we really did like every point of this at the perfect time.
It was amazing. It really was.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, this one I feel like you get some nice shading here because you get the shade here, you get some light here,
I think our phones got really good at certain times of day because it's just easier to capture the lighting in the shadows.
Yes.
It was like not too much lighting to wash out everything, but not too dark to not see the dimensions.
Exactly. Yeah, well, I got like pretty decent at figuring out the way that my phone can work with like certain lighting, because you could kind of tap in the camera app. I could tap onto certain areas and it would try to adjust the lighting of the picture to that wherever I just tapped. And so like, in pictures that were dark, where there's a lot of dark areas like this, I could tap into the shaded area and it would make that area pop out more, so that you could see more of what was going on. I really like that feature a lot. That's part of why there are so many pictures I have where colors really pop out, because I used that.
So this is the first angle we saw, like in between the height of the falls.
Yeah.
What do you
And I love how like intensely green it is right here. It's kind of remarkable how green this is, actually.
The water's like teal up there.
It's basically teal, crazy. Yeah. Here's another angle further out.
The same angles. But...
Yeah, do you want me to pull up yours?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, yours is pretty crisp. Oh my god, this is crisp. Good. Oh my goodness, dude. Look at this. Wow. Like, look how good these leaves are. And then look at how good this water is and the rocks.
Delicious water.
Yeah, this is a great picture.
What do you have?
Oh yeah, what's my next one?
You like the geology up here too.
Yeah, so yeah, I really liked, so kind of like with the Grand Canyon, I really liked the actual canyon visuals here, the actual like geological layers that you could see. That's what I found interesting. And so with this one, I just wanted to show off that, and then like, yeah, of course the freaking waterfall, which is really cool.
I think this was the first lookout point. The first angle lookout point.
Yeah, I think, or maybe it was the second one, because we did have, I don't know, I'm trying to remember.
Because there was one area, and then you walk up a little bit more, and it was like the final area near the parking.
Yeah. But there were multiple times we had an angle on the waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
So
do your next one first.
Oh yeah, and here's a more zoomed out picture so you can see more of the canyon, but
Yeah.
but it's still very focused on the waterfall and the river and stuff like that.
Is that actually me right there taking my picture?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I got in the bottom left corner. There's your arm taking your picture.
You got me taking this picture.
Yeah, let's show the picture you took. That's a nice picture. You got nice colors in that one too.
I swear it's the time of day. Okay, so I have a video of this angle.
Oh, you want a video? Okay, so is it the next
The
one?
next one. Yeah.
Okay. All right, here. Let me go ahead and pause because this is something we definitely want to show off with this location.
Is the sound, how loud it is.
Yeah, so I guess fair warning, we're about to have a bit of an increase in the sound, but I don't think it's really gonna blast your headphones away if you're listening, but just a fair warning in case it does. But this is great because that kind of rumbling you're hearing, that's the waterfall. Like that rushing, rumbling type sound.
It's not coming out as clear on the computer, but my video
Yeah.
itself is pretty clear, just not.
Yeah, well, it's also partially because there's some wind that we're experiencing in this
No,
one.
I mean visually.
Oh, visually. Okay, yeah, because, well, like you can see that going.
You can see it kind of moving.
Yeah. It's not super. You do have to like kind of look in to see that it's moving, but yeah, it is there.
I might post these ones too, just because I really like them.
Yeah.
The videos.
Was there another one you had of this, or?
Let's see what pictures we have next time. That's where I'm judging. So go to your pictures.
Oh, yeah. Here, I guess in the meantime I'll put this back on.
Yeah, that was below it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I liked here. So, like right here, you have like some like pink, like kind of sandy looking stuff, and you have a lot of like rusted, like
it's rhyolite.
Rhyolite. Well, so it's like the iron. It's like iron in the rhyolite. Yeah, that makes this kind of rusted color. And you see that all over the place in Yellowstone, especially around like water, which makes sense because like it's part of why it's getting rusted as well, the water. And this next one.
Ooh.
Oh my god! Look at the colors in this one. God, this one's so good.
Mine's not even that bright.
Yeah, do you want me to show yours?
Same angle, yeah.
Yeah, you have a. It's not quite the same angle, but yeah, we both took pictures here.
Yours is bright though.
Yeah. This one's yours. So.
This is from. Do that one after.
Yeah, that's later. Yeah, this one's. Yeah, you were a lot more focused on the river itself. Because I wanted to kind of get more of the canyon perspective. You were very focused on the river. I see my next one. Yeah, more of the canyon.
You can see the rust right there.
Yeah, some of the rust right in front of us. Yeah.
And it was so like it gets so humid without being hot, but there's so much moisture in the air. Like even on the whole hike, there was just like moss on the trees everywhere. Because it's just able to thrive up in that area specifically.
Yeah, it's really nice.
What do you have next?
Let's see, next one. Yeah, so I zoomed in on some of the rusted type of rock that we have here. And next after that, more of the canyon. And look how expansive this forest is too.
Yeah.
It's a huge forest.
It's thick.
It's thick too, yeah. It's a thick forest. Here I wanted to zoom in a little bit more on this like rock formation over here.
The black rocks.
Yeah, so the black rocks. So the more rusted stuff is iron oxide. Iron oxide is what creates that more rusted color. This more blackish, grayish color is iron sulfate. And that's what a lot of this is over here. And this is a different angle.
Yeah, and on our side where we were, there was a lot of really white, bright rock.
Yes.
It even looks like snow in my picture.
Yeah. You want me to pull that one up now? Okay, yeah.
It just it looks like snow. It's so pure white.
But it's just like I think some of it's sandstone. It's And then I had some pictures I think of the same area as well. Oh, I was still focused on this. Oh, and you know what? This is the tree I was talking about. Remember earlier when we were talking about the stubbornness of trees? Yeah. This is the tree that I focused on, where it's like, wow, this tree is growing out of pure spite. It should not be able to grow here, yet look at it.
Yeah. So do my video real quick before we end up accidentally going to the other part.
Okay.
So this is the river underneath.
Let me also
the falls.
Yeah, just the way it flows here.
It's so fast.
Here we also have a tree growing out of spite too, on the right.
But it's so fast.
Yeah,
and you'll see why it's so fast because of how powerful.
It's a powerful river. Was this the only video, or was it more?
The next one is the Upper Falls.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it's just we had all this type of stuff, including this very stubborn tree. And then so here's my picture of the same area of the
white area
of this area. So I got one more from the side. And then I wanted this picture, or there's a few pictures I'm about to show you here, and this is to try to get you that kind of like depth, kind of like with like the Grand Canyon, how crazy deep that one is. This is what I was doing here at Yellowstone. Though unlike the Grand Canyon, you can actually see to the bottom. So that should maybe tell you how, after you see these, think about how crazy Grand Canyon is, okay? So that's one. Zoomed in a little bit. Zoomed in even further. And that's just very intense levels of depth right there.
Yeah.
All the way to the river. And then another perspective of just the upper canyon. And and then this is where we were coming to the upper falls, and so we were seeing the river over here making its way towards the waterfall. So next, do you want to pictures or video?
Pictures first.
Okay. Yeah. So you got a really good picture here, and you can see a lot of that kind of teal turquoisey look to the water,
and the way the waves are, the way they crash against the sides.
Yeah, it's a very intense river. I think I got another one kind of like that. Yeah. Where you can see the dominant color here is like white, and that only happens when it's like splashing aggressively. That should tell you how intense this water was going. It's a very powerful river. Like, walking up to it was actually a bit intimidating because of the intense rush and like the sound and the speed at which you could see it going.
Intimidating to you. Meanwhile, I'm like running up to the rail like, oh my god.
Well, so like intimidating in the sense that like I'm in awe of the power of nature, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by that.
I was like looking over the edge like, oh my god.
Yeah. You loved this area. It was great. And honestly, seeing you so happy for this area made me happy. I was really happy about that. Like, it was a really great time.
It's my favorite.
Oh, and then we saw a bug. So there are these bugs.
I don't even know what they are.
I don't know what they're called, but they were just like flying around here.
They were killing themselves.
They kind of were killing themselves, yeah.
So they were like coming out because it was sunset. Some bugs just come out at certain times of the day. They started coming out when we got here to this area, and they were either landing on the area we were at, but a lot of them were like flying over, chasing the waterfall going down, and like I thought they were flying into the waterfall because they would just disappear.
I think what was actually happening is that they were like flying kind of along the path of the waterfall, kind of parallel to it, but eventually they would get to a point where the waterfall was like splashing and like enough that it just enveloped
They were
them.
consumed.
Yeah, so it's like they were consumed by the waterfall.
Before we move on past the bug, do the 2 videos after the last one.
Let's show your bug picture.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, because she got a really good angle of like just from the side. Yeah, you can see it very, very well. Did I include any? This was the only picture I had, right?
Yeah, that was the only one.
So yeah, this is so crisp. Good job.
Crispy bug.
Crispy bug. All right, so you want to show a video?
Yeah, the next 2 will be good.
Okay, so these will be powerful.
Yeah, these are gonna be loud.
So yeah, let me go ahead and here I'll put it maybe half volume.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, that is powerful. Like it's just going. Look at this like rush of water right here in the center. And then you had another one right here. This is great. This is really great. Very powerful river. Do you have more?
I'm just like looking at it. I'm just like.
No, but did you have more?
This was like the first side, so the next part will be like the next step down to go off the main falls.
Oh yeah, so this is the actual waterfall itself. Yeah. Yeah, we can show.
Show the 2 videos. This one and then
This is good stuff, man. I really liked it. We both liked this area. It was. Yeah, you loved it. You really did. He's another.
Oh my god.
And bear in mind, this waterfall, like, you know some of those pictures that we took out from the lookout, like far away lookouts, like with those like perspective pictures of where you can see how deep and expansive the canyon is? You could hear this waterfall all the way out there. It's the dominant sound of this area. It's very powerful. Like basically, like when you walk up to like the edge of the canyon, like that's the sound.
Yeah. I think the only time we didn't know, or at least I didn't know, it was the waterfall making the sound. It was when we first got on the path of the first one. Because I thought it was just like the trees making noise with the wind. Just that like whooshing sound.
Yeah.
But then once I saw that it was like the waterfall that was like over there, I was like, oh, that's what we're hearing.
Oh, that's later. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So did you?
I think I have pictures of the lower or the upper falls.
Okay. Yeah. You were so excited about this area. Because yeah, again, look at this like tealy color that we had here.
I stared at that little pool at the bottom for a while because
Like
like,
over
the
here?
water would get trapped there and kind of like it wouldn't crash against the sides in that little pocket because it would kind of just get trapped and circulated in and out of there. So I was like staring at that for a while. That was really cool. Yeah, and that was it for this falls area.
It was really cool.
It lives now only in my memory.
Well, we have the pictures and videos
I
that we
know.
just shared. Yeah, and then later there was a bison in the road.
Yeah, I have a video of that too.
And yeah, because it was like literally we were driving by. So we were driving after the visit to the canyon. We were driving back to Lake Village.
Turned the corner of a hill and was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it was. This bison was actually walking like in the other lane, like basically at another car, but it was just very calmly.
It was
walking.
just like crossing the road diagonally.
Yeah, I guess that's more of what it was doing. And it was just like, oh, it's in the road, and
You got better picture. Like, I almost got that picture, but closer and better quality.
Mm-hmm.
but the car that you see on the left fucked it up.
Yeah.
And you'll see it in the video how annoyed I
Yeah,
was.
it's kind of funny. So yeah, I got this picture, basically as we were like driving by and stuff. And yeah, let's show the video of it. Is that the next
Yeah.
one? Yeah. So.
Go to the beginning of it.
Is that the new Toyota?
No, be very careful. Yeah, it was just walking.
Dude,
Bison don't give a fuck. I love them.
He's got furry feet.
Yep, bison butt. Can we go past here now?
Whoa. Oh, that car ruined everything.
I think I got it.
I love how you can see me just like I got it. I'm gonna get it.
Like a Bigfoot photo.
I'm just ready.
And I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, because you didn't get it, but I did.
It was almost a perfect photo, and the car was like, "We're moving now." And God, impatient.
Yeah.
Ruined my photo.
No, it's fine because I got this, so we ended up being fine.
They ruined everything.
We're fine. We're fine, love. Oh my goodness. I love you though. You're so great. Oh yeah, so then
Appreciating that we got Yellowstone at sunset on a full moon.
yeah, so this is a full moon coming over the horizon as the sun is setting. Look at these the gradient of colors we have here. Look at this. And the moon glowing. This is
It's the closest you're gonna get to a good moon picture.
yeah, and this is her picture.
Yeah. I couldn't get a close up of the moon, so I was like, I'll just take the general shot.
Yeah. But I was able to get this more close up thing. But she got this one. And yeah, like this I love the color of the sky and the gradient that we had going on there. Good shit. Okay.
So we went to Mud Volcano area.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bunch of little.
Yeah, so this area is called what, Dragon Mouth?
This one, yeah, it's particularly called Dragon Mouth, Geyser, Water Volcano,
Yeah, so
whatever.
I took this from the upper deck, you took this from the lower deck.
So I read a little bit of the information just briefly because I didn't want to sit there and read forever. I was getting high off sulfur.
Yeah, this whole place smelled very strongly of sulfur.
Yeah, but it said it's called Dragon Mouth because I think I have a video of it. It's because of the way it sounds when it's like the bubbling out. It sounds like it's like lashing its tongue and making noise or something like that. Yeah. So the next video is a video of that, and you can kind of hear it, not super well, but you can hear it a little bit. It kind of sounds like a.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. We'll see how well it actually matches my wife's description. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Can't help thinking that.
The way my stepdad gets cut off there. He can't help thinking. That's it.
Stop.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I can't help but think.
Yeah. So we were tired by the end of this, and then also we were dying from the elevation. We decided to do this like little mini boardwalk hike around all these volcanoes.
So yeah,
while inhaling sulfur.
Yeah, so to bear in mind with the whole elevation thing, the place we live is like 2,500 feet above sea level. Basically, from the end of the first day till like 2 days ago, we were we were like between like
jumping up and
5,000
down.
feet above sea level to like 9,000 feet
Yeah.
above sea level.
I think Yellowstone itself was jumping back and forth from over and under 8,000.
Yeah, it depended on where you were for sure.
Yeah.
But like, because it's a very mountainous region, so you're gonna have a lot of variation in what elevation you have, but it's very high up. Like there's in Yellowstone, there's the Continental Divide where water will flow either north or south depending on which side of the divide you're on. And I believe that Continental Divide was at like 8,300 feet above sea level. So yeah, we were pretty high up,
Yeah.
especially compared to where we live now.
So these geysers were basically making us stupid.
A little bit. We were also exhausted from a long day, and yeah, so one of the things about being at a higher elevation is that there's less oxygen, and if your body's used to lower elevations, one of the things it will struggle with is actually, like, your lungs will work harder because it has to do more to obtain the same level of oxygen.
Your body will work harder because it has to work harder.
Yeah.
You can tell by the way it is.
Yeah. So I remember on this walk getting a little bit loopy. Like, let's see, did I have more pictures here? Yeah, so here's some more of this stuff. So, like, we were walking around here.
My video is actually the
Oh, you have another video?
it's the mud volcano after this one.
Okay.
So
All right, let me
show that one real quick.
Yeah, let's show that.
That one you can hear more.
Yeah. Oh, and you can see the splashing into this area right here. On the right. Yeah. So, but by the way, the reason why they call it mud volcano is because it's basically just like it's just a lot of mud here and volcanic activity to kind of cause it to behave a bit like a geyser, but not like actually erupt like a geyser. It just is. It's just active in the sense that it does stuff.
Yeah.
It goes ding when there's stuff. Was that the only video you had here, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
The rest is the last day.
Okay. So, just pulling up these.
I've got 3 videos. There are 3 pictures from this last day.
So yeah, and so here's some pictures near the so you can see the steam from the mud volcanoes, and this is sunset. Here's a similar picture from my wife, and you can see more of the dark shading of and colors and stuff here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with this picture. The way my phone decided to like re-evaluate what needed to be seen. Like you can very clearly see those car's headlights, and like.
But it's
the
weird because
bottom
everything
trees.
around it is so blurry.
Yeah, and you could also see those bottom trees in front of the steam clearly enough, and then it's blurry again.
Yeah.
So my phone was a little confused by the lighting here, or it was also high on sulfur. So
just everything's high on sulfur here.
yeah, I had to hold your hand, not just because we were like on a cute little like pathway hike, but also because you were kind of veering side to side on this path. Like I didn't want you to fall off the edge.
Yeah, no, like I said, I got loopy, and like I basically needed her to hold my hand like I was a toddler. Because I just like I honestly only vaguely recall like what I even said. It was just, but I remember being like, I'm loopy, I'm tired.
When you get loopy nowadays, it's usually just like I'll say something of like, "Whoa, that's a lot of steam," and you going, "You're a lot of steam." So
yeah.
Or like, "Look at the sunset. You're a sunset."
But you are a sunset. You're beautiful. Speaking of sunsets, here's more sunset.
Yeah, this is after the sun actually set, and you could see how yellow the full moon was.
Mm-hmm.
It was still light enough to get actual pictures of things.
Yeah. And then, okay, your next picture is later, so I should go back to my pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So here's more sunset type stuff. You can see more of the steam. Oh, and then okay, yeah, and then we had
So we traveled back to the cabins, and by then it was dark, and we were getting nice moon reflections.
yeah. So this is a picture.
These do not do justice to that.
This,
everything else was close enough.
Yeah.
This was not. Yeah.
So we had a full moon over Yellowstone Lake, and let me remind you, this is Yellowstone Lake we're talking about here. It's this place is huge. It's coming out over like these mountains to the east, and we were here staring out across, and like,
yeah.
This is like the best picture I could take. This is a picture that my wife took. This one's better. I think you can see more of the color gradient and stuff like that.
So I have never seen, like, I'm not an ocean person. For being a water person, I'm not an ocean person.
Yeah, which is
I think it's a similar thing to like the Grand Canyon. Is I can't really understand the scope of it. Like it's just too big.
Maybe.
And so like I've never been like a sunset on the water, moonlight on the water kind of person. So I've never bothered to seek that out in my life. I don't think I've ever seen moon or sunrise reflection on water. So seeing that for the first time was kind of wild.
It was gorgeous. Because like I've seen like sunsets in California over the ocean, and that stuff is like, to me, like I feel like the best sunsets are honestly the ones that we see here all the time, with the mountains and the desert. But probably the next best is like some of the desert or some of the sunsets I've seen over the ocean in California. So, and this one is just the moon coming over the lake in Yellowstone, and
it might not have even been this impressive if it wasn't a full moon. Like it was so bright.
Yeah, like
a huge moon.
These pictures just don't capture the serenity that it had. The only way you could understand what it's like is to experience it. It was so calm, so serene, so beautiful. And we tried to get better pictures. We just couldn't. This was the best we could do.
Mm-hmm.
But it was one of the most relaxing things. And yeah, it's definitely like one of those things where like I would have loved to have spent more time actually just relaxing out there.
You forgot your jacket and it was cold.
So yeah, I did forget my jacket and it was cold. So that was part of why, and I was a little bit upset about that. But I still enjoyed it. I'm not unhappy about the amount of time because I still got to experience this, and that was wonderful, and I appreciate that quite a bit. It's a pretty big deal. So yeah, it's some really good stuff. Let's see. Did I have anything else before? Okay, no. Okay, so maybe we should go to
now,
your videos of Old Faithful.
Yeah. So now we went to Old Faithful. We were gonna leave Yellowstone, but not before we did more sites. So these next two videos are pretty long, but you'll have commentary. That's not us. If we have real live commentary, we'll pause the video. But
yeah, in fact, what I might honestly do is just mute us while the video is playing, and if we want to say something, I'll pause it and unmute us, and then we'll say something.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, and I'll also pause the music so that we can just hear. So yeah. All right.
Here, actually,
what?
I'm gonna use this time to take my bathroom break.
Okay, yeah, you can go do that.
While you monitor this.
Okay.
But I want to turn on stream so I can.
You want to watch from the bathroom?
Here in case I don't come back.
Okay. All right.
So give me a second.
All right.
That up.
Go.
And then I'll get you more water.
I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna play the video for you, so I'm gonna be muted unless I want to say something. So
I might be a little late too because your stream's delayed. So
it's all right. It's all right.
I started it just in case.
Yeah, just have it going. Honestly, just don't even worry about it. Because you'd rather just have it going unnecessarily long, than accidentally miss it because you were waiting too long.
Yeah. And we get our great commentary.
Yeah, we're gonna have great commentary. Hey, what's up, nerds? we're staring up
Not
at
just for
steam
stream.
and people and stuff.
It's not just for stream.
I know.
It's for like.
No, anyone who's like sufficiently interested in geysers and stuff, like you gotta be a little bit nerdy for that, right? Because it's about like geology and volcanology and nature, science stuff, you know.
It's doing it more often.
Yeah, it's having little spurs.
It's flashing.
Wait, kink shaming for real? What the hell is that supposed to mean, Blat? What the fuck? I'm a little confused about that. You want to explain that? I'm a little confused. You don't know why I'm into geysers? Oh, okay. I mean, well, I was just making this up because, like, geysers are all about, like, the volcanic energy that's happening underneath the water, but yeah. Okay. I'll continue the video.
You haven't seen a geyser, have you?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so this would be your first one.
Mm-hmm.
So you're probably gonna be more impressed than I will be, because I've been up to like the very mouth of a geyser before. Many geysers actually, a cluster of them in Iceland. So this one is supposedly really spectacular, so I'll probably still be impressed and be like, wow, that was really cool. I don't know. I won't find out until it just goes. Which could be any moment now, right?
I guess.
Because I think we're past the predicted time mark right by now, aren't we?
I think it's about.
Or maybe it's about to be.
Oh, it's 2 minutes after.
2 minutes after,
So-
yeah. So it really could be any moment now. It could also be, 10 minutes from now.
Wow. 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 We know how high it goes.
I think it's supposed to go pretty freaking high, is my understanding of it.
So I just want to explain something about why I said pretty freaking high. Because I'm dumb sometimes. And I was like, yeah, Old Faithful goes up really high. What's the amount of, how many meters or feet does it go up? I couldn't think of any numbers. So I was like, it goes up as high as something that goes really high. So I was like, it goes pretty freaking high. That's what it goes. Yeah, okay. That's my understanding of things. Oh, my wife has returned with water. Thank you so much. Oh, God, that water feels so good now. Thank you. But yeah, it's a beautiful place to visit. Happy for you. I did get to see the Grand Canyon once and plenty of ocean, but not this. Yeah, so we saw the Grand Canyon and Yellowstone on this trip. It was great. Don't feel dumb. You're saying your mind goes to geology and plate tectonics when you see a geyser. My literal first thought was seeing this was like, that pond looks spicy. Yeah. No, humans exist on a non-linear spectrum of stupid and brilliant at the same time. And that's what we all are. So that's humanity.
Like, I don't know, like...
Most people are like, we're done. That was good enough. Like, good enough.
But from from what I remember about the geysers in Iceland, it's like there was always a bit of bubbling and splashing before it really shot out. Like it's basically once the geyser shoots out, it's unmistakable. You won't be like wondering like, was that it? Like, no, you'll know. So it's still building up. Meanwhile, there's a chipmunk hiding underneath the deck.
Okay, so that was the first one. So we had this one here because like it was scheduled to go off about the time that this was recorded, and we're like, it could go off at any moment. And then I think at some point in that I said it could go off at any moment, or it could happen 10 minutes from now. 10 minutes pass, and this video is what we have. So let's watch this one.
Okay. That might also be true. But we're not going to stick around for the next eruption. Screw that. And it really is taking its time, though. Hey! That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yay.
That's a lot of water. It's actually a lot of water. Like mist effect it's having. It's like a wall of mist to the right because the wind is just kind of shifting it that way.
Yeah.
That's so cool. It's still going too. I'm more impressed about the duration of this actually. That's what's impressing me. Wow.
Getting little.
That's really cool. It's still going. Like it's a lot.
It's
less
smaller now, but
it's still going.
Yeah.
Steam coming off it, like it's so warm. That's so freaking cool, dude. Think about how much water that is.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. And most of it is evaporating, like, as soon as it leaves. Most of it. It's not, like, pooling around. It's evaporating. God. That's so much. That's so cool.
It's like shadowed by its own cloud now.
I know, right? But it's still freaking going. Yeah, that is genuinely the most impressive part to me. It's just how long it's going.
Yeah.
Which makes me think about how much water it's expelling. My goodness.
It's done.
It's
on.
It's still kind of going a little bit. It's okay. Maybe it's done now.
Okay.
Well, a couple of splashes.
It's just steamy now.
Damn, dude.
Yay.
I forgot how freaking loud that plane is.
It's a helicopter.
Or is it a helicopter?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Can
Still,
you tell we've been around each other a long time by us going in unison?
yeah. I mean, we have been romantically involved for like 7.5 years now, so yeah. But yeah, that's. I was really. It's kind of funny to think about how, like, in the first video, I was like, I've been to like the mouth of the geyser in Iceland and stuff, and it's, I don't know if I'll be that impressed with this one. And then I was like, wow, the Old Faithful goes on for a long
Like,
time.
people dispersed. They were just done. Like 2 minutes in.
Like, people got bored of it because it kept going and going. And I was like, I'm actually more interested now because, wow, it's releasing so much water. The longer it goes, the more water that is, which is insane to think about.
Because everybody knows a geyser is going to be a geyser and go up, and you're like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
And like, they're going to vary in size. But like, for how long that went, that it kept being powerful for 4 minutes.
Yeah. That was insane. And I was pretty. So that's what I ended up really liking about that, was just, and being very impressed about, was its length and duration. Not so much the actual power or the initial like surge, because it goes up pretty high, but it's not like that was not the thing that really got to me about it. It was the everything. It was just how much. It was thinking about how much water had to be built up to even have the eruption and expend it all.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, because it's a tremendous amount of water, especially when you consider how much of it is evaporating like instantly as soon as it gets out.
Yeah.
Because when it's like, and that's kind of what's happening, is that basically it's kind of evaporating, or trying to evaporate underground. Like it hits its boiling point underground, but it can't actually become steam until it escapes the water. So so that's what builds up so much of the pressure for the geyser, and that's what causes it eventually to burst out, and it shoots out all that water, and then that's why it's so much steam so fast.
Another thing is, we just had really good timing on this trip.
We
It's like,
did. We really did.
We got there at like 10:15 or something, and it was estimated to go off at 10:22.
Yeah, so we
didn't
got there.
know how long in between bursts there was.
No,
when we left, the sign said the next estimated was like 12:08. So that's like an hour and a half difference from when it actually went off to the next time it's estimated. And I'm like, good thing we didn't have to wait around for an hour.
Yeah, we basically arrived at the visitor center right outside Old Faithful, and like we saw that it was scheduled to like go off soon, and so like we went out there, and like we waited around maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it really wasn't that long. Like we like I said, that first video was recorded about the time that it was scheduled to go off. I made a comment about how it might go off in 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes later it went off.
Yeah.
So we even though it was late, it was still really good timing, so we didn't have to wait around a very long time to experience Old Faithful.
Yeah. If we would have been like actually like 10-15 minutes later, we would have had to wait around for an hour or not have seen it at all.
Yeah.
We were advised from the relative we were staying with, be like, if you don't see it, not a big deal, because it's If you're waiting around for it for like the hour and a half, it then becomes not worth it.
Yeah, it's not.
In their opinion.
It's not worth. So Old Faithful's worth seeing, in the sense that if you can see it, it's cool. It's awesome, but it's not worth waiting an hour and a half for.
You know what? Thinking about it now, because we went into like the visitor center after the fact to like see the information and the learning stuff, the science stuff.
Yeah, that's actually
they had an auditorium show, and I'm like, that's why they have that show, is to kill time.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, it's probably like a 30-minute movie.
I think they said it was 20 minutes, but
really? Yeah, but yeah, you kill like 20 minutes with that movie. You go walk around the paths for 20 minutes. Go look at the information center for like 20 minutes, and you probably still have like 30 minutes to spare before it actually goes off. It's like they had to figure out stuff for people to do.
Mm-hmm. Because it's like the attraction of Yellowstone, and we were not that invested in like getting to see Old Faithful. That was not really the big. I liked the canyon the previous night a lot more than Old Faithful.
Yeah.
Like, Old Faithful's cool, but it's not the coolest thing in Yellowstone.
Yeah.
But it's the thing that everybody knows about.
Yeah. Anyway, after we saw this, we walked around to see the rest of the mini geysers and mini pools.
Oh, I do want to say one thing about the visitor center with all the info. That's when I'm talking about the iron sulfate versus the iron oxide. I know that specifically because it talks about that in that in the center right outside Old Faithful.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Anyway, we did like a short little boardwalk hike around Old Faithful, and got some cool little like spring geyser pictures. Yours really pops.
So yeah,
this is mine.
So this is her picture.
And if you think this is bright and colorful with the orange and the teal, Sins is crazy.
Yeah, so this one, I think this one's good for kind of capturing everything that's right here. But yeah, mine. It's
not even that one.
Yeah, it's not. This isn't even. Yeah, so this one is more from as we're coming up on it. So we kind of have this like side angle. So like you can still see like the rusted stuff over on this side and over here.
Once you focused on it. That's
look at that.
Crazy. It hurts my eyes.
And I got it when it was bubbling too. So you can see mid bubble splash.
Yeah. That hurt my eye a little bit when you changed it to that one.
Like, look at the intense orange and the contrast of the blue here.
Yeah. I'm a little disappointed we didn't go see that other area that has a lot of this rainbow.
Yeah, I was a little bit, but it was
so crowded.
It was insanely crowded, and like we all decided like it's not worth waiting it, trying to go through a crowd.
It probably would have been worth it, but we were okay not seeing it.
Yeah, we were very okay. Yeah, because like our approach to Yellowstone was like, we're gonna see some cool stuff.
Like it's kind of the way my family approaches Disneyland. Is like, pick one of the most popular attractions, do that one, and expect not to do the other ones. So it's like, this was our Star Tours. We did not do Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, for those of you that are Disney people, I hope that made sense, because I'm just going to have to nod my head and say, sure, yeah, I guess. But yeah, we were content with what we had seen. I mean, look, this is amazing what we saw.
Because we saw this about like 10:30, and so mid-afternoon is when people were going to the touristy sites. So of course it was busy.
Yeah. So, because the problem is there were some other places that we kind of wanted to hit up, but just like by the time we got there, they were fully crowded with people, and it would take like an hour to just like wait around until you could actually get a good like look at things, and dealing with the traffic. Just screw that. Screw all that.
And you have to drive like a good hour in Yellowstone to get to
Yellowstone is huge. Like let me go back to the map. Like, so this is Lake Yellowstone. Old Faithful is like over here, and I think we drove up to here. I think roughly. But like, Yellowstone is this whole area. Like, look at this. This park is freaking huge.
I think it's even bigger than what you're circling.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like there's like a square that kind of is roughly this, and everything in that is Yellowstone.
Yeah.
This is Lake Yellowstone that we're seeing right here, and all this space over here is also Yellowstone.
Yeah.
It is huge.
Yeah.
Any one visit of Yellowstone is going to be just a small percentage of it, because it's big. It's very big.
Yeah. Anyway, but we saw a lot of the little pools around Old Faithful and some of their little baby rivers, and yeah, they're very clear, which I think is really cool, but they still have that like blue tint.
Yeah.
Like usually if you have a small body of water, it's just clear. But this is like the way the chemicals work.
Well,
and
just
everything.
you can compare with the water that's up at the top of the picture with the water that's right here. This is so distinctly blue.
Yeah.
Whereas this one's kind of reflecting more of like the brown and rusty colors on the cliff face on the other side.
The sandstone in the riverbed and everything.
But this is so distinctly blue.
Yeah.
And also very dangerous. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
You will. Not only will you get in trouble, like with the park rangers, you will be like dying.
Yeah. You know why you don't touch it? Because in the next one.
Or no, you're
my
the one.
Next one.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a good one on this though. Yeah.
So in this one, while you were taking pictures, you might be able to zoom on mine.
Yeah.
There's bones in there.
These are bones.
Probably from a deer that thought it was good water.
Yeah, or something. Like these are like animal bones that like got totally fucked.
They're people bones. They just won't tell you that.
It's so good.
Oh my god!
But even just this whole thing, what? There was a guy last year or so that got into one that was dissolved before help could get back to him. Yeah, that. So yeah, So like,
what if that's them?
What if that's them? I don't know, dude.
That'd be so uncomfortable.
That would be pretty uncomfy.
The reason I thought it was like maybe a deer that thought it was water, because those are pretty big bones.
Yeah, those are not like squirrel bones. That is like a deer like fell in here or some shit. Or apparently, maybe a guy last. I don't know, dude.
I'm gonna look that up while you talk more about the pool.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, the reason why. So they have all these signs that say like, "Hey, don't go out and interact with these or touch them," and hell, they have signs that are like, "Don't even toss coins in them." Like that, they will like fine you like hundreds of dollars if you toss like a quarter in there, because it fucks with the chemistry so hard. And it's, the national park is there to preserve the nature of this area, so don't fuck with it. One, because you don't want to ruin the nature of it, but two, because nature will fuck you so hard. You will die if you touch this water. Do not mess with this. But you can admire it in its beauty. It's terrifyingly powerful beauty. And so that's what we did. Like, the color here looks great.
So I found the thing that they're talking about where somebody fell in.
Okay. So what's the story?
I'm a little confused because one article says 2016, another. Oh, they're two different people. Oh wait, no, they're not. They're the same people. One was posted last year, and the other one was posted. Oh, okay, no, it was posted last year, but the incident happened in 2016.
Okay.
There it is. Okay.
Okay, so
now
the incident happened in 2016, but the news report was from last year?
Yeah.
Okay. Here, I guess I'll look, while my wife reads more of that, I'll just pull some more pictures out. So, go ahead and close these pictures out since we don't need them here. So yeah, I think this was just like some of the river or creek or whatever near Old Faithful. Just some water. And then, oh yeah, and here's my picture of that same thing. And yeah, the blue comes out very well. And like here on the top left, you can see that kind of rusted kind of look. And yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. 2016, I posted fake news and now debased and laid low. Nah, I mean you're fine, man. I mean,
Oh my
you just
God.
misremembered. That's fine.
This is crazy.
What?
Oh my God. Like, there's no way to not make this visceral. And
Okay.
apparently, okay, so it's a guy, just because of how visceral this is, I'm not going to say his name. If you want to Google this and look it up, do you? But, like, I'm not going to say his name just because how visceral this article puts it.
Okay.
So, this guy went with his sister to the Geyser Parks area. I guess Pork Chop Geyser. I don't know where in Yellowstone that is. But,
Okay, I'm gonna
this-
probably look it up. So, pork chop. It'd probably help if I spell it correctly.
G-Y, not G-E-Y.
Yeah.
Or is it?
No, I think it is.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, pork chop guys are Wyoming. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be up here. Or around this area of
That's
Yellowstone.
not where we were, right?
No,
Okay.
no, we were down here.
Okay.
So,
Oof.
but yeah, so those bones are not
Okay.
that. We can confirm it's not
Okay.
that. Most likely a deer or
Okay.
something, but not this
Maybe
dude.
even a bear. Who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway, he went with his sister to do something called hot potting, which is where you go do illegal swimming in the geyser springs. Because I guess are cool enough to do it.
Oh,
Some
no.
are cool enough to do it. But while he slipped into one of the like blue ones like this,
Oh,
which are very,
no.
very not good to get into. Apparently, I don't even want to try to find this video. It's probably on the dark web somewhere. Apparently, she was recording when it happened.
Oh my
And
god.
he slipped in. Let me read this. They ignored the many large warning signs of the area telling visitors to remain on the boardwalk, which we've noticed, and there's no railings. It's just like signs every 10 feet,
Mhm.
at least at the Old Faithful one.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the sister had videotaped the pair of them purposely stepping off the Bison boardwalk to look for the perfect pool to have a dip in, and he fell into the azure blue water. The report reads, the smartphone recorded the moment he slipped and fell into the pool and her efforts to rescue him. There was no signal. She ran to a nearby museum to raise alarm, but when she returned with several park rangers, it was too late. They saw portions of his head, upper torso, and hands were visible from the hot spring.
Oh my god.
That's so visceral and terrifying.
That's like that's some horror shit right there.
Yeah. That's like 1,000 Ways to Die stuff, like where you see it in like the remake retellings and you'd be like, that doesn't happen. But it happens.
Oh my
He was
god.
boiled to death, and like the chemicals probably acided him.
Yeah, so let me put it this way. Park rangers have their signs and warnings for a very good reason, because they're trying to stop you from having one of the worst deaths you could have. Oh my god. That is horrifying to hear.
The rescuers were unable to safely recover the body due to the volatile thermal area and an oncoming lightning storm. When they returned the next morning, his body was no longer visible, although they did find a wallet and flip-flops. That's so unsettling.
Oh my god.
Like, I feel nauseous.
Yeah, I'm sorry for this
retelling
horror
that.
story in the middle of this like vacation story. Jesus Christ. That's
Jeez.
terrifying.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing anything from last year. But this article was written a year ago, but it apparently happened in 2016.
Good God. Yeah.
I feel like nauseous. Jesus.
Yeah. So don't touch the blue water. Don't touch it. It's so yeah. The way you know how Blatt earlier in chat described this as spicy water. This isn't just spicy water. This is it's like I don't even know what to compare it to. It's a level of spice that you should never touch. It's like you know how it's like okay. Let me put it this way. Interacting with this water would be like being the most basic bitch white person in Minnesota, where the idea of a single pepper flake would cause you to have a panic attack because of how incredible spicy it is. The pepper flake is from a bell pepper, so we're talking about that level of no spice tolerance whatsoever. So imagine someone like that eating a ghost pepper. And imagine the type of reaction they would have, how intensely they would react to that level of spice. That's how spicy this water is. Except it's still worse. This water is still spicier than that. Don't fuck with it. What?
While trying to see if there was one last year, just to double check, I just found an article that was from this year in March, the end of March, at Old Faithful. A bison charged at a family and attacked a man.
Oh my god.
And there's video of it.
Jesus. And remember when we were having a good time at Yellowstone and sharing all our adventures at Yellowstone, and now we're sharing other people's horror stories? Can we go back to our story?
Sorry, I'm I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, we're gonna. Shout out to this woman for calling the bison not buffalo. Yeah, good job, wife. Shout out to you.
Yay.
All right, let's continue sharing our things. Here's the spicy water you should never ever touch.
Real quick, there is something here that says officials confirmed they were within 10 feet of the bison prior to impaling and tossing. So, their own fault, I guess, but after the chat.
So, moral of these horror stories that my wife is going on a rabbit hole on.
Sorry.
Don't fuck with nature. Don't fuck with it. Okay? Nature is far more powerful than you, okay? You are pathetic in the face of nature. Don't fuck with it. Okay?
Stay several feet away from all the nature.
Mm-hmm.
Several yards away from all the nature. At all times.
You gotta respect nature, okay? Respect it. Fear it properly. And then work in harmony with it to protect it. And yourself while you're at it. You know? Something, hippie messaging. Yay. Alright, let's move on. So here's another waterfall. What?
I'm just you're please, can we get back to the wholesomeness of this trip? Sorry. It's not my fault. It was.
Well, I know
why.
why. I just called them Black because when I tried to say their full name, I always butchered it. So we decided Blatt was better. Also, I don't think I probably said hi, Blatt. Hi, it's nice to see you.
Look him in hot.
Yeah. just like Yellowstone.
They came in to bring chaos.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we got this water. This was I don't remember the name of this waterfall. It's a waterfall. It's nice.
It was pretty... flaming something or flame something.
I don't know, man. It's a nice, pretty place. Here's my wife's picture of the same thing. It's nice. I think I had some
nice.
more.
Yellowstone's nice.
Yellowstone is nice. Don't fuck with it, but it's nice.
Oh my gosh. The turn this took.
Yeah. Anyways, let's appreciate this river. Hey, wife that really loves rivers, can you talk about how cool this river is?
Yeah, this one was cool. I wish I would have been able to get closer because, like, the one we did the day before was, like, really good. Like, really good. But I just like all the rivers. There was one point where it happened so quickly I couldn't get a picture, but it was like a different river where it was like the water was like almost still, and then there was just like a drop, and it was not like a waterfall drop, but just a shift in the elevation, and then it was just like rapids.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
I mean, that's how rivers work. That's how they do it. Stay away from nature, but also I wish I could have got closer.
Yeah, you should have been here at the beginning of this stream when we were talking about scaring Sin by standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Because that's me. I don't fear death. If nature kills me, it was probably my fault.
Yeah.
So that's my stance on it, and I'm not surprised these horror stories I was reading.
I mean, hey, this VOD will be here on Twitch for the next 2 weeks, and then at some point it'll be archived on YouTube.
Yeah,
so
this 5-hour and still continuing VOD.
Yeah, no,
will be
we're
on
still at Yellowstone. like,
I sent my mom this stream so that she could get like a more in-depth version and more pictures, and she was like, "Oh, in case I don't finish watching, like, will it still be here?" I was like, "Yeah," but I'm thinking like, we'll be here for like 3 hours or something and be tired, and it's like 5 hours later.
Yeah, no, turns out we had a lot to say about a lot of things, didn't we?
Oh, my mom's gonna have a lot of stuff to watch.
Yeah.
Everyone say hi. Hi, Mom.
Yeah.
You don't have to say hi, Mom. She's not gonna read the chat, unfortunately. Probably.
I guess maybe YouTube comments, because those will be visible.
Who comments on your YouTube?
That's a good. Yeah, no one. No, I think I have received like.
You'll just get mysterious views in like chunks at a time, and be like, "Where did you come from?"
I think I have like a total of like 2 comments on my videos, all of them collectively. So yeah, I don't get a whole lot of activity on YouTube, which kind of makes sense when you consider that it's a stream archive. That's the main purpose of it. But yeah.
Here's the cord.
But hey, wait, what?
I had an extra charging cord, a 10-foot charging cord, that I was gonna try to find you for your phone. I found it.
Cool. Good
Sorry,
job.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
This might be the Benadryl kicking in.
Maybe. Yeah.
I'm on a different plane of existence.
Yeah, let's see. I'm from down near Florida, man. We will pet any living creature. Staying away from nature isn't a thing that the South does. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's a shame Yang isn't here. He's the other Floridian we have.
Right. My spirit's from Florida, that's why I have no fear.
Maybe. Anyway, so let's see. So here's
More
the river of
rapids.
that same waterfall. Really cool stuff. And then a very pretty flower.
Mm-hmm.
My wife has a couple picture, or just a picture of some more flowers. And then
I have a picture of a couple flowers, not a couple pictures of a flower.
Yeah, my brain flipped it. I know what happened there. I was trying to say you have a picture of a couple flowers, but my brain flipped it. Yeah.
We normally do Saturday streams for like 4 hours, so we're an hour past time, so bear with us.
Yeah. The South needs more lefties. I've been spawned down here to solo this shit, so come on down. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know about that. I think I like... Well, okay, let me put it this way. I'm in Arizona, so I've got my work cut out for me already. So, and a lot of what I've been talking about here is mountain and desert appreciation. So I'll work here, you work there.
We're like Florida, but without the liquid death, which is water.
You say that, but we're currently experiencing monsoon season.
But when does it actually do anything damaging?
Fair enough. All right. More pictures. So, oh yeah, then we came across this like really gorgeous. Yeah, you had an amazing picture of
We
this.
pulled off to put our feet in because it was just a little like slower moving creek.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to enjoy it. This grass was so fluffy.
Yeah,
And
no,
we
it's
just
fluffy.
sat. This fluffy grass.
Yeah, I guess that's a way to describe it. Yeah, that's a fine way. It's not the I guess that's not the descriptor I would have gone for, but it works.
Yeah, but we just wanted to take a rest, sit on the edge, put our feet in, and enjoy the river.
Yeah.
I really like this because I've been in love with the rivers and waters and waterfalls, and just doing that was like pretty top tier on my list. Like I've told Sin a lot of times when I talk about like forests and rivers, if I could be like a hummingbird or a fairy and just float along a creek, I would never do anything else with my life.
Yeah.
I told Sin, if I hadn't met you and I traveled more, I would abandon all my life and just go live somewhere here and like thrive off the land.
I appreciate you deciding I was more important than that.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and I also took this picture because I wanted to get more of the actual like river floor.
It was so clear and clean and just it has glare in your picture, but like it was perfectly clear like glass.
Yeah, so it was hard to take a picture of because the water is it reflects light pretty well, and so with the camera it has a hard time processing that, whereas human eyes could like filter that out really easily. But in the camera it has a harder time with that.
We wanted to show some of the plants.
So yeah, there's just like stuff in the rocks and stuff, and I thought it was really cool. And then there was also this bug. It was in the grass. That's my wife's finger right there. And so for scale, bug to finger.
Yeah, and it was so I was sitting with my legs kind of like spread between the glass and putting in the grass and putting my feet in. And so like I look down in between like my knees where the grass is, and there's just this bug that's like maybe 1.5 inches long. And I'm like, oh, but it wasn't doing anything.
Yeah,
like,
it was just sitting there.
It's not a territorial bug.
No, it was just sitting there,
It
like
was
whatever.
just, like, yeah.
He didn't give a crap about us, so. And then some nice, pretty purple flowers. So yeah.
Did my headphones just die?
Did your
Or did something happen to your sound?
I hope my sound is still fine.
Because I don't hear you in the thing anymore.
In Discord or in the stream?
In Discord.
In Discord, that's weird. According to my Discord, I'm still making sound. So, I don't know.
I'm gonna leave and rejoin.
Okay. Sound is fine for the stream. Okay, so I'm not too worried then. Okay, I'll let you figure that out while
It says I'm in the chat, but I'm not.
Oh, yeah, you're not in the chat for some reason. That would be why.
I think my Discord's broken.
Yeah. That's okay. I mean, we're literally physically next to each other. We just had that so that you could hear me when you like go to the bathroom or whatever. Anyways.
You keep talking about the photos while I deal with this.
Yeah. Let's see, and then what did I have next? Oh yeah, so later in the day, some rainstorms came over Yellowstone, so we had some rain. And so this is a picture out across I think the west thumb of the Yellowstone Lake after it had rained. Let's see, and then you had some pictures here too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you had this one. Yeah, you got the clouds really nicely here. You can see like the little bumpy texture that they had. It actually looks like your next ones. I guess this is the only one you took here?
Yeah.
Because
And before we left, we got caught in rain.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were going to go visit someone that works at a restaurant in Yellowstone. And we stopped at a visitor center which was not far from the restaurants.
Yeah, it was like
Went to go
2-minute
take a
walk.
walk.
Yeah.
And in this 2-minute walk, it started pouring.
Yeah, it even had hail.
Yeah, we got to the
Like
restaurant.
we're talking like pebble-sized hail. Like it was
Yeah.
like nothing.
We got to like the back of the restaurant to cover under a ramada, and it just started like hailing pea-sized hail.
Mm-hmm.
It was cool though, because then we waited it out and then left, and got back to the visitor center in the parking lot, and it was just the roads were so hot but cooled off so quickly. There was just steam. I wish I would have thought to take a picture of it, but it was really cool.
Yeah. Let's see. And then I think I had another picture here. Oh yeah, I got a bird.
You got a bird.
Yeah, a bird was just flying across, and I actually managed to capture it. So that's why I was excited about this one. You can see it right there. It's just there. Yeah. All right, and what do I have next? Okay, so some more of this with the trees and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Trees on the other side. And just another general.
It's interesting the way we both like to try to capture detail.
Yeah.
Like, you like to zoom in on each individual part.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I like to take a grander picture. I think because my thinking is like those things where it's like the more you stare at it, the more you notice. And it's like if I have a bigger, crisper picture in my head, it's like you could zoom in on a lot of different parts and just see so much more.
Yeah. Yeah, I do a bit of both.
Yeah.
So it's like the Grand Canyon was a really good example of that, where I have a lot of grand pictures, but then I have a lot of pictures that are also very focused. And so yeah, where's the similar thing here? Oh, this is when we got back. So here, let's go to your pictures that you have over here. Yeah. So this is on our way out of Yellowstone's.
Heading Tetons on the way back.
Yeah, so these are the Teton Mountains on the way back across this lake, which I think this lake would be this one right here. I think, yeah, because we would have come down this one.
I think it's farther.
You think it's this one? Oh, you know what? Yeah, you probably. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Grand Teton right there.
Yeah, you're right. It's this one, this lake, not that one. This one.
So we didn't see this angle on going because we didn't really look behind us, but coming back, we were able to really get good pictures of this angle.
Yeah, you got really good ones here. And then here's another one that you got
after the rain and everything too.
Yeah, this is all after the rain. Yeah, so we got it looked great, dude. And you got this one as well.
We got wind in Wyoming.
Oh, that's why this picture is here. I was like, why is this picture here? Okay, yeah. So
we just got really a lot of wind.
Yeah, so on our way back to where we were staying in Southwest Wyoming, we got a pretty intense windstorm.
It was windy in Wyoming, if you could be surprised.
I know, windy Wyoming. What?
So that's all dust.
That's dust. Yeah.
It's just dirt.
And then you got some more pictures after that over like the fields in Wyoming.
Yeah, I love the fields.
Actually, this might have technically been Idaho, because we were on a highway that is literally on like the border of Wyoming and Idaho. So we were technically in Idaho, but like barely.
Yeah.
So this might be Idaho technically, but it's whatever. You know.
I really liked the ranches and the farms.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I like the green. I like the idea of just watering a field, watching some cows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I guess you probably took this next one in some kind of mountain pass, yeah, or something, because this looks good. I love the way how the rays of the sun just poke through here. That was really good.
I'm very particular about when I take pictures of stuff. Like, you'll see any kind of cool mountain and you're like, I want a picture of that. But like, I'll do that too, but if I have like weird glare or the lighting's just weird, I won't do it. But like, the reason I took these pictures, I did, like, again, I said this at the beginning, and there might be new people in here. None of these I edited. These are just straight from my camera, what I took.
Yeah.
So, like, this is what this looked like, and I was like, that's pretty, I need a picture of it.
Yeah. This is amazing.
So I took it.
Like, and I love how in this area over here, you get this more orange tone, and then here you have...
Because it was
you
like
can see the open sky and the sun poking through.
It was like pre-sunset. That
Yeah.
like not everything's changing color yet. It's just shifting angles.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Let's see, did I have any more from this day?
You
Oh
have
yeah,
that.
that's right. So when we got back to where we were staying, there was a cat just in the backyard, and so I took some pictures of it. It was just there.
Well, let's watch this cat be creeped out by you taking pictures of it. Because
Yeah.
both the cats were really like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Weirdo. Taking pictures of me from a distance.
Yeah, and then the next day, there was another cat.
And this one was very much like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Look at this guy. He's like, "What are you trying to do?"
Yeah, he was like, this one was like, what the fuck is going on? Very confused about me. And so it walked away.
It's like, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, and then we ran into another elk
Another
statue.
elk.
So again, I was thinking about my longtime fan, caffeinated elk.
This is the next day, the last day.
Yeah, so this is
second to last
this
day.
is the second to last day of our trip. So this would be 2 days ago, actually. Yeah, because we got back yesterday. And yeah, it's really nice picture of an elk. And didn't you have a picture of me with it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You had some
So,
pictures ahead of
I had
time.
some stuff before.
That's right. Okay, that's what confused me. So yeah, you
This
had
is leaving.
these. So this must have been in more northern Utah, right? Yeah.
We stopped at a gift shop and I saw this really sad bear statue. He looked so sad and upset. Oh.
Oh my god.
Actually, when you're zoomed in that much, he kind of has a little baby crack of a smile.
I guess. Yeah.
What is the comment you made? You're like,
Oh, because like I saw so it's like you have like the river here and like the cliffside and these pine trees, and I was like, is he sad that he's too big to climb the pine trees?
dude, imagine, like, you have a world where it's like it's mountain ranges and you don't see stuff until you turn the corner of the mountain. Imagine you go to this mountain range that's inhabited and kind of like ruled, washed over by this giant bear. That when it's like sleeping, you think it's just like another mountain, but like when it's awake, it's like that, and it's like grand and huge.
It's a bear god.
It's a bear god that rules over the land.
Yeah.
That'd be sick.
So yeah. So here's your picture of the elk statue, and then again because I was thinking about caffeinated elk, I was like, look at it. Caffeinated. I was tired, by the way.
You were very tired.
I like took a nap before we like pulled over at this gas station or whatever, and so I was like tired and it was windy. That's why my face looks weird. But
your hair looks majestic.
my hair looks majestic, but I look stoned.
As you wear Protect the Planet
I know.
shirt.
I look like a hippie.
It's
And you know what? I basically am a hippie. I'm like, I love the planet. I'm an advocate for like green energy and stuff like that, and renewables. And I look like that sometimes. But yeah, it was just like here's another elk. Yeah. And then there was
there's a derpy bear.
There was a derpy looking bear. It just looks a bit odd, you know. And here's your picture of it. Stay off the animals, thank you.
Stay off the animals, protect the planet, you know.
Yeah.
We got some rain.
Yeah,
on the
basically
way.
all like that day we saw a lot of rain just driving through Utah, and it got even
And
more
wind.
intense when we got.
We were going to Nevada, by the way.
Yeah, we were
going to Vegas.
We were going to Vegas at this point. So we were driving through Utah, and then that little corner of Arizona, and then into Nevada, towards Vegas. And yeah, we were seeing like a lot of rain and clouds and stuff like that.
A lot of wind.
Yeah, a lot of wind. Go ahead and close a lot of these. And then what's my next picture? Oh yeah, so
Just driving through.
just driving through. I was just like, some of these mountains look cool. Let's see if I could get decent pictures. And so I had that one. Oh yeah, these
layering.
These were pretty cool. Yeah, we were going through like a canyon pass in southern Utah here, and so that's where we were seeing a lot of these types of stuff. And I love this stuff, dude. I really do. Oh yeah, I forgot we included. So earlier in the stream, we had a picture of Sonic. Sonic upgraded. Sonic is now, he teamed up with the Transformers and Optimus Primes so that he can become a Transformer himself.
Oh my god.
And now he's a semi-truck.
I wouldn't put it past it if this was like a decade ago and they tried to do some kind of Sonic crossover game.
The most ambitious crossover event in history.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I was trying to take a picture of the mountain and just it lined up to have this. But yeah, I got other pictures of it, so it was fine.
This is more of Nevada.
No, this is we're either in southern Utah or we're in Arizona at this point, because you have to, when you're going to Vegas from Utah, you have to cross into Arizona, that little top left corner of Arizona, and then you cross back, and then you cross into Nevada at some point.
I think this was after that.
This was.
Oh, I just remembered. Sorry, I'm gonna backtrack real quick. I had one more video of the creek that we were at.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Sorry, I totally forgot, and we just moved on to the next day.
Yeah, no, this is your last video though, right?
Yeah, then that's it.
All right, so let's go
It's
ahead
just
and
a peaceful creek.
yeah, let's watch this. This is the creek that we pulled over at, and I took like the picture of like the river floor and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
We were and where the bug was. We were just sitting here like, I don't know, 10 minutes, just vibing with.
Just had a break from the touristy stuff.
Yeah, we like put our feet in the water, like all of us. We all had our feet in the water, and we were just sitting there, just appreciating everything here.
Yeah. Sorry to backtrack. I just didn't want to bring that up after like Vegas, you know, the crazy city.
Yeah,
But...
yeah, because we're about to go from a lot of nature to, you know, a place full of artificial stuff. You know. But yeah.
You got excited about a palm tree once we got into like that.
I did. Stuff. The first palm tree I saw when we got into Nevada, I got very excited about because it had actually been a week since I've seen anything of the sort, and I was like, I actually love palm trees. They're great. I love them, and so I was pretty happy to see them. All right, I'll go ahead and close that since that's our last video. And yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this was in southern Utah because I remember this being before St. George, where we saw what might be my next picture. I'm about to find out. No, I still have more of this. Okay, I really appreciated this mountain right here though. That was really cool. Oh, and then I took this one here because it had like more of this like gray and black type tone, and I wanted to show that off. And this picture also has that. And then here was when after we get through that canyon pass, so we're like near St. George at this point. And so we're starting to get a lot more of those orange and reddish tones with the mesas and stuff like that are more emblematic of like Arizona. And yeah, I liked these rocks over here, this rock formation over here. I actually had a really hard time taking a picture of this because this was as we were driving, and like almost every other picture I had here just had like a road sign or a lamp or like a street lamp just like right in the center of the frame, so I had a hard time with it. So this is like the best one I got. And here's a picture of a mesa as we're coming back. It's like the first like major mesa that we've seen in a week. And then we got this. This is I think JoJo called this the Dixie D. This is around
it's JoJo's D.
It's JoJo's D. Yeah, so our good friend JoJo. He grew up he grew up in St. George, and he met Rezdog at a community college on or near the Navajo reservation. I can't remember.
They were just living their young adult life
Mm-hmm.
before settling down.
Yeah.
But this was the D of JoJo's youth.
The D of JoJo's. Yeah. And then here's my zoomed in picture of it.
Can't believe you got a close up of JoJo's D.
I got a close up of JoJo's D.
You should read the Discord thing. We sent the picture of the D to our friend in our personal Discord, and
Oh yeah, he was like, ah yes, the big Dixie D, the Hollywood sign of Southern Utah. Which, yeah, basically.
and I responded with, "Honored to see your D." And then they said, "I'm honored by your honor." And
then I said, let's see what I said. Your Honor, they are honored by her honor.
and they made.
Then they made a beautiful meme. So I'm gonna show you guys this meme. Just so you know, this is like JoJo's Discord icon. This is my wife's Discord icon, and of course, Judge Zuko, because who the hell else would be the judge of honor?
And it says, "Your Honor, I'm honored by her honor, her whole honor, and nothing but her honor, on my honor."
It's some good. This is some top tier shit right here. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was all about the D.
It's all about this. This D right here spawned that conversation. And hell, I even said, like, should I do a top 10 meme list and have this as the honorable mention?
And that's where it ended.
And then they said that would be very honorable of you. And then that's where it ended.
That's the story of the D.
The story of the honorable D.
Let me go back to the other Discord.
Oh yeah. Because like you have some
Yeah.
pictures you want to show. Yeah. So you.
Some more rain.
Oh yeah. So this is. This is actually later. So.
Okay.
So we got into Nevada at this point, and we got stuck in traffic for like 20 minutes. Like because there was just like a lane that was closed, and that just caused traffic to back up like crazy. But so while we were just kind of sitting there, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm a little bit bored. I'll take a picture of this." Because it's not like for it's like you got this little mesa here, and you got this tower. I'm like, cool. That's the structure that we got here. And shortly after this is when traffic picked up, but like that's what we were looking at. And then here's more of the kind of mountainous rocks we were seeing again. I was a lot more excited about this than my wife was.
I was over it. I was like, why did we leave the green?
Yeah, but I love this stuff personally. I'm a huge fan of desert aesthetics. I really am.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, this trip really confirmed that in me, because as soon as we came back to the desert, I was very happy about it.
It really confirmed the opposite in me.
Yeah. So there's a bit of a balancing act we got to do here in our marriage, but we'll figure it out.
It's not like we're moving out of state anytime soon.
No,
so...
we don't have the financial. It's not in our. It's not in our foreseeable financial future to do such a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. But in the meantime, we can enjoy stuff like this, and like the trip that we had. I really liked this one because it had these red tones. I really love these red tones anytime they appear. But yeah, so I also tweeted while we were on our way to Vegas, I find it funny that the day we get back to the desert is the day we're seeing stuff like this. Where we got the most rain on the vacation the day we returned to the desert, which is kind of funny. But
I thank God for it, because especially yesterday, if we would have had at least as much rain as this day, I probably wouldn't have been boiling alive in the car.
Yeah, you had it pretty bad on the way home. I in hindsight, I'm like, man, maybe I should have offered to swap. you or something. I don't know.
It
Though
would have been the honorable thing to do.
it would have been the honorable thing to do. Yeah. Yeah. Though I also, as the white person in this relationship, like maybe I would have been like, just
But that's the thing.
I
I,
don't know.
already got the crispy dark skin.
You're
that's
already
protecting
crispy.
me on the outside.
so it would make me properly cooked and you would be burnt. Yeah. Okay.
I'm already crispy on the outside. Now I'm just internally overcooking.
Yeah. But yes, but we were seeing lots of rain in Nevada, but it kind of makes sense because it's like, here in Arizona we're experiencing monsoon season. Some of that monsoon moisture will go up towards Nevada and stuff like that. And I think there was also just another storm front that was coming off, from the Pacific anyway. So kind of just, I think it mixed together there because it was also very, very windy when we were driving here, actually. So it was very intense, actually. Like the most intense driving we probably had the entire trip was just on this path to Nevada through all this rain and stuff. What are you doing? You're
I'm
doing
just trying to mentally flip through the photos.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm like,
yeah.
a lot of rain.
Yeah. And then we got to Vegas.
Yay!
So we stayed at Harrah's.
Arrows.
Harrah's.
Hurrah.
Hurrah!
Yeah.
So this is a picture that I took.
Arrows.
Also, it was kind of funny. So you may notice that there's a Trump tower on the side of this. So something that my wife noticed that I didn't notice.
Oh.
As we were driving by, apparently my mom very casually flipped off Trump Tower, which I find kind of funny.
Good for her.
Good for her, yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't like she was trying to make a joke of anything either.
No, it was
trying
just,
to make a point or
she
anything.
just did it, which I
She
find
was just driving and saw it and was just like, eh.
like, my reaction was like, oh yeah, that's right, Trump used to be known for, like, real estate and building these giant-ass golden towers everywhere. I forgot that's the thing he used to be known for.
Ugly. Gold is like, as a metal that's not on jewelry, theming things around the color gold is so ugly. Like, because gold has like a greenish tint. And so, like, unless you're really putting like good lighting on gold aesthetics, it looks so ugly.
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. Like, I don't hate gold, but it's not my favorite. But yeah, anyways, so we took some pictures, and by the time we were like in our hotel room, the like storm had cleared out, and so like, and the sun was starting to poke out.
It
So
cooled down.
yeah, like here's your picture of it. You got a really good picture here. And yeah, I just liked how the sunset was starting to poke out here. Got some really beautiful aesthetics here. And yeah. And then
We were just right up the street from the Mirage.
so yeah, so we went on to we had lunch at California, or not lunch, dinner at California Pizza Kitchen. We talked about that very early on in the stream.
When we were eating.
But afterwards we went to go see this the fake volcano. After visiting the real super volcano, we decided to visit this fake volcano.
Yeah. We didn't want to walk all the way down to Bellagio on the strip. The strip is crowded and a little annoying if you don't know how to walk through it.
Yeah.
But this was just like,
It was
like,
this
not
was
even a
really
block
close
away.
to where we were, yeah. So it was not at all like a problem to just walk out towards it.
So we just got some dinner and perfect timing, got outside to see the show.
Yeah, when we finished our food, like, and we walked out, like, we had to wait maybe 15 minutes for the show. Not even, yeah.
Like, I think I started counting down 6 minutes when we got there.
Yes.
Because it's an artificial show. It's not like Old Faithful, where you might be 10 minutes later.
Ironically, it's
10.
more something fake in Vegas is more faithful than Old Faithful.
Yeah, it was right at 10. We're like, perfect.
Yeah.
And we got some good photos.
We got some really good. We got a. I
The
especially
fake
my
volcano.
phone, because we've been talking about how my phone was really good at capturing a lot of color. I took a lot of pictures of here. So when we were compiling all the pictures that we're gonna have for the stream, there were only 2 that I didn't include.
Yeah. Show
this.
mine first.
So yeah, we're gonna show
because mine
hers.
aren't even like to the level of yours.
Yeah.
But like, so just show my 3. My 3 best.
Yeah, you only pick 3. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got one with the fire, one with more of
water.
the mist and the water. Yeah. And then another one.
Well, that was mist.
Yeah, this one's more mist. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And it's like, you might be like, wow, that's really orange and bright. Give us 2 seconds to show you Sin's picture.
Yeah. Because I got some good shit. So this is like right as the show started. So let's go to the next picture, where it shifts to an entirely different tone of orange.
Yeah.
Which is wild, because you would think, like, oh, it's all orange. It can't be possibly that different. Yet my phone is able to show the subtlety of the orange, and I love that.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
Look at that. It blacked out the background.
Mm-hmm.
It's so red.
Yeah. And then the next one.
Jeez.
Just like the intensity of like the orange on the water there. It's so cool.
Looks like the strip is on fire.
Yeah. And they've got another good spout here. Because the whole idea is that they have all this very intense orange lighting with the water to make it kind of look like lava.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of it. And I really like how this one came out, because it really does look like, oh, it's spurting out the lava, but it's great. Here's a really good picture. This is really good picture of the fire. It might not be the best one I have, though, because there's some. I have at least 2 other fire pictures I could think of that are stunning. Here's another one. Oh god,
mist.
yeah,
the
this is
pink right there.
yeah. There's like this like layer of pink between like the more yellow tone and the more red tone. It's so good.
Similar.
Mm-hmm. Basically, you got these like 2 columns here. Looks so good.
Jeez, I'm blind again.
Yeah. So this one was really impressive to me, because I remember like taking this picture and I'm like, I think I got this pic, and I was like, I said something to the effect of, I think I got it just as the fire shot out, and yes, I did.
It's like perfectly.
This is
almost.
as the fire shot out, so it's intensely bright. I was amazed with this, and it's so intense, because the fire is literally. And bear in mind, the fire spurts out in like bursts. It's like it will be like bursting out for like a second.
It's trying to give the effect
Mhm.
of like splashing.
And this is like the actual like second that it happened. And here's another picture of the fire, and you can see the contrast of it in terms of like how the fire is and how dark everything else is.
You can tell by the way it is.
You can tell by the way it is, yeah. And look at the intensity of this one, how like white the flames look. Because it's also worth noting, the flames are actually very warm. You could feel them from the strip. Like, we were not close up to the railing. Like, we were closer to the road than we were to the railing of the thing. And then we also were like at a bit of an angle where we were further away from it.
Yeah.
So they had pretty intense flames, and I feel like the brightness here that you see here kind of captures that very well. But yeah, so that's it for the show, and this is just how it looked after. Just kind of the. Oh, you want to show the selfie? Yeah, this is a selfie we used for the promo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just has the date.
Yeah, we were just, this is at the strip.
It was only a 10-minute show.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a particularly complex thing, but yeah, it goes on. I mean, it doesn't even go on for the full 10 minutes, because this was taken at 10:10. But yeah.
It might have been 5.
So it might have been like.
I'm surprised they only do it every hour then.
Yeah, there must be something about like.
They probably just don't want to build a crowd that often.
You know what? That might be true. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what the logic is, but we had. I mean, like you said earlier, we had impeccably good timing with so many things on this trip. Showing up to the Grand Canyon when the sun's setting. Going to the Yellowstone Grand Canyon when the sun is setting.
And a full moon.
And experiencing a full moon on the way back to our lodge.
Going to the falls at sunset.
Yeah. And then arriving at Old Faithful like 15 minutes before it goes
Seeing a
up.
bison when it's sitting in front of people.
Seeing the bison when it's just sitting outside the hotel. Seeing the bison in the road and we're driving on the other side of it. And then arriving in Vegas like as the storm clears out, so we get that sunset picture that we had earlier. And, getting our food, eating it, finishing it, and then coming back out here right just in time for this show.
Mm-hmm.
It was amazing how well everything worked out.
Yeah.
And then you took this picture here, and this one as well. And I think I had a couple more pictures of this area. So yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot how pink this one looked. I liked this one. And then this is on the other side. We got some ducks.
They did a show.
Yeah, they had a duck show. Nobody knows about it. It's just me. It was just for me and my wife. It's not even an exclusive show. It's just we were there and we were ready for it, There's also a dolphin statue there. I liked it. I honestly really enjoyed our time in Vegas. I thought it was one of the better moments for me. And then this is outside the Venetian. You had a really good picture of this too. Yeah. Oh, you got a good one. Look at that. Wow. Look at these people looking at someone's phone, probably. Yeah, you did a good job with this. Yeah, mine was a little bit more centered on the thing. Though I actually had a hard time because you have the function that allows you to actually take more zoomed out pictures.
Yeah.
So you had an easier time capturing the whole thing. I had a hard time capturing the whole fountain because it's actually pretty tall. I mean, there's a guy right here. This is not a short dude. And yeah, it's a pretty tall fountain. Okay, and this is the next day. Did you have any more from that night?
No.
No? Okay.
I think that's all I took. Once we got back into Arizona, I didn't care.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this was, I think we were still in Nevada, but this is the reservoir that's behind Hoover Dam. I didn't get a good picture of it. This was the only one that was even actually, I think this is the only one I had. Oh, because you know what my brother called me while I was trying to take pictures?
Yeah, you totally missed the whole whole dam.
Yeah, because he wanted to update us on weather incidents that we may or may not encounter on the way home, which we ended up being fine about. So
timing again.
Yeah, again timing. We were an hour ahead of those storms that he wanted to warn us about, so it was great. And so yeah, and we got back into Arizona. I wanted to take more.
I was so over the desert landscape, but Sin loves it, and so I was just boiling of heat, which was a different mini story, but I was just dying sick of Arizona after being in it for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And then Sin's look over there, how cool! And I look over to my right, and I'm like, what are you looking at? I don't see anything. I'm right there, that mountain. And I look again, I'm it's just a brown mountain. But I think it's cool. I'm okay, good for you.
I love
Didn't care.
I love mountains. I love desert landscape. This is just, I really genuinely love this. And I think mountainous mountains and deserts especially really just get a bad rap. I think the Intermountain West is not something that's super well understood if you're not from here. I mean, and I know you're from here and you don't care for it, but I love this place. I
Not that I don't care for it. The only thing that I like about desert is the sunsets and the monsoon.
Yeah.
But I was also, to be fair, I probably would have been that's great. That's pretty. Like, good job pointing that out, love. But like, I was boiling. I got sick
Yeah.
on the drive.
Yeah,
I was so hot.
I actually had to like tell you like, hey, you good, fam?
I was keeping hydrated though. It was just, I was just really overheating. Like, I think my internal organs might have been cooking a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, they were not functioning properly.
Well, yeah,
It
I
made
mean,
me
that's why
sick.
I was like, you know, you should just try to make sure you're hydrating more. And when we got home, I suggested taking a cold shower because, like, you were just.
I was in the seat, the side of the car that was getting direct sun at like all times.
Yeah.
And then I was in the back, so
and
I
we were
wasn't getting
we were
good.
mostly we were driving through like the hottest parts of Arizona in the afternoon.
So I was in the back too, so I was not getting good air circulation. I was not getting good air conditioning.
Yeah.
And it was just so hot, and I could not function. I was nauseous until we got monsoon in Arizona. Like, on that day, I felt so sick. And then even after it cooled off, like, significantly to, like, mid-80s, high 80s, I was still nauseous for, like, 3 hours.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
We got out on a rest stop at one point, and, like, their mom made a comment of, like, welcome back to the desert, because sarcastically, like, oh, it's so hot here. And I, like, genuinely was like, should have left me there.
Yeah.
I like sin. I will live in the desert and appreciate it with sin.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And I appreciate like so I was like taking pictures here because I really liked like the little ridging you had on the mountains here. And you could also see a lot of the vegetation that we had here, which is very different than what we were seeing elsewhere. So yeah, and so here's a picture of the Joshua trees in northern Arizona, and I think this is my last picture actually. I think after that I was like, I don't know, I just didn't take any more pictures. But you have a couple more pictures here to
I
share.
didn't talk about getting scammed in Yellowstone.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that real quick?
So I found on our whole trip, like, we'd get off at rest stops or tourist spots. I found a bunch of cool, different, like, just natural little pieces of rock and stuff. We went to Bear Lake, and there was little shells, old shells, not inhabited shells, little shells and crustacean shells and things like that. And so, going up toward Yellowstone and the Grand Canyon, I was collecting these, and I didn't want them to get damaged, so I wanted to get like little baggies. And because we're going to like geological places that are known for their rocks and things like that, they had those little velvet bags that you fill with rocks, and then you pay like a flat fee for a bag. And I was like, oh, I could use those. So I was like, next time I find a place that has those, I'm going to buy just the bags so I can put my rocks in it.
Yeah.
And I thought, like, you know, my common sense would be like, oh, maybe a bag's like $1. And if you're not paying for the rocks, you can just buy the bag.
Yeah.
So in Yellowstone, when we were going through gift shops, we stopped at like a general store, and they had the bags, and I'm like, oh, these are cute. They say where we went. It has a buffalo or a bison on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, these are cool. So, and they were closing in like 5 minutes, and so I was like, oh, well, we'll just hurry up and grab our stuff that we want. And we got to the front, and I was like, do I have to pay the whole price for the bags if I'm not getting the rocks? And the girl's like, yeah, I'm sorry, it's the whole fee. And so I was like, oh, well, I'm not gonna pay $9.99 for one bag. I was like, I'll just take the one. I'll take the black one. And she didn't, there was like a little bit of a language barrier, so I don't think she understood. And she started ringing up the red one. And then I was like, oh no, I meant the black one. And I like pointed to it, and she goes, oh. And I think she thought I meant like, go ahead and ring up the black one and the red one.
Yeah.
And so she rang up both. So I paid $20 for cheap little velvet bags with the bison on it.
Yeah, yeah. It was one of the situations where it's like all the like I think we were a bit tired. We were getting a little socially anxious.
They were closing. I
There's
just
a
wanted to
language
get
barrier, and yeah. So it's like, in hindsight, it was like, why the fuck did we let that happen?
Yeah.
But
And then I was ready to accept it because Sim was like, it's not a big deal. Like, so we got a little scammed. Like, whatever, you got bags to protect your rocks. I was like, fine. And I was ready to accept it. And then we walked over to another gift shop that had little padded wallets, like safer than these little velvet bags,
mm-hmm.
and a little bigger too. Could have bought just one. The wallet was $6, and I was fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I could have just bought this wallet and been fine.
Yeah.
And Sin just constantly was like, it's okay, it'll be fine. And I was hoping, I'm like, maybe we can go return it in the morning, but we left, timing wise, was just like before the store opened.
Yeah, I guess this is the one area where timing was not good for us.
Yeah, we checked out like 15 minutes before the store opened. And so I was like, whatever, fine.
Yeah, but, you know, on the bright side, she now has a thing to hold these rocks that she found.
Yeah.
And,
So
like,
these
were
are
found
all
all over the place.
Yeah, these were not picked up at a place and, like, purchased. They weren't polished, like, in tumblers or anything. So, from right to left, just kind of how I found them. The big one on the right is, like, a sandstone that has a little bit of that sulfur... What do you call it?
Sulfate?
That makes it black. Sulfate,
oh,
yeah.
Or the iron sulfate, yeah.
Iron sulfate with yellow sandstone that I got in Dinosaur National Park. I think all of these I got in Dinosaur.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember you picking up this one
Yeah.
and this one.
Yeah.
There as well.
For the picture, I made them wet so that you could see the shine, and it clears them up and shows the color off more. Okay. So that's why they're wet, because I took a picture. But yeah, the one on the top with the black speckles. I don't know what kind of rock it is, but it had like the black pieces in it, and it was very like, it was kind of like a rock sponge because it had a lot of holes, and we figured like geology wise it like must have been frozen and unfrozen and frozen and unfrozen, moving it around, so the texture is very like airy.
Well, yeah, so what I was thinking is that, like, you know, if like, because like with a little crevice of rock, water can like kind of sit in that, and then when it freezes, that water expands, and so you can kind of create little weird hole shapes in rocks by doing that.
So it's very.
So my guess was that that's what happened, but I'm not sure.
So it's very pumice stony. The red one was just kind of a smooth. It was probably in a previous lake before it was dried out, because it was very smooth. But it was the red rock that was on the mountainside in layers. So that was cool. The one under it, I believe, was like a piece of a geode that was probably really old, because the inside is very like solid, kind of foggy crystal, but the outside is like that tough actual dirt layer. Yeah. So that was cool. It's like a little piece of geode, kind of. The white one in the middle.
This one
is like, yeah, it's like a piece of like quartz or crystal. That black one, I really didn't need to wet that one because it's very shiny. It's very shiny. Obviously like obsidian, and I think that's cool that I found just obsidian just in the dirt.
Yeah,
I thought that was cool.
All of these were very casually obtained. Like, you just kind of found them.
Yeah, we're like, everybody's like looking at all these really cool mountain structures that has like dinosaur pieces and cave writing on them, and I'm like looking at the floor, picking up rocks, as you do. Yeah, the little white one is also like a kind of quartz crystal, but it's clearer, and the one above it is like a very dirty, foggy, like there's cracks and probably rust, rhyolite rust and stuff in the cracks. But that's also like a smooth piece of quartz or crystal. Yeah, which was cool.
And then so this over here are your shells.
Yes. these are my shells from Bear Lake.
Barely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, there's one.
These shells.
they're like
Bear
oysters.
Lake had shells all over the place.
Yeah, like you shove your hand into like the dirt near the water, and you just pick up a bunch of shells.
Yeah.
Like within the sand. It was really cool.
Mhm.
But yeah, I kind of got a varying amount of stuff. Like
You
the
got some
two,
really good stuff here.
the two on the right are like oyster type clam shells. Is a black one and a white one,
Mhm.
and then the three shells above that were all like they have flat tops.
Oh, over here.
No,
Okay.
on the right.
Yeah.
Those three.
Okay, I'm a little. Oh, you mean? Oh, you.
I'm going from
These-
right to left.
okay.
Yeah, those two are like the black and white
These two
oyster.
were the black and white one. These are the other three you're
Yeah.
talking about. Okay.
They have, like,
I
flat
misunderstood.
tops.
Sorry.
Yeah, they have like flat tops. Just regular shells. The other ones are just like very different colors of shells. Those two in the middle are like the cone spiral shell.
Over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a black little shell. That was kind of cool. And then that one is two
This one?
shells that have over time been kind of fused together.
Oh yeah, because this is like a
Yeah.
separate shell from this bigger one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's sand in there, and I thought they were just stuck together at first, like they got stuck, shoved into each other.
Yeah.
And I tried to like rinse out the sand with the water, but there's so much sand tightly packed in there that they are kind of fused together.
Okay.
Like unless I went and chipped away the sand that's left over, like they're not gonna come apart.
Okay.
I've tried, and I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
I have a picture for scale for how small these are.
Oh
Um,
yeah. So you want me to pull that up?
Yeah,
then?
so that black one right there on the left, this is how big it is in comparison to my index finger.
That is tiny.
Yeah. So there's just all these tiny shells at Bear Lake, and they're cute.
They're very cute.
This is what Sin bought.
So yeah, at Grand Canyon National Park, I bought these ghost beads, which might be the whitest thing I've done.
Might be a scam. We don't know.
Yeah. So, well, because here's the other thing, and don't tell Rezdog. If anyone watching this, though granted, most people watching this are probably watching this in the future at this point. But if you're watching this in the future, but somehow before I tell Rez, somehow don't tell Rez. But so this one that's displayed here, I bought that. I'm actually currently wearing that. But I also bought one that has more of like a turquoise teal beads for Rezdog, because I thought
Aesthetic.
because it fits his aesthetic. He likes that type of color more, because it's like significant in the Navajo culture. And it's like,
But we were unsure if these are actually made.
yeah, so I'm gonna give him that gift, and it's like either I did a really cool thing by giving him something from his culture, or I did something that is super white, and I bought something that I was told was from his culture, but just isn't, and it's fake.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, in either case, it's really white of me to do that. But I did it anyways because I think it's cool.
Yeah.
And I think he is cool, and I want to give him this gift.
Best friend necklaces.
Yeah, best friend ghost beads. And then on the left there, it's an owl medallion or owl totem from Yellowstone.
I think it's like an agate.
I picked this one because they had multiple different like colors and stuff. I picked this one because it reminded me of the Grand Canyon with its coloration and stuff, and I thought that was really cool. So I was like, okay, this will be like a nice way to kind of hybridize the necklaces I have, where it's like they're kind of themed around the Grand Canyon collectively, but this one is from Yellowstone specifically.
I'm just judging if it's an agate by my little knowledge of crystals and rocks.
Yeah,
It looks
your
the
guess is
colors
better
and
than mine,
the way
honestly,
the colors
so.
are presented. It looks like an agate. Although that little clear portion, I think that just might be resin, because it really looks like they carved it or had like a machine carve it. It broke that area, and then they just kind of filled it in. But because usually in agate you don't get clear sports like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Anyways, that was
our trip.
That was our trip.
The only thing we don't have a picture of is our other baby that we bought, which is a black and red.
Oh yeah,
dragon.
like literally just at like some gas
You could
station.
probably look that up on Google and find a picture of him.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I knew it would take a while to cover our vacation. I didn't expect it to take 6 hours. So hey, anyone who stuck around, either presently or in the future, like when this is archived, bless you thrice. So like if you're watching this on YouTube and you watch this whole thing, hey, thank you so much for watching all this, and I hope you enjoyed all the pictures and the little stories we had there. This was nice. So for anyone watching live, actually no, should I add what? What are you
I
saying?
sent the picture of the Beanie Baby.
Oh, yeah, okay. So
just because
so we bought one of these.
he's got deformed wings and ears.
Yeah, so the one we got actually was incorrectly made, but so it's like right wing is like put on like backwards or something like that.
Yeah. And the ear is one smaller than the other.
Yeah, so I'm like, it's like so Ike said it's like, oh,
it's a Beanie Baby. Will this deformed Beanie Baby be worth millions of dollars in 20 years?
Maybe, I don't know. But I was just like, it's like a Nemo dragon.
Yeah.
It's like if so we're gonna take care of it, and it's gonna be fine. Speaking of dragons, but yeah. Anyways, this was a nice stream. So since we're back from vacation, I'm gonna get back into doing my streams. I should be having a Zelda stream ready in about 24 hours. 25 hours, we'll say. So I guess I could see you guys then. I haven't set any of that up yet, so if it doesn't end up being Zelda, that's because something went wrong and I couldn't figure it out.
But think you're doing...
The plan will be that I'm going to be doing the Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. Because there seems to be some desire in that within the Discord community that I have. And by a desire for that, I mean like 2 people mentioned it. But like, hey, that's 2 people that said something. And I was kind of already thinking of doing Minish Cap myself. I just wasn't entirely sure. So I'm gonna try that. If everything works out well, that's what I'm gonna be doing about 25 hours from now. If not, it'll be something else. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. And
Is there anybody to raid?
no, I don't really see anyone on to raid. Also, Together Tuesday will be a thing. We'll get back to that on Tuesday. I don't know what we're going to be doing. I have barely talked to Rez at all in the past few days. Or past week, really. So, don't know what we're going to do for that. We'll figure it out. So, stay tuned for that. And of course, next week on this Saturday stream, we'll actually try to complete Magic Maker. That'll be our goal for next week. So that stream might be pretty short compared to this one, because this one went way longer than expected. So yeah. Yeah.
So, since we don't have anyone to raid, we have 2 people, but I don't know. I just looked up Minish Cap. There's only 1 person doing it.
Oh, okay. Do you want to DM me their name? We could send whatever small amount of people we have to that way if you want.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So I was honestly just gonna end it without rating if we didn't have anyone. So.
Yeah. Well, either way, I just.
All right. Let me take this. Okay. So yeah, I'll go ahead and copy and then paste this here. Let's just get the raid message go. Or, God, I am struggling. We'll go ahead and get that queued up. Invalid username. Did I miscopy it? I did, didn't I? Hold on.
They've been streaming Minish Cap for hours today.
Oh, have
But,
they?
like in various chunks. Also, I don't think they speak English.
Ah, okay. I guess we'll see. Is that great? Okay, there we go. The raid's been created. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and just give this random person playing Minish Cap some love.
You guys can see what Minish Cap is if
Yeah.
you're watching still.
Yeah, but in the meantime, thanks for watching. Those of you on YouTube, you're not about to see Minish Cap, but the next video that gets posted will probably be Minish Cap, unless something went wrong. But in the meantime, take care of yourselves. Appreciate yourselves just like we appreciated all the beautiful things we shared with you guys today. Alright?
Oh shit!
What?
I just realized, so little too late, we didn't explain what the title means.
Oh, we didn't! You know what? Come by next week where we will explain that story, alright? A week from today.
Someone remind us.
Yeah, so what's the week from today? So July 24th, show up to this stream so you can understand the title to this stream.
Whatever.
Yeah,
My bad.
we'll explain it later. Yeah, we totally forgot. But no, because, yeah, alright. Anyways, bye, take care of yourselves. Love you. Bye.